Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Oh. Qin Yuyao nearly jumped out of her skin when Shiman Qing showed up. She looked like a startled little hamster. If she'd been holding sunflower seeds, they would have scattered across the floor. Seeing this young man dare to kiss his daughter right in front of him, Father Qin's skepticism about their supposed relationship began to fade, but his mood didn't improve. He wasn't thrilled. After all, a father-in-law facing his potential son-in-law is like a mother-in-law meeting her daughter-in-law. Suspicion and disapproval are the default. His precious cabbage, raised with care, was being eyed by a foreign pig. How could he not be mad? Well, aren't you Ximeng? Father Qin said, forcing a smile.
Have a seat. Let's talk.
Gladly, Shiman Qing replied smoothly, dropping into the role without a hitch. It helped that she had the soul of a man. It wasn't even acting. It was just her natural vibe. To avoid any risk of accidental groping, Qin Yuyao quickly fled to the kitchen under the excuse of helping prepare dinner, leaving her mother to entertain their guest. As Mother Qin washed vegetables, she asked casually, "So, how did you meet him?"
Oh, Yao thought fast.
He draws comics too.
We're colleagues. I see.
What about his family?
Any siblings?
What do his parents do? If this had been the past, her mother might have frowned at such an unstable profession, but after her daughter made a fortune drawing comics, she'd adjusted. Yao scratched her head. Why the sudden interrogation? What do you mean why? You're bringing someone home. Planning to marry eventually, aren't you? Mother Qin gave her a sharp look.
You're still too naive.
He's an orphan, Yao mumbled.
No parents.
No siblings. Oh, her mother hesitated for a moment, then nodded.
All right, that's fine.
Then tell me, do you see him as marriage material? What?
Yao panicked.
We're not even at that stage yet. Can we not talk about this now?
Fine, her mother waved it off.
But how good is he at drawing? Very good, Yao replied truthfully. We're working on a series together. That answer lit up Mother Qin's eyes. Her questions might have seemed intense, but they were grounded in reality. She didn't bother asking if he treated Yao well. If they were together, that much was obvious. In her eyes, a man who only provided emotional comfort without ambition or success was a leech in disguise. When dinner was ready, Yao returned to the living room and froze. Shiman Qing and her father were laughing together like old friends. How did she manage to charm my dad? What did I miss?
It's time to eat.
Yao called out, trying to shake off her confusion. Coming, Father Qin said cheerfully as he got up to wash his hands. Shiman Qing followed, only to be pulled aside by Yao. How did you get my dad to like you so fast?
Shiman Qing grinned. Easy. I'm an excellent man.
What father wouldn't be happy that his daughter found someone like me?
Be serious. I am, she winked.
But if you want the truth, I just understood him. I said all the right things, played to his interests. Worked like a charm. But it's the first time you've met him. How do you know what he likes?
Shiman Qing smirked. Simple.
Men understand other men best. And with that, she went off to help set the table, winning over Mother Qin too. You don't need to help. Oh, look at you, so polite. Her mother's words were soft, her smile even softer. During dinner, Mother Qin casually asked, Xiaoxi, where are you staying tonight? Shiman Qing glanced at Yao, who stiffened instantly and blurted out, Our house is small. Better get a hotel. They lived in an old two-bedroom place. The new apartment she'd bought for her parents was still under renovation, with the paint not even dry. There wasn't space for Shiman Qing to stay without sleeping in the same room as her. That was fine when she was a girl, but right now, she was disguised as a man. All right, Shiman Qing nodded, understanding the implication. Father and Mother Qin felt relieved, and a little disappointed. Relieved that the kids were behaving appropriately. Disappointed that grandbaby time had clearly been delayed. After dinner, Yao walked Shiman Qing out, sighing deeply once they were alone.
Ugh, my conscience hurts.
I've never lied to my parents like this before. Does it hurt here? Shiman Qing teased, lightly touching her chest. Want me to rub it better? A jolt of electricity ran through Yu Yao. She smacked Shimon's hand away instantly. Hands off, perv. I was being helpful. It's not like you'd lose a rib or something.
You're shameless.
We've already kissed. What's there to be shy about? We're both women anyway. Shimon grinned and leaned in close.
Yu Yao shoved her away.
Okay. Let's go pick up my sister and drop her off tonight. They found a quiet spot, and with a flash of lightning, Yu Yao summoned her divine steed and took off into the sky. Shimon Qing, unable to fly herself, wrapped her arms around Yu Yao's waist and held on tight. They arrived in Xiakong City and headed straight for the TV station, guided by the navigation system. Shimon had already contacted the staff, so someone was waiting to escort them. Inside, they found Qin Yuqi sprawled on the floor, scribbling lyrics onto a sheet of paper. "This is your sister?" Shimon asked, staring. "Yeah, what's the problem? Are you sure she's your biological sister?" Yu Yao gave her a look.
"We look alike, don't we?"
"Well, yeah.
I guess."
Ignoring Shimon's weird tangent, Yu Yao stared at her sister. "What is she doing?"
"Studying." "Please," Shimon snorted.
"She's writing lyrics." The staff confirmed it. She's in the singing group for the next round. Contestants have to write their own lyrics.
Yu Yao scoffed. "Lyrics?"
She can't even sing Twinkle Twinkle without scaring the neighbors. Her sister had inherited the family curse, terrible pitch. Once, she tried to teach a music class. The kids cried, "Qin Yuqi." Yu Yao barked. Startled, Yuqi jumped, dropping her pen. How did you get in here?" "Don't worry about that." Yu Yao grabbed her by the nape like a scruffy kitten. "Whoa, how often have you done that?" Shimon asked in awe. "So practiced." "Where are you taking me?" "The college entrance exam is tomorrow. You're coming with me."
"No way.
"I don't want to go. I have to rehearse." Yuqi squirmed, but Yu Yao held on firm. "You really are my sister," Yuqi grumbled. "Why don't you believe in me?" "I used to believe in possibility," Yu Yao said. "Then I discovered genetics.
And science.
And realized our family can't sing."
"I'm not."
Yuqi protested, but was dragged off anyway. Her groupmates stared in disbelief. "Wait, is she withdrawing?" "She was ranked so high though." "She'll be back," said Jin Mengzhu, the group's eldest and a former police officer. Her calm authority kept the others grounded. Back home, Yuqi was registered for the exam. For 3 days straight, she grumbled through every test.
But she did it.
At night, she still jotted down lyric ideas, even though she was exhausted. Shimon Qing offered to help, but Yuqi refused. "It has to be original. If you help, it's cheating." She didn't recognize Shimon Qing under the illusion talisman. To her, it was just that guy with her sister. When the exams ended, Yu Yao returned her to the competition. As soon as she landed, Yuqi stuck her tongue out and ran off.
"Humph. Freedom."
Shimon Qing smiled. "Heh. What a feisty little thing." With the boyfriend pretending scheme behind them and little sister Qin Yuqi safely dragged back into exam hell, Qin Yu Yao and Shimon Qing turned their focus to finding a Johnny. "But where are we even supposed to look?"
Yu Yao asked.
"With a Johnny's abilities, if she doesn't want to be found, we have zero chance."
"That's true," Shimon Qing nodded thoughtfully.
"But we do know her objective now. We don't have to chase her, we just wait."
"Wait."
Yu Yao raised an eyebrow. "You mean like, wait for the rabbit to run into the tree on its own?" "Well, we're not doing the waiting," Shimon corrected with a smirk.
"The Song family is."
"I've arranged for someone to keep eyes on her little brother. As soon as he stirs, we move."
Yu Yao sighed.
"I guess that counts as looking. So what do we do in the meantime?" "Since we're already here," Shimon said, stretching a little, "why don't we watch the live show? We always see the edited version on TV, watching it in person is a totally different vibe." Yu Yao narrowed her eyes. "You're not using this as an excuse to ogle my sister, are you?"
"What? No."
Shimon gasped, placing a hand on her chest. "Your sister is like my sister. I see her as family, nothing more."
"Really?"
Yu Yao said, still suspicious. "You, uninterested in a pretty girl?
That's a first."
Shimon put on her most wounded expression.
"Ru Yao, that hurt.
I need comforting." And with a dramatic swoop, she threw herself at Yu Yao. "I can't get up unless you give me a kiss."
Zap.
AHHH. Shiman Ching flailed like a cartoon character being electrocuted. You're getting good at this, she muttered, nursing her arm. Good girls don't discharge electricity randomly, she added pointedly. I never said I was a good girl, Yu Yao replied cheekily, sticking out her tongue like her mischievous sister. They used their backstage access to enter the TV station and slipped into the surveillance room. The PD-119 program had cameras in every corner, rehearsal rooms, dormitories, lounges.
No blind spots.
All they had to do was sit and watch. The girls had no idea they were being monitored in real time. Damn, I didn't realize how many beautiful girls were in this show. Shiman leaned closer to the monitors, eyes sparkling. She'd seen her share of variety shows, where contestants ranged wildly from goddess to what is that, but here? Even after the first elimination, the remaining 60 contestants were mostly stunners. Easily 50 of them were above average, and several were downright dazzling. In Qin Yuqi's group alone, both she and Jean Mengzhu were head-turners, and the rest weren't far behind. Not only were they good-looking, but they could actually sing and dance too. Let's see what the other groups are doing, Shiman said, cycling through the feeds.
And then bam.
2 thick, hairy legs filled the screen. Shiman nearly fell out of her chair.
What the hell?
What is that?
Yu Yao peered over. Oh, that's Alice. You know her?
Yep. One of the most talked about contestants, Yu Yao explained. The show made a big deal about inclusivity. Alice is part of the LGBT community, and their early performance scored really high. They've got a real shot at staying. This is terrifying, Shiman muttered. People really have such eclectic tastes these days? You can't just judge by appearance, Yu Yao said.
Alice has insane talent.
And her fans push the slogan, don't let outdated ideas define a girl group.
She's popular.
Shiman shivered.
The world's gone mad.
I still can't forget when Yui Aragaki lost to Sun Yifeng. Alice wasn't just androgynous.
She had leg hair, a beard,
and other things. I need a visual reset, Shiman quickly flipped the feed. Give me a cute girl to restore balance to my soul.
Oh. This one.
The screen showed a girl at the front of her dance group, giving off powerful center vibes. She was focused, sharp, correcting teammates when their moves were off.
And her coordination? Impeccable.
The entire group danced like synchronized blades. It's like watching a military parade, Shiman whispered in awe. That precision.
Then she blinked.
Also her chest, wait a sec. She turned to look at Yu Yao, eyes drifting suspiciously. Yu Yao noticed. Why are you looking at me like that? No reason, Shiman said, still watching the monitor. Just wondering who's bigger, you or her?
Oh. I'm older, obviously.
I was born in 98. She's from 2001.
I meant your chest, Shiman muttered.
Yu Yao rolled her eyes. That's Cui Mingyue. She's the ace of the show. Center of the theme song. #1 in the rankings.
Shiman froze. Wait.
Cui Mingyue? The one that was kidnapped. The reason her brother came to cause a scene. She stared at the screen again in horror.
No. No way.
Please don't tell me this one's a guy too. Another betrayal.
Another chest.
Another identity crisis.
Cut the feed.
Cut it, she shouted, hitting the button like a panicked gamer.
The screen flipped again. Oh.
This one's cute too. Shiman's eyes lit up. Ru Yao, do you know her?
Yu Yao glanced.
Yeah, that's Su Minyu. One of the youngest in the show. Born in 2005. 2005, Shiman repeated blankly. I feel old.
05? That's not just 14 years old. Xiamen Qing's eyes lit up suddenly. This girl is the tallest, but she is the youngest. The girls in Su Yorong's group are basically in the early 1.5 meter 6 meters, but she is 1 meter 7, which looks really conspicuous. This child is also very good in figure. It is not the type with the upper body length, but a pair of legs accounted for most of it, which looks like the proportion of Sailor Moon. In short, it is very exaggerated. This kid is very promising, Xiamen Qing slobbered. It's like walking out of a cartoon, but why do you look familiar? Sister, who are you not familiar with? Qin Yuyao vomited. Song Yunryu had already said that Xiamen Qing had seen too many things because of her age, so she often had a sense of sight, but she does fear. It's not uncommon to have a good-looking face. A good-looking face and a good figure are not uncommon in the entertainment industry, but if you have such a good appearance while still being so young, then it's very rare. Artists eat their youth, and every year you are younger, it represents one more year of development. Other actresses debuted at the age of 18, and 10 years are almost at their limit, because they can already be called aunts. and Su Yorong was only 24 years old after 10 years. The golden age was 4 full years longer than others. Some people might be popular for 1 or 2 years in their lifetime. 4 years is simply terrifying. How is her level? Xiamen Qing asked. Although it looks like an adult on the surface, it is the age of a child after all. I don't know what Su Yorong's professional level is. Qin Yueo shook her head. I'm not very clear, but she is rated B twice, so she should be pretty good. Oh, is that a genius? Although Xiamen Qing likes stupid children, she also likes capable ones. This kind of child is simply a natural star. She is curious about what kind of gene can make such a good child. Her parents must have often helped the elderly in their previous lives. Huh. Qin Yueo didn't understand. She glanced at Xiamen Qing. It's okay, let's keep watching. Huh? Who is that? The is so up, but how come you stand in the corridor and look in? Is it crowded out? Xiamen Qing suddenly saw a woman standing outside the practice room of Su Yorong and his group from a camera, secretly watching the people in the room practicing. From the back alone, this should be a big beauty. I am afraid it is a back killer. With the shadow of Alice, Xiamen Qing specially found a camera that could see her face this time. There is no one on the front, but one from the side is. That's awful. Are you Yao? I look a little familiar again. Qin Yueo said. Don't panic. It is normal to have presbyopia when you are old. Isn't this presbyopia? My eyesight is better. You are the 8 evil. Your eyesight will definitely not be a problem, so presbyopia will appear in other forms. Xiamen Qing turned her head and looked at Qin Yueo. Why do you say something nonsense every time? It sounds so reasonable. I don't know either. Qin Yueo thought about it seriously. Probably it's talent. Yes, it should be that the talent for singing is crooked, and it's spitting up. Xiamen Qing's face suddenly showed a smirk. Let my sister help you correct it. Sanjiang's is a... After a few 100,000 volts, Xiamen Qing twitched and leaned on the chair, his tongue sticking out, his eyes upturned, as if he had been broken by playing. Qin Yueo ignored her and continued to watch the surveillance, but she suddenly exclaimed, Huh? It doesn't seem to be Sister Xiamen, your presbyopia. What? Xiamen's love recovered instantly, and he sat upright. Qin Yueo pointed to the screen and said, This woman must be familiar to you. Look at who she is. Xiamen Qing saw that the woman just turned around and let the camera capture her face. Huh? Su Yuanying? Isn't she filming? Why are you here? Xiamen Qing asked in surprise. She also came to participate in PD 119? It's impossible, right? She is a high-traffic actress. It is impossible to join the women's group, but as a guest is still a bit possible. Yeah, this show is so popular. She will be a guest to create a wave of enthusiasm, and then promote Tianlong Ba Bulletin. It is very good. Xiamen figured it out, but suddenly she went to adjust the camera picture again and cut Su Yorong's face again. She pointed to Su Yorong and said to Qin Yueo, Look, I'll say it's not a presbyopia. Is this kid a bit like Su Yuanying? Huh. Qin Yueo looked at Su Yorong carefully, then thought about Su Yuanying's appearance again. Is it very similar? Where? Why can't I see it? Name and name? Can't you tell that they are all named Su? Xiamen Qing looked at Qin Yueo with a baby. Father is disappointed in you. Are you Yao? I suspect your brain is short-circuit. No, it's Sister Xiamen. Your brain circuit is too weird. Qin Yueo retorted. Why can the names look like them? My brains are not short-circuit. While she was speaking, another electric arc appeared on her forehead. Since her ability was completely awakened, as long as her brain's operation exceeds a certain load, it will start to emit electricity. For example, think about some more complicated issues, or when you are emotionally excited and under greater pressure. The two of them were talking. Su Yuanying, who was peeping outside for a while, suddenly walked into the practice room. Behind her, she was followed by photography and recording, all kinds of staff. Xiamen Qing guessed right. She really came to be a guest, and by the way, she also promoted the TV series Dragon Baba. All this must start from the day when she and Song Xiaoqing came to Xiaokeng City. Su Yorong is indeed Su Yuanying's cousin. This time, Song Xiaoqing was entrusted by the second aunt of Lian's family, and the child who came to take care of was Su Yorong. Originally, after acting as an intermediary for the two and letting Su Yorong accept Song Xiaoking's protection, Su Yuanying was able to retire. But after waiting for 15 years and finally succeed in dating, where is she willing to separate so quickly? So Su Yuanying had an idea and called the director Ding Yan personally and asked him if he could participate in PD 119. When Ding Yan heard it, he was so happy that he was about to bloom, and he agreed. There are two most unavoidable costs for a TV series: 1. Excessive salary for actors. 2. Announcement. Both of these are things that have nothing to do with the quality of the work itself, but in this age when the wine smells and the alleys are deep, there are no high-traffic actors to join. Even if your acting skills are good, not many people watch it. There are too many choices for the audience. Just like the same, you are not attractive at the beginning, and no matter how exciting the plot later, the probability of turning over is also pitiful. Traffic stars are the golden chapters of TV dramas, and publicity is equivalent to a recommendation position. No recommendation, people don't even know that there is such a thing about you. Who can you show it to? Ding Yan is a relatively rigid person, and he pays more attention to the quality of the work itself. Although the actor invited this time has a traffic star like Su Yuanying, but she was invited only after she passed her acting skills, and he rejected a lot of other big traffic who wanted to join. He would rather use Su Qian's highly plastic vegan than a cannot support flow. In terms of publicity, although the flowers should be spent, Ding Yan was distressed. With that money, do more special effects and improve the quality of BGM. Su Yuanying's participation in PD-119 was definitely not within the scope of his original announcement. It was a complete surprise. I hired an actress, not to mention having a large amount of traffic, but even looking for a show to promote it. Where can I find such a good thing? The price/performance ratio is too high, Ding Yan said with emotion. He thinks that when he sees his colleagues in the future, he can praise Su Yuanying more. This is a good boy. Su Yuanying got Ding Yan's permission and immediately went to contact the program team. The PD-119 program group is naturally willing to invite her. At this stage, it was originally to invite stars, and the production company of PD-119 is also the producer of the TV series Dragon Baba. The fertilizer doesn't flow into the field of outsiders. Su Yuanying is coming, and they have no reason not to welcome it. All the remaining 60 players were gathered together. Su Yuanying has no experience in participating in a women's group, but she has a lot of traffic and naturally has a wealth of experience in dealing with online violence. These are the most lacking of young girls who are on the cusp of fledgling. The stink of the rice circle is not groundless. Some people rely on the fact that no one can catch them on the internet, and there is no bottom line at all. Squeeze the rumor or something, just use 2 WeChat accounts to chat for a long time, and then put the portrait on the mosaic and send it out. It can be said that it is evidence. Or post a post with the beginning of I have a friend who is an agent, and I will break the news for everyone. I used to be a cleaner in XX company and talk about things that you don't know. Just use this as the beginning. There will be a lot of brain-dead believers who believe it is true, and then pass them 10 to 10, and there will be ill-intentioned people to help the flames, and eventually the 3 of them will become tigers. Stars are not the gods of the internet, nor are companies. Generally, as long as they are not too much, they can only choose not to see them on the internet. There are ways to guide public opinion, but you must never pull yourself to the same level as black fans. Of course, it is not ruled out that some small workshops do not have the experience of large companies, do some brain-dead things, and play a good hand of cards. What Su Yuanying taught these girls is don't listen, don't watch, don't care. What the audience thinks about you is not something you need to care about, because the audience is the most fickle. You can't wait for you to die if you scold you tomorrow. Can watch or choose not to watch. Because there is her own sister below, even though Su Yuanying didn't directly recognize each other because she was afraid of getting her black, she still said something about her own experience. What you have to do is very simple. First improve yourself, sing, dance, and maintain your beauty. Don't laugh. People who have facial beauty care will laugh when I talk about beauty. Really, you will know when you are my age. Our business deals with cosmetics all day long. If you don't pay attention to maintenance, your skin will really become poor. You have collagen on your face, but how long can it last? Beautiful women are raised. Don't expect anything except wrinkle needles, hyaluronic acid, that kind of things are really incomparable. Then you don't think that you only need to do this well. There is one more important thing you have to remember, that is respect. Not to let you respect the predecessors, that kind of nonsense. What I'm talking about is to let you respect the makeup artist. Photographer, a stage is not something you can do by yourself. There are so many staff supporting you behind it. They are the ones who have the most contacts in the circle. You left a good impression on them today. Maybe they mentioned something casually with a certain director, and that director had a preconceived good impression of you in his heart. I think of you when I am short of people. Oh, don't you come to work. Su Yuanying's speech was quite funny, and she dared to say that just her phrase "it's really incomparable" is enough for a black fan to black her out. But she would not care, because she was used to it. In the circle, whether it is the boss, director, or grassroots staff, all praise her. No matter how the audience hacks her, she still has a job. For example, Ding Yan, after this incident www.novelmtl.com, even if someone told him bad things about Su Yuanying, he would stand on Su Yuanying's side. Xiamen Qing and Qin Yuyeo watched Su Yuanying giving lessons to the children through the camera. Qin Yuyeo said with emotion, "Sister Xiao Yuan is 3 years older than me, but her life experience is much richer than me. After all, I've been in this circle for 10 years. It's not that human beings have already been eliminated." Xiamen Qing said. Su Yuanying's family background can at best protect her from unspoken rules, but to become popular, she still has to look at herself. To be so popular as it is now, she must have her uniqueness. Shall we find her to have a meal? Xiamen Qing said suddenly. She saw that Su Yuanying had almost finished recording and was about to leave, so she pulled Qin Yuyeo out. Qin Yuyeo naturally wanted to meet Su Yuanying. However, when the two came to a corner, they saw a bald head sneaking in there and peeking. As soon as Xiamen Qing wanted to step forward to question, she saw Qin Yuyeo struck him with a thunder and lightning, and directly electrified that person like a sheep's madness. Wow, Ruyeo, when have you been so violent? If you don't agree with you, you will discharge it. Xiamen Qing was taken aback. Isn't this kid developing any strange attributes by herself? Qin Yuyeo quickly explained, "No, Sister Simon, this guy I have seen is a suspicious person. I let him run away last time. I won't give him this opportunity this time." No, you just saw a figure from behind. How did you recognize it? So round a bald head, dazzling me, it must be him. Qin Yueo said proudly, then walked over to take a look, and said to Ximen proudly, Sister Ximen, look, I'll just say it's him. Ximen Qing ran over and looked at it. Huh? This bald head, why do you look so familiar? Qin Yueo, you started again. This is really familiar, Ximen Qing said. Think about it, have we come into contact with any bald people recently? Anyway, when it comes to baldness, I think of the group of rabbit heads in Ruyi Mountain. That's it. This isn't it the guy who rushed to the Ziliang demon village with the deception Buddha bead not long ago? Really? Qin Yueo didn't remember clearly, because he didn't pay much attention to it at the time. Ximen loves swearingly, it's definitely him. If you don't believe me, you can ask a fool to recognize it. Why did he come here? Is it because he wants to be disadvantageous to our children? Ruyi Mountain and King Yijiao are deadly enemies. Those bald heads are even more hostile to zombies than the Song family, and they want to fight and kill as soon as they meet. This show gathered a lot of zombies. A bald head of Ruyi Mountain suddenly appeared here, then it is very likely to be here to fight the zombies. Ximen Qing looked at him and her eyes became worse and worse. Are you Yao? Do you like water or fire? What do you mean? Qin Yueo didn't understand. Why ask this suddenly? If you say you like water, let's sink him into the Yangtze River. Ximen Qing burst into flames in her palm. If you like fire, just burn him here. My fire won't even leave him scum. Hey, Sister Ximen, don't be so anxious, Qin Yueo quickly persuaded. Now it may not be possible to tell that he is here to kill the zombies. Should we wait for him to wake up and ask? What can I ask? A monk came here, not beating zombies, is he still chasing stars? You see, his hairstyle is not greasy at all, and he is definitely not an otaku. Where does the bald hair come from? And why do you use this standard to judge whether a person is an otaku? Qin Yueo felt that there were too many slots, and she deserved to be Sister Ximen. This is a man, I don't even want to touch it. It's too much trouble, just burn it. Ximen Qing said with disgust. Qin Yueo stopped her, it's not good to kill casually like this. Since he is so weak, it doesn't make much sense to die anyway. Why don't we ask Sister Yunwu? She felt that in this situation, it was probably Song Yunwu who could persuade Ximen's love. Ximen Qing values zombies very much. All zombies are her family members, so once she finds that someone is coveting her family, she will be very angry. Retain people. Just as the two were discussing, suddenly a rough voice came from the end of the corridor. Both Qin Yueo and Ximen Qing were frightened by the roar of Zhang Fei. Ximen Qing's hand shook, and a bunch of flames came out from the fire in his hand and fell on the dusty on the ground. The power of Amaterasu Shenhuo is not trivial. As soon as he touched his pants, it spread quickly. Chen Guang, who had been electrocuted to resemble a half-dead toad, immediately screamed and jumped up from the ground, dying to death but is on fire. Fortunately, a pink figure quickly rushed to his side and smashed him to the ground with a shoulder fall. This is more than that, just like the Hulk smashing Loki, Chen Guang was also smashed back and forth several times. There were cracks in the bricks on the ground, and Chen Guang felt that the bones of his whole body were about to be scattered. Fortunately, the fire went out. Because the fire was originally caused by Simon's love accidentally, the fire went out automatically when she moved her mind. Yes, there is no causal relationship with this smashing. But the person who smashed Chen Guang obviously didn't know. He was relieved when he saw the fire went out. It's okay, okay. Then he looked at Ximen Qing again. I saw him, who was a head taller than Simon, respectfully kneeling on one knee, clasping his fists and nodding. Alice sees the leader. Yes, this person is Alice, an undercover agent sent by Ruyi Mountain to Tsingyi sect, formerly known as Jilu. Oh, get up. Ximen Qing was a little frightened to be honest, but she didn't expect this ladybeard-like guy to be a zombie. What kind of composition is our Tsingyi teaching? Why are there so many weird things? What happened during the 100 years of my sleep? Alice said, I also asked the Lord to spare his life. He is not a bad person and will not hurt us. How did you know? Ximen Qing asked. Are you familiar with him? Yes, I really don't want to hide it. In fact, I was once a member of Ruyi Mountain. Later, Ji Lu came to Tsingyi as an undercover agent, and finally awakened the door to the new world and fell in love with Tsingyi. Ximen Qing can't even close his mouth when she hears it. What's this? What a great new beer experience? Is Andy Lau in Infernal Affairs? Forget it. Ximen Qing closed the fire. Since I am not here to fight zombies, then I don't care. But do you know what he is here for? I don't know very clearly, but seeing that he often gives Jin Menzo things, it should be her friend. Alice said. Jin Menzo. Ximen looked at Qin Yueo suspiciously. Why is it another familiar name? Qin Yueo explained. It's the captain of my sister's group. Oh, that. Ximen Qing also remembered. Damn. This guy actually came to dig the wall. Qin Yueo said. Jin Menzo ranks quite low now. Yu reading www.uukangsha.com estimates that it will be eliminated in the next round. It's okay to fall in love at that time. Ximen Qing thought for a while. Yes, but that kid seems to be a zombie, right? What happened to Ruyi Mountain recently? Don't you think about fighting with King Ai teacher all day long? The second half is for Alice. The latter said. Sometimes there is no way to explain love. You are justified and well-founded, and I can't refute it. Ximen Qing shook his head. Forget it, you take him back to raise him, you just thought it was horribly choked by you. Yes, Alice immediately picked up Chen Guang and left when she heard the words, and said to Chen Guang as she walked, I told you not to come here often, it's dangerous, you just don't believe it, you said this time, if it weren't for me to go to the bathroom and pass by, you wouldn't even have any scum left. Qin Yueo looked at the two people who had left, and suddenly said to Ximen in love, Sister Ximen, I got a bead from this bald head last time. Was that a deceitful Buddha bead? Really? Take me to see. So Qin Yueo brought Ximen love to the place where she had deceived the heavenly beads, and the beads were still there. She had chosen a relatively hidden position. Ximen Qing took a look, tisk tusk tusk, I didn't expect to see the deceiving Buddha beads again in the rest of my life, it is you, this thing, so, forget it, the more you talk, the more angry you are, if you are a walnut, I will smash you into pieces now. It's a pity that this is a Buddhist bead, Ximen Qing can do nothing but hold it. Huh. Qin Yueo suddenly looked at a place not far away. The fog seeker says, there is a small change. For everyone's reading experience, I changed Suminyu's name to Suyorong. I haven't watched Everything is Good, so I didn't expect this when I started. What's the matter? Ximen King followed her gaze, but saw nothing. She looked at Qin Yueo again, and realized that there was electricity flashing in her eyes. So Ximen King closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, her pupils had turned golden red. She also finally saw something that she hadn't seen before. To be precise, it was a person. A man who interferes with cognition with a blind eye. Who is Song Xiaoqing? Hemorrhoid man. Ximen King called out subconsciously. Qin Yueo couldn't help looking at Ximen Qing. Hemorrhoid man? It turns out that in her heart, the biggest impression of Song Xiaoqing is hemorrhoids. Hearing Ximen King's cry, Song Xiaoqing finally noticed this. He had been paying attention to Suyorong's side just now, but he hadn't noticed the approach of the two eight evil spirits. As a result, when I looked back, I found a pair of fiery eyes and a pair of thunder eyes were staring at him, and his legs were so frightened that he almost fell. Oh my god. As soon as I turned around, I saw two eight evil spirits behind him. What kind of horror movie plot is this? Sell what mother? I don't have your son, Ximen Qing said. What are you doing here? Song Xiaoqing thought for a while, and felt that there was no need to conceal Ximen's love, so he talked about the matter roughly. Ximen Qing laughed after hearing it. This group of loach swims too much in the water, and the brain is flooded. So cute. How could there be zombies that would harm her? Zombies are the kindest creatures in the world. Ns. Qin Yueo on the side couldn't help but glanced at her. His expression was probably the same as S.A. Benning when he heard Ma Yun said that she was not interested in money. Why are you laughing? I remembered something happy. This stem is mine. Ximen Qing secretly squeezed Qin Yueo's ass, and then said to Song Xiaoqing, if you protect it, you can protect it. Don't use the blind talisman to watch the children change clothes. Song Xiaoqing immediately called in justice. Am I the kind of nasty person? It doesn't exist. Why are you nasty? Ximen Qing suddenly became serious. What is wrong with a man's yearning for the carcass of a beautiful girl? Tell me if you are interested. Without you, you are gay, or kidney deficiency or sheep's tail. Song Xiaoqing originally wanted to say yes, but his mind turned fast, and suddenly realized that Ximen Qing said something strange. I saw Qin Yueo suddenly discharge through his butt, causing Ximen's love to tremble, and her hair stood up. When Song Xiaoqing was stunned, she took the fallen Ximen Qing and walked out. Uncle Yun Wu, you can just do your own thing, let's say goodbye. Seeing Qin Yueo beckoning to herself, Song Xiaoqing also beckoned subconsciously. Who are you greeting? Su Yuanying happened to come over at this moment. When Song Xiaoqing was discovered, she had removed the blind eye talisman before talking to Ximen Qing and the others, so she was seen by Su Yuanying's naked eyes. Two acquaintances, friends of my niece, Song Xiaoqing said to Su Yuanying after seeing the two daughters have left. Has your business been done? Not yet, I will accompany them to make rice dumplings at night, and then do some activities, Su Yuanying said. Oh, Song Xiaoqing nodded absently. But I don't know how to make zongzi, do you? Teach me. Of course Su Yuanying knows how to make zongzi. Her 15-year lady is not for nothing, but at this time, how can you tell the truth? Song Xiaoqing didn't know this, so she nodded and said, okay, but I will only pack island country rice dumplings. The zongzi in the island country is different from that in the flower country. It is relatively long. When he pretends that the islander is not used to eating the food there, he will make something similar in both countries. Zongzi is one of them. That's okay, anyway, it's all zongzi, and the taste won't change. Su Yuanying took his hand and walked outside. What kind of stuffing do you like? I saw a kind of bamboo on the internet yesterday. The dumplings with mouse stuffing look delicious. Song Xiaoqing was a little uncomfortable, but didn't break free, but quietly activated the blind eye talisman again. Su Yuanying is now becoming popular, and it is not good to be photographed of her being intimate with a man. Qin Yueo turned over Ximen's love and took her back to Ziliang Demon Village. At exactly noon, Xiaoguai and Jin Huiwen were at school, and the gate was in the hospital. Song Yunmyo, who was at home 24 hours a day, also went out to look for Ajani, so now it is the two of them. Rieo, have a discussion, Ximen Qing said. If you want to call me in the future, can you say hello in advance? You always discharge suddenly like this, sister, I can easily become incontinent. Qin Yueo said, "Don't touch your hands randomly, will you solve all problems? You are so cute, how can I be willing?" Ximen Qing said, leaning on Qin Yueo again. Qin Yueo had no choice but to show a tail to bind Ximen's love firmly. Although Ximen Qing always has some close contact with them, it seems to have gone too far recently. When did it start? Qin Yueo thought about it carefully. It seemed that this time the two went to Xiaokong to catch Qin Yuki back for the college entrance examination. Does the Dragon Boat Festival affect the zombies? It seems to say that zombies are afraid of glutinous rice, so glutinous rice is used to make rice dumplings during the Dragon Boat Festival, right? Qin Yueo has insufficient knowledge and can only think about it. Looking away from Ximen Qing temporarily, let's take a look at a new friend. After learning that the woman who brought him bad luck was from the northwest, Master Lian ran to the southeast. He turned into a dragon, soaring through the clouds and driving the fog, faster than a fighter plane. He came to the Pacific Ocean before he stopped. I can't go any further. The earth is round. If I fly, I will run to the northwest. He looked around and found a fishing boat. That's it. It's surrounded by the sea. A woman swims over and finds me, right? Fortune telling is not about predicting the future. If the result of the calculation cannot be changed, it will be meaningless. Even the second master is proficient in divination and arithmetic, so naturally he also knows how to change his fate. In the mythology, the gods will learn 36 changes and 72 changes to avoid disasters, which shows that escape is useful. As long as you avoid this period of time, your fate will naturally change. He landed on the boat and knocked them out while the fishermen on the boat didn't pay attention. Then Lian Iryi used his Dragon King's ability to command the aquarium to call a few dolphins to carry the fishermen away and send them to the shore with people. Of course, he did not forget to put some gold in their pockets. There are all kinds of shipwreck treasures in the sea. Except for the Zhang family, they are the Lianjia that can be exploited to the maximum extent. Therefore, the Lianjia is very rich and can afford two high-level evolutionary subordinate families. I'll just bask here, blow the sea breeze, and go fishing. Master Lian Er moved a chair and comfortably put the hook without bait into the sea. Of course he didn't learn Taigong Zhang to fish, he simply forgot to get bait. Then after a long time, a fish did not take the bait. Are there no fish around here? Just as his patience was about to wear out, he suddenly felt as if he heard something. Looking up, I saw a seagull flying towards him in the distance. Seagulls? There is no land near here. Where did the seagulls come from? And the seagull? Why does it seem to be getting bigger and bigger? He squinted, because he was facing the sun, so he couldn't see clearly. Until the voice got closer and closer, Lian Iryi's expression changed. Fuck. It's not a seagull, it's an airplane. Without saying anything, he turned into a dragon and flew over. Because he saw the airplane engine smoking, it was obviously a crash. Although he didn't know if anyone was inside, it was always right to save it first. Lian Iryi entangled the plane, slowly put it on the sea, and then turned back into a human form and jumped into the cabin. Sure enough, it was full of passengers, and it was already in a mess at this time. He handed a guy with him, and it took him several times before he understood it. It turned out that the plane flew from Xiaokong to Tokyo, but was hijacked by bandits on the way. The culprit asked the pilot to drive the plane to the Pacific, just when everyone was in a panic guessing what they would do next. www.novelmtl.com. A magical thing happened. The guns of the gang of gangsters suddenly went on fire and shot each other face to face, so they killed all of them. And just when everyone thought they were saved, there was another bad news. The culprits actually planted a bomb on the engine. At the same time they died, the bomb also exploded, so the plane could not continue to travel normally and was about to crash. Then, just when everyone thought it was dead, the plane suddenly got a buffer and landed smoothly on the sea. In just a few hours, their mood was like a roller coaster, ups and downs, exciting. Those who are not sick will be scared of heart disease. Collective fire. Lian Iryi felt unreliable when he heard it. How could there be such a stupid robber? It must be the ability of an evolutionary. He scanned the cabin and found the only one who didn't have much mood swings. Because there is too much contrast with the emotionally broken people around, he can easily find it. This is a beautiful blonde woman who is tentatively on the side of the hatch, seeming to want to jump into the sea. Woman? Lian Iryi is nervous now when he sees a woman, for fear that the hexagram will be fulfilled. So he turned his head decisively, and then slipped back into the boat quietly. He first summoned a group of fish to fix the position of the plane, and then called the police to call someone to fish the plane. Of course, the people who shouted were from the mysterious alliance. Okay, people shouted for help, I just took a step first, for nothing. Lian Iryi walked into the cabin and left the plane in the boat. He didn't stop until an hour later. When he walked to the deck again, ready to take a breath of fresh air, suddenly a hand climbed onto the ship's rail. Take a slot. Lian Iryi almost fell into the sea without being scared. Where does this water ghost come from? He glanced intently. Ma, isn't this the foreign woman just now? Oh dash, the foreign woman started to vomit as soon as she climbed onto the boat, and there was a small alive fish in what she vomited out. Lian Iryi was so scared that he wanted to drive away quickly, but he turned into a dragon body, and suddenly a wave hit the sea. Logically speaking, let alone ordinary waves, even a tsunami would have no effect on Shenlong. But when the waves hit the dragon, Lian Iryi was struck by lightning, and while spitting out a mouthful of dragon blood, he was beaten back to his original shape and fell onto the boat. What's the matter? Lian Yi was shocked. Why is the power of the sea water so strong? Something terrible seems to be mixed up. It's okay, it's really unlucky when I meet a woman, it seems that I haven't escaped this time. Even Yi wanted to struggle again, but he was naturally photographed on the deck like a fly again. He felt that his waist was almost unable to withstand it. Where is this place? How could there be such waves? Lian Yi looked around and found that he was panicking and ran into a strange sea just now. Except for an island not far away, the other three sides are covered by the sea. The foreign woman probably vomited clean, and was lying on the deck rubbing her belly, acting exactly like Lian Yi's. The only difference is probably that she vomited water and fish, while Lian Yi vomited blood. How to do? It seems I can't hide. Lian Yi took out his Nokia. This thing is new beer. It was not broken by the wave just now. He opened the Tetris and counted it for himself. Fierce, but also a big one. But not right. Lian Yi looked at it carefully again. It seemed to be lucky. The image of the hexagram is too strange. It is bad for good, and good fortune is sandwiched between bad and good fortune. G is hidden in the bad. What kind of ghost image is this? He has studied fortune-telling for so many years and has never seen such a thing. He suspects that Nokia is engaging in pornography, but he has no evidence. All in all, calm down first. Lian Yi took a few deep breaths, adjusted his injury, and then tried to communicate with foreign women. Hello, I can speak floral language. The foreign woman spoke fluent floral language. She just heard Lian Yi say fuck and thought he should be a flower countryman. Oh, hello. Lian Yi quickly changed his words. May I ask your name? My name is Ajani. The foreign woman said. Ximen Qing and Song Yunmu monitored all the northbound routes, but they did not expect that. Instead of going northward, Ajani went south instead. As Ximen King said, Ajani really didn't want to be found, even the 8 evil spirits might not be able to catch her. My last name is Lian, my first name is Yi. Lian Yi also introduced himself, and then asked, where are you from? I'm from French club country. Sure enough, it's from the northwest. Lian Yi complained in his heart, woman plus northwest, combined with the current situation, the woman mentioned in the hexagram is that she has not run away. Then why did you rush to my boat? I just seemed to see you on the plane. Even the second master felt bitter. He tried so hard to escape, but he still didn't escape. Is this fate? Oh, I was pushed down by someone, Ajani said. The plane was crowded with people. I happened to be standing at the door of the cabin again, and I was pushed into the sea, and then I didn't know where the hook caught me. It dragged me all the way on his clothes. Depend on? Lian Yi immediately looked at the fishing rod he had just used for fishing, and was actually pitted by it. I knew I would not pretend to be fishing. He wants to cry. Ajani lay down for a while, probably feeling more comfortable. She got up and started wringing out the water on her body. Well, do you have any clothes here? Can you lend me one? Lian Yi pointed to the cabin and said, you can go in and find it by yourself. Take it whatever you want. Anyway, this ship is not his. Taking advantage of the time when Ajani was changing clothes, he began to observe the surrounding sea. Why would I be beaten by the waves when I fly? Obviously it looks calm. If it is an evolver's method, then he is not paper. What level of evolver can crush him like this? Unless it's the 8 evil spirits. Lian Yi was only complaining, but after these words were spoken, he was shocked. Is it really the 8 evil spirits? The strongest in the control of water in the 8 evils is naturally the ancestor of the Zhang family, but why did the ancestor of the Zhang family attack him? No reason? Lian Yi was puzzled, and tried to shout, Old ancestor Zhang? Are you there? I don't know what I did wrong. Why are you attacking me? Please come out and see. However, there was no response. Capital, Jiang's family. In the bookstore on the lake. Zhang Jianhong was holding the light stick in both hands at this time, waving at the screen. Is that right? It's going to be a circle here? It's still quite simple. What is shown on the screen is the action tutorial when the otaka calls the idol. You just said old ancestor Zhang, didn't you? Ajani, who changed her clothes and walked out, heard what Lian Yi said and asked, are you talking about Zhang Titu? Tai. Lian Yi was shocked when he heard the words, and looked back at Ajani. At this time, Ajani changed into a maid outfit. The size of the outfit was just right. She straightened the hairband on her head, feeling quite satisfied. If you change someone else, you may have been dumbfounded, or you might complain about why there is a maid outfit on the fishing boat. But Lian Yi didn't, because he was already dominated by fear. Zhang Jianhong was nicknamed Titu, and many people knew about it. But there are really few people in the world who dare to shout out brazenly. After all, he may appear where there is water, and no one can guarantee that his words will not be heard by him. If people are more serious, how many can stand it? And so naturally speaking the 3 words Zhang Titu is undoubtedly a status symbol. Is it possible that this woman is also the 8 killer? Lian Yi remembered that she said that she was from the French club and her name was Ajani. Sophie Ajani. I understand. Everything I want to understand, it turned out to be her? No wonder the hexagram is so weird. No wonder it becomes so unlucky. It's me. Ajani didn't know, so she agreed when she heard someone call her name. You, how did you get on the plane? Lian Yi extremely suspected that the plane encountered the robber because Ajani was on it. I don't know, Ajani said. I was going to take a ride to the capital, but fell asleep in the car. When I woke up, I found myself in the suitcase, and then someone opened it. After the suitcase, I came out of it. Ajani seriously recalled. He pointed a gun at me, asked me to raise my hands, and then wanted to touch my chest. I said no, he had to touch it, but suddenly he had a seizure. Died. Suddenly the sheep goes crazy? What is this method? Even the second master became more wary of Ajani. The most terrifying thing was this kind of unruly ability. Sometimes he didn't know how to die. Then I went out. Ajani was still remembering. After I went out, I found out that I was already on the plane, and then I met 2 more people. They also pointed their guns at me. I told them it was better not to point them. You will be unlucky for me, but they won't listen. Then one person's gun suddenly went off and hit another person's grenade. The 2 of them exploded and the plane broke. Then the plane fell into the sea. Lian Iryi was stunned for a while. He extremely suspected that the collective fire escape of those gangsters was frightened by the sudden explosion of the grenade. But in the final analysis, they met a profiteer and bought inferior firearms. Otherwise, why would they go wrong? The horror of Ajani is here. Those gangsters bought the arms before they met her, so it can be said that they have no contact with Ajani. However, these weapons have quality problems and have not been discovered, and then they went out on time when they met Ajani. As if everything is a set program, there is a feeling that it is destined to be impossible to escape. As a Gua master, Lian Iryi hates this most. And he found out that he would meet Ajani through a series of coincidences. www.novelmtl.com. First of all, no one knew that his wife would be Huzaya Sixi that day, and it happened that he took Song Shaoqing to find him. She was crazy when she was. Then no one knew where Lian Iryi would go. He just ran blindly, without any regularity at all. But he just met the crashed plane. In the end, that fishing rod is even more incredible. He doesn't like fishing very much at ordinary times. It happened that he put a fishing rod on the boat today, and it happened that the hook of that fishing rod caught Ajani, who fell into the water. Can't continue thinking. The more I think, the more terrifying. Although facing Ajani, she couldn't feel the pressure of the 8 evil spirits at all, but Lian Iryi felt that she was even more terrifying than Zhang Jianhong. After Ajani finished telling her story, she asked Lian Iryi again, "Did you mean Zhang Tita just now?" Yes, the 8 evil spirits asked, and the second master was honestly like a crocodile. I suspect that the ancestors of the Zhang family attacked me just now, otherwise the ordinary waves wouldn't hit me to vomit blood. Ajani leaned over to the side of the boat and looked at it. But I can't see anything. She stretched out her hand and paddled in the sea, but there was no response at all, and the surroundings were calm. Seeing that she didn't believe her, Master Lian pulled out a piece of hair after thinking about it. He lost his hair, and saw the hair suddenly turned into a dragon and flew into the sky. At the same time, a big wave instantly set off on the sea and shot on the little dragon. Even the dragon whose hair turned into Iryi's hair was instantly torn apart, and even the fishing boat with them was washed up by the waves. Ajani yelled in shock. However, perhaps because she was on the boat, they did not capsize, but were caught by the waves on the nearby island. Down to earth, even Iryi is still very upset. This island is weird. Bah. The boat was overturned by the waves, and Ajani smashed her entire head on the beach. After she pulled out her head, she began to vomit sand. It hurts. She rubbed her head. The sand on the beach was not soft, and the force of the whole head inserted might be deadly. Rubbing and rubbing, she suddenly felt something got into the clothes. What? With a sudden scream, Lian Iryi, whose nerves were tense on the side, turned from a human to a dragon, arching his whole body like an irritated cat. What happened? Ajani looked uncomfortable and said, "A snake is biting me." With that, she drew a snake with the thickness of a thumb from the back of the dress. This snake has a lot of power, and she is not a power-type evolutionary herself, and after struggling for a few times, she let go. As soon as the snake hit the ground, it jumped up like a spring and rushed towards Ajani's face. Ajani was obviously scared, and she squatted down holding her head. However, this movement is too slow. If you follow the normal development, you must be bitten by the nose first. Lian Iryi wanted to make a move, but hesitated for a moment at a critical moment. Does the 8 evil spirits need him to help? Seeing the snake getting closer and closer to Ajani, a water arrow suddenly shot out from the sea, smashing the snake's head. The remaining part of the snake body just smashed into Ajani's face, and then fell onto the beach. She covered her nose, tears came out. Who? Lian Iryi immediately looked into the sea, but found nothing. It seems that it is the method of old ancestor Zhang. But why does he want to be mysterious? A discerning person knows that it was his method at a glance. At this moment, Ajani covered her nose and said, "I think I probably know what's going on." "What's the matter?" Lian Iryi asked curiously. As the 8 evil spirits, did Ajani see anything? She pointed to the snake on the beach and said, "Look at this snake." Snake. When Lian Iryi saw it, he saw the snake whose head was crushed landed on the beach, and then it started to melt slowly. This is. Seeing the snake corpse turned into a pool of blood and soaked into the beach, even the pair of Longan Iryi was about to fall out. Punch, pierce the father. The 8 evil spirits of the US suddenly appeared in his mind. This method was one of the signs of that person. Are there 3 8 evil spirits around here? What kind of natural disaster am I involved in? Can this survive? Lian Iryi feels that he can wash and sleep, but I hope they won't want to eat eel rice, otherwise they will die. At this moment, Ajani said, "Right, I think it was him too." Didn't Zhang Titu and Duke Pierced fight in the Pacific before? I think this is where they fought. Lian Eryi didn't listen carefully to his own death. It took him a while to react. Wait a minute, before. Yeah, Ajani said, shaking the sand from the maid's hair accessories. The two of them are not here now, but the impact on the environment after the shot will last for at least 10 years. Impact. Lian Eryi suffered mental shocks one after another, and he was already numb. You mean? The waves and snakes just now were the aftermath of the fight between the two eight murderers? Doesn't contain their own will. Well, that's it. Ajani wanted to shake her skirt, but Lian Eryi is a man after all, so she found a reef and hid behind to clear some private parts. Lian Eryi didn't care where she went, just staring at the sea in a daze. He also knew that the 8 fiends were terrifying before, but he really didn't expect to be so terrible. Even the places where they fought will be changed into such a desperate situation. Those 2 tyrannical people and the rest of the evolutionaries are not on the same level at all. Fortunately, I just guessed like a fool, but no one knew it at all. Lian Eryi shook the dragon's head. He guessed that he had just flew up and was mistaken by the sea for piercing his father, so he was attacked. Thinking of this, he immediately changed back into a human form. I always feel that the dragon form is easier to be attacked. He wasn't sure if the next water arrow would come towards his head. I'm really lucky, the Pacific Ocean is so big, I can actually meet those 2 battlefields when I sail a few blindly. Lian Eryi was only laughing at himself, but suddenly he found a blind spot. Since I can sail in, can I also sail out? When he thought of this, he immediately looked at the fishing boat. The fishing boat that was lifted ashore with them was overturning and resting on a few trees, and Master Lian approached it cautiously. I hope it doesn't break. Just as he was about to approach the boat, suddenly a monkey jumped out of the woods. With sharp eyes, Lord Lian saw that the monkey's eyes were blood red, and quickly moved back, and at the same time, a dragon's tail appeared behind him and hit the monkey. Snapped. The monkey was pumped away. www.novelmtl.com. He also felt a sharp pain in his tail, and his scales were cracked. The method left behind by the piercing father is also not trivial. Fortunately, it is not very powerful. Lian Eryi worried that if the monkey is as strong as the waves, then there is nothing to play. Fortunately, it seems that I can stand it now. As soon as he thought of this, he saw another monkey come out, and then another one. 20 or so monkeys appeared in front of him, staring at him with blood-red eyes, making him startled in a cold sweat. Maya, it's over. Forget that monkeys live in groups. How to play this? Lian Eryi decisively chose to escape. Sure enough, the hexagram image can't go wrong, and he will be out of luck when he meets a woman from the northwest. Lian Eryi was chased to the beach by a group of monkeys. He was about to be torn apart by them. Suddenly, a few water arrows flew on the sea to make the monkey headshot. These monkeys, like snakes, turned into blood and infiltrated the beach. I'm saved. Lian Eryi breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the 2 forces continue to fight even after the master leaves, otherwise he will really be over. At this moment, Ajani also came over. It was so dangerous just now. Yes, Lian Eryi looked at her hopefully. Can you solve this? Yes, Ajani said, although I don't know what it is, it should be possible. Lian Eryi's face suddenly showed joy. However, Ajani's next sentence made his smile froze on her face. But, are you sure you want me to take action? What do you mean? My abilities, how much luck will be brought together? Ajani looked around. There are no people here. I can use my ability to do nothing, but can you stand it? Ajani's words made the second master tremble. Although he knew that none of the 8 evil spirits could be treated with common sense, the desire to survive still made him make the final struggle. Well, can you protect me? This, Ajani said, it is okay, but I can't guarantee what will happen. Maybe you sleep at home and a meteorite will fall from the sky and hit your bed. Is this so terrifying? Lian Eryi shivered, and he didn't dare to take it seriously. But it shouldn't be a big problem. Ajani was kind. Just help you. I will try my best to minimize the power acting on you, so that even if you are unlucky in the future, it should be some small things. With that, she began to put her hands together and closed her eyes in prayer. After a few seconds, she opened her eyes. Okay. Is it all right? Even the second master looked around. Nothing happened? Ajani sat down on a rock with her skirt, and said to him, just wait, there will be a way to let us leave in a while, but I don't know what it will be before it happens. Oh, even the second master thought that the 8 evil spirits naturally have their own unique features. Since she said yes, then believe her for the time being. Just what is the way to get out of trouble that she doesn't even know? He couldn't help but glanced back at the fishing boat hung on the tree behind him. Will there be anything to bring that boat over? Or, he looked at the sea again, would any ship pass by here accidentally? The force left by Zhang Jianhong seems not to take the initiative to attack the ships. If a ship passes by, they can indeed be rescued. Just when Lian Eryi was making various guesses, he suddenly felt a vibration coming from under his buttocks. What sound? As soon as his voice fell, he heard a bang, followed by a huge force. Lian Eryi only felt that he had been hit by something, and fainted when his brain shook. He never expected that the way Ajani said to escape would be a volcanic eruption. By coincidence, there was a volcano under the small island where they were located. By coincidence, that volcano had been unstable a few days ago and finally erupted today. The magma spewed out, and they were on the beach, and they were washed up into the sky by huge force. Fortunately, Ajani was not scalded by the magma because she was sitting on the reef, but was taken to the sky. And Lian Iryi on the beach was supposed to be burned by magma, but by coincidence, there was a stone buried in the beach under his feet. It was the big rock that hit him and knocked him stunned, and it was also used as a shield to block the magma for Lian Iryi. Ajani said that the minimum blessing is the minimum, which can save Lian Iryi's life without making him so lucky that he will be unlucky in the future. Both of them went to the sky, drew a beautiful arc in the air, and fell towards the sea away from the island. What the two of them didn't know was that because of this volcanic eruption, the island with the remaining 8 evil forces flew into the sky, and never fell down, becoming an empty island. As for what will happen on this empty island in the future, that is the future. Huh? She went to the Pacific Ocean. Zaiman Qing received a call from Song Yunryo, with a dazed expression on her face. Why did she go there? Could it be that she used her ability to steal the plane, but her ability backlash was wrong? Flight. No, she was smuggled up by human traffickers. Song Yunryo recounted the matter roughly. At first, Ajani took a ride to the capital, but when the rider saw her alone as a woman, she was still a foreigner, so she was stunned and wanted to fascinate her and sold her. Ajani certainly wouldn't be in the mist, she was really sleepy, so she fell asleep. Then she was smuggled onto the plane. That flight was infiltrated by terrorists. They have prepared this plan for several years. The abduction of Ajani was just by the way, and the most important thing was the kidnapping of several politicians on the plane. But they didn't expect that they would die because they wanted to make extra money. With Ajani, the hijacking this time would naturally not go smoothly. Almost everyone had a firearm, and they killed their own people 7 or 88. The remaining undercover agents were also found in subsequent investigations and brought to justice. What about the rider? Did that guy catch it? Zaiman Qing asked. Song Yunryu said, that guy is a habitual offender. After calling the trafficker, he guessed that he was planning to assault Ajani when she was pretty. But when he took off his pants, he could not stand firmly and tripped over. He was in the chest pocket of his shirt. A key just stuck in his heart, and he dragged his bleeding body for 100 meters, and finally failed to hold it and hung up. Hihi, this is what old Tai has gotten into his heart. www.novelmtl.com. Zaiman Qing sneered. Who gave you the courage to move the sleeping Ajani? When she was awake, she still had the consciousness to control her ability, but when she fell asleep, that was the full power of the 8 evil spirits. At this time, whenever there is a trace of hostility toward her, bad luck will fall in an instant, and it will be hard to die. Song Yunryu continued, it was originally a hijacking incident. Later, because it was too bizarre, I investigated it carefully. Finally, I found 2 evolutionaries who were not on the passenger list. One was Ajani and the other was Lian Er from Lian's family. Lord, the latter seemed to be passing by and saved the crashed plane. Lian Iryi? Who would dare to call himself a lord in front of me? What is his real name? His name is Lian Er, yeah? I heard that he was originally called Lian Er, but later I thought that his name was Tu and Niang Niang. When he was 16 years old, he changed his name to Lian Er, yeah. Damn, Zaiman Qing opened his mouth. I can really call myself a master. This name one. Of the 2 stalkers under our house, one of them is his son. Song Yunryu continued. The existence of Lian Feng and Zhang Shuling was naturally not hidden from them. When Luna Jones came, his subordinates had conflicts with the 2 of them. It's just that they didn't bother about it. Anyway, their existence is good for Ziliang Demon Village. There are a lot of troubles. For example, if any evolutionary who is not long-eyed wants to go up the mountain, they will stop them. The only omission was probably that of Chen Guang, because Chen Guang was too strong. Then Ajani has found it now? Zaiman Qing asked. No, she and even the second master are gone. I suspect they both left together. Are you the Loach of Lianjia? Zaiman Qing's inspiration suddenly flashed. I understand. This must be Ajani wishing for a mount, and then naturally I met the people of Lianjia. Even your family is directly equivalent to a mount, right? Song Yunryu said sympathetically. They will cry. I didn't say that it's almost the same as barbecue. Zaiman Qing doesn't matter. Well, I knew that Ajani would go south. I won't come back. I waited for more than half a month for the remains, and then I called. When I went back, no one answered it. I only found out that when my front foot was gone, its back foot opened. Song Yunryu said, don't you think about it? Maybe it's because you've been there so people won't open it. I thought about it, too, but why is a ruin so smart? Zaiman said with emotion, I suspect that someone is controlling that thing. Song Yunryu said after hearing this, will those who go in and Xiao Cai be in danger? Who knows, Zaiman said, they all went in, and I couldn't even find the entrance when I went, so I can only do it in a hurry outside. I'm wondering whether I will let Damon Zi go and take a look. Song Yunryu said. Alright, you decide this by yourself, Zaiman Qing said, I can't get in anyway. Now that Ajani has gone to the Pacific Ocean, I will continue to play in Xiaokeng City. Tonight PD-119's location evaluation stage is about to begin, and several of the capitals are songs she moved. There are Fairy Tale Town, Lemon, and 9981. All 3 songs belong to the singing group. Among them, Chin Yuki is in the 9981 group. Of course, the performance to be performed on the show is definitely different from the original song, and it has to undergo drastic changes. For example, the original songs of the 3 songs are not rap, but in order to conform to the trend, the program group has added the rap part. In this way, the arrangement has to be overturned. because you have to rewrite the lyrics yourself. The most difficult of the 3 songs is undoubtedly 9981. I don't know what kind of performance Jin Yuki can have in the end. Night fell. Xiamen Qing and Qin Yueo brought Jin Huiwen and Xiaoguai to the stage. Will Sister Yueo's younger sister be on stage? What is she like? Jin Huiwen was full of expectation. In contrast, Xiaoguai is much more calm, and always looks like mood feelings from beginning to end. Qin Yueo asked her, "Little boy, don't you like this kind of performance?" She had discussed with Xiamen Qing before coming. Xiaoguai was still a primary school student and might not be interested in such things, but Xiamen Qing insisted on bringing Xiaoguai. Xiaoguai looked at the stage and said lightly, "Killer, I don't like it or not. You can pull it down." Xiamen Qing reached into her pocket and pulled out a special-shaped light stick. Even Kui Minjayu's special support stick was bought, and you still said that you are not a fan. Give it back to me. Xiaoguai immediately reached out to grab the light stick. It's a pity that Simon is too tall, and she is too short. She can't get it all the time. Qin Yueo couldn't stand it anymore, took it from Xiamen Qing and gave it to Xiaoguai. "So you like Kui Minjayu?" Seeing that he was exposed, Xiaoguai admitted, "I like number 1. From the beginning of the show to the present, Kui Minjayu has been ranked first, and he also opened the second place nearly double the vote gap, which is completely broken. This kind of strength, although contrary to the theme of the program development department, can attract a lot of champion fans. It's like watching Long Aotian, you can bring it in perfectly, and then you feel like Long Aotian too. In fact, this is better. After all, people who like to develop are people who have a certain understanding and interest in idols, but the champion fan is different. Even if he/she can't see how good you are, even if he/she has no interest in what you do at all, as long as he sees you take the first place, he will like you and support you. This range is widened, and it's easy to get out of the lap." A few people from Xiamen Qing stood in position. They were originally waiting for the show to start, but Qin Yueo suddenly noticed a few strange people standing in front of him, and took the hand of La Xiamen Qing. "Sister Xiamen, look. What are you looking at?" Xiamen Qing looked in the direction she pointed. "Isn't it just a few otaku? Do you know what those people are doing?" Qin Yueo asked in surprise, "Why do they have to tie belts on their heads, just like fighters, and the clothes they wear seem to be uniformly customized, so I don't always feel like watching performance." "Of course they are not just watching the show," Xiamen Qing said. "They are here to support the people they like, commonly known as dashery." Because of the nine-tailed fox, Qin Yueo had this word in his mind for the first time, and then subconsciously asked, "Who's hit?" Xiamen Qing turned around and glanced at her at this time. "Little boy, you have learned how to drive without a teacher. What car to drive?" Although Qin Yueo didn't know what Xiamen Qing was talking about, she always felt that she was at a loss. "It's uncomfortable." "That's not what I mean." Xiamen Qing explained to her, and finally concluded, "Anyway, it's just a group of dead otakus who are too deep in the play. You can stay as far away as possible when you see it." Qin Yueo suddenly thought, "Then Sister Simon, do you have this kind of fan?" Xiamen Qing is also a singer, and it is not surprising that there are fans. Who knows, huh? Xiamen Qing wanted to say something more, but suddenly found a familiar back. "Are you Yao? I see those people's backs are a bit familiar. I will take a look." "Sister, you see everyone familiar? Forget it." Qin Yueo vomited. "The stage is about to begin. Don't go away. Let's do it." Xiamen Qing gave up after hearing this, quietly waiting for the stage to begin. At the same time, those Xiamen loves watched the familiar Tajiri otaku talking. "Are you all ready?" "Ready, group owner." The leader is a young man wearing a mask. They are all friends from the same group. But the magic is that that group has nothing to do with PD-119, it is a group that has been established a long time ago. Coincidentally, there were a few like-minded group friends, so they met to watch the live performance together. The name of that group is Suigen Base Camp, and their group leader is Zhang Jianhong. Yes, the young man wearing a mask in front of him is Zhang Jianhong, and he is still the body, not the water body. Since you want to pursue idols, of course you have to follow through to the end. It's not too particular to play Call as a clone. And the group of friends who made an appointment with him to call is 8 people from all walks of life, including Surgeon Lu Cheng, student Feng Luo, Up Master Mei Ling and so on. The 8 people rehearsed for a long time in advance, so that they can call on the people they support today. Being able to date together is naturally because they are all the same in pick. Or to be more accurate, the degree of overlap is very high, because in the end there are 12 people in the group, so not everyone only likes one. For example, Lu Cheng, he likes Kui Minjayu and Qin Yuki. Then Feng Luo liked Kui Minjayu, Mei Ling liked Qin Yuki and Suyorong. As for Zhang Jianhong, he is great, he is Didi. In short, I want it all. Of course, except for Alice. The show has begun, and the first to appear on the stage is the 9981 group that Qin Yuki is in. This Simon love song that was taken out at the New Year's Eve at Station B can be said to have become a hit on the internet at the beginning of the year. Now the number of hits has approached tens of millions, which is even more popular than on the earth. However, this song's popularity is mainly in terms of words, and the tune is still inferior in comparison. Now the show team asks a few girls to change the words, and then rearrange the song again. It can be regarded as a very bold attempt. If one is not careful, it is easy to overturn the car. Fortunately, these worries seem superfluous. The whole performance was very amazing. After the end, Qin Yuyeo looked at Xiamen Qing in surprise. Sister Xiamen, can the song be changed like this? Xiamen Qing smiled and nodded. I didn't expect it. That's how it can be changed. The original song is a fast-paced atmospheric song, and what you want is the feeling of passion and burning. However, the program team changed the beginning of the song to a tender version, giving a completely different experience. It is Jin Menzo who is in charge of this section, and her performance in this show perfectly shows what is called kneeling. The audience present were shocked. www.novelmtl.com. Even if it wasn't her fans, they couldn't help cheering for her. Xiamen Qing's ears are so strong that they can accurately distinguish a lot of people talking about Jin Menzo from the noisy voices. Who is this younger sister? Why didn't she pay attention to it before? Her voice is so good. Yes, this voice is almost like an angel, and the breath is too stable, right? That treble, there is almost no one who would dare to say that this kind of show is a post-modification. I really want to smash him in the face. It's a pity that Qin Yuki and Qin Yuki were in the same group, and the performance was ruined. Yes, the performance of this group is amazing, but it is flawed. It was the section that Qin Yuki was in charge of. Lao Qin's inability to sing in the tune is inherited from the ancestors. Although she chose rap in a different way, it was only a little better than singing. Everyone has a very high level on this stage, so the shortest Qin Yuki naturally highlights. It's like a person who usually scores 40 in the test. One day, he suddenly scored 60 in the test, but none of the others in the class scored below 90. This is very embarrassing. People who understand will naturally say that she has improved, but more still feel that she is holding back. Xiamen Qing said to Qin Yuyeo, your sister is probably going to be on the hot search, and it's still a bad one, you have to be prepared. Qin Yuyeo said, she chose the road herself. If she can't accept it, it's her own business. I won't care about it. Xiamen Qing sighed, I hope it will not develop too badly. She knows that there is a person who has been ridiculed by the entire network because of bad singing, as if she was a murderous enemy. However, the girl had a good mentality, and she managed to cry after crying, and she developed quite well later. I just don't know if Qin Yuki can have that mentality. The next few sets of stage performances are also good, at least the atmosphere on the scene is very warm. Especially the first few otaku who played call, the action and the energy, looked almost more tired than the sister paper on the stage. It is enough for the key sister paper to perform only once, and they are doing their best to make movements and shouting there every time. These days, watching a stage, it turns out that I am even more tired than the people on the stage, and I don't know what they think. Xiamen Qing said with emotion to Qin Yuyeo. Qin Yuyeo didn't speak, but just pointed to the little boy who was holding the light stick and waving happily and said, isn't she the same? Huh. Xiamen Qing found out that Xiaoguai was too short to see the stage, so he sneaked up an ice brick under his feet, and then stood on the ice brick and swayed along with the stage. This unruly movement is more than enough to make a meme. Haha, elementary school student. Xiamen Qing's mouth evoked a disdain smile. At first, she wanted to pretend to be cool, but she was exposed so soon. The next group on stage was Suyorong's group, and Xiamen Qing finally came into interest. To be honest, among the remaining 60 players this time, Suyorong is her favorite. It doesn't matter if she is a little lowly, the key is that there is a contrast in her. Obviously he is a child in 2005. He is only 14 years old this year, but he is 1.7 meters tall. Among a group of sisters who are about 1.6 meters tall, he is definitely a little giant. And the proportions are good, at least 1 meter tall is 1 meter on the leg, waist is thin, legs are thin, hands are thin, and the skin is white, even the face is too sweet. If she is 24 years old, Xiamen Love may feel normal. However, such an excellent appearance and such a young age presented a perfect contrast, and the 95-point evaluation rushed to more than 100 at once, which directly broke the table. Wrong. Qin Yuyeo only felt a scream in her ear, which almost pierced her into tinnitus. She covered her ears and looked at Xiamen Qing who was waving a support stick next to her in shock. You were so embarrassed to talk about others? And where did your stick come from? I haven't seen it before. After speaking, she subconsciously glanced at the most prominent part of Xiamen Qing's body. Yes, she was a woman with her own storage space. The performance of Suyorong's group is an adapted version of Fairy Tale Town with all the words refilled. The lyrics that originally wrote Western fairy tales were rewritten by them into Oriental allusions. For example, Snow White was changed to Fairy Guangan, and Sleeping Beauty was changed to Three Madonnas. Of course, not only the name was replaced, but other words were also modeled on the allusions of the gods. Written. Because of this, there are inevitably some flaws in the rhyme of the lyrics. These little girls are not professional lyrics writers after all, how could they be so perfect? It is estimated that just finding so many matching myths is enough for them to die of brain cells. The atmosphere of the scene made everyone ignore this small flaw. The whole performance was very popular, especially Xiamen Qing, whose voice was so soft, but it roared louder than anyone else. Wrong when you laugh I am very happy dash. This rhythmic pause, this fascinating word, attracted a large audience to look at them. Fortunately, Qin Yuyeo and she both wore masks before going out. Standing in the front row, Zhang Jianhong glanced back. Why did he feel that the voice sounded like Xiamen Qing? Is it her? That's right, this was originally an activity organized by the Tsingyi Education Office, and her appearance was not unexpected. But why is it so hysterical? And it feels pretty good, do you want to steal it? So Zhang Jianhong said to the other group members, should we learn that too? Smiling, the only crooked nut, said, okay, it feels very interesting. Others also thought it was great. So they discussed the lines and prepared to use them on the next stage. In fact, there is only one stage left, and that is the group of Kui Minjayo who ranked first last time. This group is a dance group, and the song used is a popular song that has become very popular recently. When the members came to the stage one by one, Zhang Jianhong in the audience had already shouted before the host had spoken. Minjayo. The members behind him also shouted, wow. This burst of roar directly frightened the Kui Minjayo who had just stood up on the stage, as if suddenly awakened from sleepy sleep. Zhang Jianhong then shouted, today you are better than anyone. The other members connected, all beautiful. Because the sound was too loud, not only the audience but also the people on the stage were stunned. The host Zhang Jizhui, who wanted to say something, suddenly forgot his lines, and turned around and picked up the teleprompter that he had just thrown away by his handsomeness. Okay, thank you fans for your enthusiasm. Let's welcome the members of this group, and let's say hello to everyone first. Although Kui Minjayo was frightened, it did not affect the performance of the stage. This last scene does have capital to be used as the finale. Like nothing but the wind, the finale has also changed in an interesting way. The audience present, no matter who it was, were amazed. How can this guy be so sassy? Zyman, who knows that the brightest guy on the stage is actually a man, doesn't know how to describe his feelings at this time. If Kui Minjayo himself saw her brother dancing like this on stage, she would not be ashamed to swallow jelly and commit suicide. The real Kui Minjayo was holding a piece of tofu and smashing it on her head at this time, make me dead. Of course, she couldn't see the program recorded that day. What she watched was the most recent episode, a group showdown. In that period, Kui Mingri twisted his and flirted with Winks on the stage. His actions were even more feminine than women, and they were completely male-female. It was on this stage that won a lot of popularity for Kui Minjayo, which made her stand firmly in the first place. As the biggest beneficiary, Kui Minjayo should have been happy. But when he thought that those movements were made by his twin brother, Kui Minjayo had an urge to die. Azi kindly provided her with a piece of tofu and a piece of pasta. According to the screening of the language system, it is judged that you should need these two things now, please use. Kui Minjayo didn't know what to say. She picked up the tofu and smashed it on her forehead, then looked pitifully at the fat house controlled by Azi. When will you wake up anyway? I feel a little bit later, I will have no face to go out. Achi replied, according to calculations, the owner will wake up in 24 hours, but the possibility of falling into a coma again cannot be ruled out. Don't. Kui Minjayo exclaimed, I will cry for you if I faint again. The owner is allergic to humans. Azi emphasized. Why is there such? Wait a minute, is it limited to humans or all humanoid objects are allergic? Kui Minjayo suddenly found a blind spot. Achi replied, limited to humans. Kui Minjayo said happily, then you can make me look like a robot, believe it or not. Just that kind of spacesuit or something. Preliminary calculations, the plan is feasible. Azi glanced at her, but there is a problem. What's the problem? Kui Minjayo asked quickly. Azi said, your chest tissue is too hypertrophy, and there is no armor that matches the model, and the owner can't make a brand new one while in a coma. Kui Minjayo hurriedly covered her chest. Is it my fault for big breasts? Do you know how difficult it is for me to buy a dress that fits? Do you know how many buttons I bought in high school? Azi is an artificial intelligence, so she didn't respond to her grievances, just said, I found a solution, do you want to read it? When Kui Minjayo heard that there was a solution, she said quickly, read it? Read it. You can be disguised as a silicone bionic. Azi said, while projecting a picture. The robot in the picture is basically the same as a human. The only difference is probably that there is a mechanical element on the temple on the right. It's easy, try it. Azi sent a luminous mechanical component to Kui Minjayo, which was posted on the right temple www.novelmtl.com and explained, this is a smart engine carrier, and I can trust my program. When the owner wakes up, I will to provide you with all the abilities that a bionic person has. Please wear gloves and never have any physical contact with the owner. Okay. Kui Minjayo saw a large piece of data suddenly appeared in front of her eyes, all of which were directly transmitted by Azi to her brain through electronic components. With Azi's assistance, she is just like a real super robot. A casual glance at the tofu that had just been crushed by her, and related information immediately popped up. The production date, craftsmanship, shelf life, etc. can all be seen. Kui Minjayo seemed to have discovered a new world, scanning everything in the room excitedly. When I saw the fat house on the bed, the message immediately popped out. Name, Joyu. Sex, male. Date of birth, 199204330. Height, 175 centimeters. Weight, 87 kilograms. Relationship history, none. Medical history, human allergy. Hobbies, film and television animation, idol variety shows, video games, etc. The rest of the information, the highest level of confidentiality, insufficient permissions, cannot be read. 27 years old. Kui Minjayo was stunned. That's not much older than me. I thought he was just stunned. Kui Minjae thought that the 8 evil spirits must be very old, especially this space station, which seems to have existed a long time ago. But why is its owner only 27 years old? There must be some great secrets in it, but it's a pity that she doesn't have the authority and can only see some basic information. But Azzy, I have a question, Kui Minjae asked. Technology is so advanced, doesn't your master want to lose weight? Achi replied, the right amount of fat can increase the chance of survival during an allergic attack. The owner's current fat content is calculated and the most appropriate level. Joyu is an orphan, put on the internet, this should be the treatment of the protagonist. However, he is not, he is just an otaku who can no longer be ordinary. Normal appearance, average height, average grades, and IQ/EQ are all average. In the first 20 years of his life, he couldn't find the apex characteristics, and it became Chimu Nangsaying's dream. Until the age of 20, he suffered some accidents, suffered from human allergies, and almost died. Fortunately, he was taken to the Fang Palace and his symptoms were relieved after treatment. The person who saved him, or that is no longer a human being, is a semi-human, semi-mechanical existence. He told Joyu that his name was Meng Tian, who was in charge of Fang Palace instead of Qin Shiwang. Because he transformed himself into a half-human and half-mechanical existence, he gained almost immortal life. However, after true immortality, he knew that this was not such a beautiful thing. The reason why life is colorful is precisely because of its shortness. Every minute and every second are worth cherishing. When this limit is lifted, you may get double happiness at first, but this is an overdraft in the future. 100 years, 200 years, 1000 years, 2000 years. Gradually, Meng Tian found that his mental condition was getting worse and worse, and he felt that he was on the verge of collapse. If the sky is sentimental and the sky is old, human feelings can't stand the erosion of time, Meng Tian explained to Joyu, I can't make it anymore. I'm about to eliminate my self-awareness. Before that, I need a successor. In this way, the tired Meng Tian completely destroyed his self and became the same existence as other mecha fighters in the arsenal. And Joyu also became the temporary owner of Fang Palace. At first, he also thought that he had something special that Meng Tian liked, so he was chosen as the heir. But then I learned from Ezzy that Meng Tian was already in a half-crazy state at that time, and his method of selecting people was very simple, which was to enter a coordinate a few blindly, and then arrest people. Choose whichever you catch. This may be the luckiest time in Joyu's life. For a person with human allergies, there is no better place to live than a spaceship. In this way, he lived in Fang Palace for 7 years. During this period, he often went back to the Earth, mainly shopping, but some food materials and clothing were of secondary importance, mainly the kind of new figure. He couldn't resist the temptation. He has also encountered an evolutionary, but where the map artillery of the Fang Palace is directed, and a little bit of killing 1 or 2 powerful evolutionaries, he is regarded as the 8 evil. Meng Tian used to be active on the Earth. At that time, the Mystic Alliance knew that there was an 8 evil spirit in space. Of course, it is not at all troublesome. Because Joyu was just an ordinary person, even with Aziz's assistance, sometimes mistakes would inevitably occur when operating Fang Gong's system. It has happened more than once because of wrong coordinate input and the wrong thing. For example, he wanted to catch Sori again, but he caught a dragon. Generally, in this situation, he will quickly send back what he grabbed. But when he took the takeaway last time, he was careless, and he was accidentally caught by someone who came up. In this way, Joyu fainted completely when allergies attacked. When he woke up again, he found himself lying on the bed, surrounded by familiar spaces. Who brought me to the bed? He remembered that he had fainted on the floor. By the way, that woman. Achi? Call for surveillance. He habitually shouted. As a result, I heard a nice woman's voice, good master. Then pieces of projection screens popped up in front of him. But his attention was not on these at all. As soon as he turned his head, he saw a girl with a very big breast and a very beautiful face standing by the bed. Joyu's first reaction was to shrink to the corner of the wall in fright, and wrap himself tightly with the quilt. Looking at the shivering quilt, Kui Minjae complained in her heart that this guy is going to be a quilt? But still pretend to be a robot. Please rest assured, my master, I am an artificial intelligence carrier, model 2800 bionic, not a real person. Imitation, bionic person. Joyu drilled his head and looked at her curiously. Really? It is true. Huh, then I'm relieved, it really scared me just now. Azzy, when did you learn to do this? Naughty. Seeing that he actually believed it, Kui Minjae complained in her heart, you have seen my face before, why did you believe it so simple? Azzy, Joyu said at this moment, bring my glasses here. Good master. The instructions immediately jumped out of the field of vision. Kui Minjae followed the instructions and found a glasses case and gave it to Joyu. Although he knew it was a bionic, Joyu tried his best to keep out of contact with Kui Minjae. He put on his glasses, looked up at Kui Minjae again, and suddenly exclaimed, wow, Achi, where did you find such a beautiful model? Isn't this too beautiful? Kui Minjae is still very happy to hear being praised www.novelmtl.com. It turns out that I am short-sighted, but I have a good taste. However, then Joyu said again, I hate beautiful women. Meow meow meow? A question mark appeared on Kui Minjae's head. What the hell? Hate beautiful women, is it gay? Perhaps she was upset in her heart. She asked without instructions from Ezzy, should I change to a muscular hunk model bionic? Huh. Joyu looked dumbfounded. Why do you want a muscular man? There are other models with lush chest hair, scrawny models, beer belly models, pink tender meat models, and young and small Jengtai models to choose from. Hey, Ezzy, is there a bug in your system? Why do you recommend something weird to me? Joyu asked. Master, don't you like it? Kui Minjayo was puzzled. Of course I don't like it. Joyu wondered. Sure enough, it is artificial intelligence. There are too many places to grow. Anyway, you write it down for me. I don't need male bionics. When he used to watch Infinite streaming colleagues, he saw that someone could make a beautiful woman of equal strength, but he turned to make a muscular man or a fubo. At that time, he wanted to complain about this kind of person's brain being kicked by a donkey. It's really disgusting. Kui Minjayo then asked, does the owner need an ugly bionic person? There are models for obesity, lunar surface, washboard, etc. to choose from. Never. Joyu quickly shouted, don't guess. Even if I hate beautiful women, I won't like ugly women. Do you have any animal models here? I like cats or dogs. Sorry, no. Why do I feel you are making emotions? Joyu stared at Kui Minjayo suddenly. This made Kui Minjayo suddenly nervous. Oops. Are you going to be exposed? I said that real people pretending to be bionics are too unreliable. Fangong's technology is really amazing, and it can achieve this level. Joyu said to herself. Kui Minjayo finally let go of her hanging heart. This guy seems to have a problem with IQ, which is great. Joyu went on to say, Ezzy, is there any good variety show recommendation recently? Kui Minjayo immediately jumped out of a large number of options, originally just read it along. But Joyu just said that he hates beautiful women, which makes Kui Minjayo worry, so she deliberately said, according to searches, the most popular variety show recently is Produce 119 broadcast by Zyakang TV. What's that? Let's take a look. Joyu stepped into the trap unsuspectingly. So Kui Minjayo called out the first episode of PD 119 with the help of Ezzy. The first person to appear was the host of the show, Zhang Jizhui. When he saw him, Joyu suddenly became interested. Oh, it's him. Obviously, Joyu is his fan. You still said that you are not gay. Kui Minjayo complained silently. After that, it was the theme song. The prelude still scratched the ears, but when Joyu saw the girls come out one by one, his face began to change. Pause, he yelled, and then asked Kui Minjayo, Ezzy, why is there you on this one? He was naturally referring to Kui Mingri. Report to the owner. This person is the template of the bionic person. It is a random selection. Do you want to change the subsequent production template? In fact, there is a loophole in this, because the program was not released when Joyu was in a coma, which means that the bionic was created after he was in a coma, but his master was in a coma, and the production line was unable to operate at all. However, Joyu had only been the master of the Fang Palace for 7 years, and the character of the dead house would not pay attention to these aspects, so he didn't know that there was this set of rules. Change it to cat or dog, panda penguin will do. Sorry, no. Why not? Why is your production line so useless? Joyu complained. The production of bionics refers to the various biological components of the human body. It is only suitable for humanoid creations. Changing to other animals requires a lot of recalculation. You can choose baboons. This is of course Kui Minjayo's nonsense. In fact, the bionic machinery can do anything, but she is upset with Joyu's phrase I hate beautiful women, so she deliberately responded to him. Don't you like animals and not beautiful women? Then get you a female baboon. Baboon? Just forget what the baboon said. Joyu chose to give up. He got up and headed to the kitchen, and the screen just moved with him, keeping it in the best viewing position at all times. Although he didn't like beautiful women, Joyu unexpectedly didn't change the show, but started cooking while watching the show. Oh, I also said that you don't like beautiful women. Kui Minjayo feels a little smug in her heart. A man's mouth is a deceitful ghost. You will be weird if you believe it. But watching Joyu chopping vegetables so skillfully, she was still a little surprised. So she asked, in artificial intelligence learning, ask questions. There is a housekeeping system in the Fang Palace, which can automatically cook. Why does the owner choose to do it himself? Joyu didn't doubt it, and replied, because it doesn't taste good. Unpalatable? Kui Minjayo is full of doubts. She has eaten dishes made by the housekeeping system in the past month. Isn't it delicious? Could it be that this guy has a problem with his sense of taste? Soon, 2 dishes, 1 meat and 1 vegetarian, were ready. When Kui Minjayo moved her nose, she was a zombie with an extremely sensitive sense of smell. Just smelling the smell made her index finger move. This looks delicious. It's a pity that she has to pretend to be a bionic. It's fine for her to ask some unusual questions. If she really sits down and eats with Joyu, then she will suspect that Ezzy and Joyu have joined forces to play her. Joyu was watching a variety show while eating. After watching for a while, she suddenly said to Kui Minjayo, when will the person who is your model come out? Report to the owner that Kui Minjayo will appear in the second period. Then skip to the second issue. Others are boring to watch. Joyu said. Kui Minjayo's mood is complicated, because she doesn't know whether his younger brother attracted him or his appearance attracted him. Ezzy flexibly pulled the progress bar to the place where Kui Minjayo played in the second period. When Jo-yu watched the performance, Kui Minjae was still expecting him to exaggerate a few words, so she took the initiative to ask, "Master, why only watch her?" Haha, Jo-yu smiled disdainfully. "I thought it would be great to be able to stand in the C position, but it turned out to be the same. In addition to her face and figure, this woman is top-notch, so she can dance and sing. In general, how can it be so powerful in the show? Anyway, I can't see it." Kui Minjae clenched her fists silently. Of course she was very angry at first, but she quickly relieved. "He admits that I am good-looking. As for singing and dancing, it's not me. Why am I angry?" Rather, she felt uncomfortable when someone said that her brother sang and danced like a female idol. Jo-yu watched for a while, and said to Kui Minjae, "Turn it off, this show is boring. It's better to watch you as you watch those women." "Good master." Kui Minjae turned off the video and suddenly found that Jo-yu was staring at him. "What does he want to do? Didn't you discover that I'm not a bionic?" Kui Minjae was so nervous that she wanted to ask him why he looked at herself like this. "Actually, when you think about it carefully, you don't seem to be a beautiful woman either," Jo-yu suddenly said. "Huh?" Kui Minjae forcibly resisted, and said with a wooden expression, "I can't understand the master's meaning. Aren't you a bionic person? Just add iron and silica gel and then add something else. Isn't it different from humans?" Jo-yu said solemnly, "So you can't be regarded as human, at most it can only be regarded as furniture." "Yes, furniture." As he said, he suddenly touched Kui Minjae's face when she was still in a daze. "Look, if it's a human, I might be dead if I touch it like this, but you will be fine." Kui Minjae was taken aback at the time, her eyes staring like a Chenkirage baby. She was so shocked that she didn't even notice that she was being eaten tofu. What happened? Achi, what about his human allergies? Kui Minjae communicates frantically with artificial intelligence in her heart. According to the calculation results, the root cause of human allergies is psychological problems, so when the owner does not think you are human, your contact will not cause symptoms. Can it still be like this? Isn't it necessary for me to wear gloves? There is an error in the calculation. Wearing gloves is just in case. In addition, Azzy kindly reminds you that you should pay attention to the owner's hand instead of vomiting gloves. Hand? Kui Minjae only realized that Jo-yu's hand moved down from her face and placed it on the cushion. At that time, her mind was bewildered, and she subconsciously wanted to slap it over. But as he reminded in time, if the owner finds out, his symptoms may come on immediately, and if he dies by then, you will never be able to get out. Kui Minjae just resisted this, but still felt wronged in her heart. On the other side, Jo-yu also retracted his hand quickly. Sorry, I accidentally touched it." He just wanted to see if only the part of the bionic human skin was visible, but still covering the whole body. As a result, when I was grabbing the neckline, Kui Minjae's chest was too big, so I ran into it. Although Kui Minjae was very angry, she still had to remain expressionless. Seeing her like this, Jo-yu said with emotion, "Sure enough, it is different from the real person. If it is a real person, it is estimated that he has already slapped it and shouted that the toad wants to eat swan meat, right? Haha, I also want to slap you now," Kui Minjae said silently in her heart. Then Jo-yu said again, "Think of it this way, the bionic is really much better than the real person, at least you won't hate me." As he talked, he laughed. "As www.novelmtl.com, I have known you for 7 years, and creating this bionic person is the most satisfying thing you have ever done." Kui Minjae immediately jumped out a line of request, "As Mingming has done a lot of things, please praise more." She thought for a while, decided to ignore, and comforted Azzy, "He is a straight man, even if you say so, you won't praise you. Goodbye, I know you are the best." Azzy returned her with a smiling face. At this time, Jo-yu said again, "By the way, call me up the online versions of Youth Comics and Weekly Squat, and let me see if there are any new comics recently." "Yes, master." A row of screens emerged, with a comic on each of them. Jo-yu looked at it roughly, and there is no new work. But he still clicked into Zyakan Ghoul and looked at it with relish. This gaze is more energetic than when looking at beautiful women. "Hey, why is Jin Weian so foolish?" Jo-yu said uncomfortably after reading the comics. "I thought it would be a bit more powerful with a mask, but it turned out to be a waste of wood." The early stage of the Ghoul comics was relatively depressing, and it broke out with the senior, and then disappeared. Then the little Lolita's mother was killed. She also looked very depressed. Such a depressed atmosphere makes readers take a sigh of relief. If they are not released, they will eventually turn to the creator. So it depends on what the author does in the end. However, the popularity of Ghoul continues to rise on the internet. After all, it is a dance production, animation, and comics go hand in hand, and the song Washing Kelp alone has countless fans. After Jin Weian's mask came out, the same style was immediately available online, and Kos and Daoren handwritten books were also common. This reminded Jo-yu of the giant back then, which was also so popular at that time. Dancing sentiment shouldn't have another wave of show operations, right? The manga of Ghoul has progressed to the place where Jin Muken was captured, and the animation was put on the scene where Xiaohina just killed prosecutor Maha, and Jin Muken was violently beaten by a man. Fans thought that Jin Mu, who had just received the mask, was going to hang at once, but he was still deflated. This makes many fans feel dissatisfied, hoping that the dance will give him a normal protagonist treatment. Alan can transform into a giant in a few episodes. How come he has to be beaten all the time when he gets to Jinwan? He is so pitiful. Of course Simon Ching can't see these, she is now preparing a new comic. The fourth part of Qin Yueo's JoJo is almost over, and it's not a problem if these 4 parts have been serialized for more than 10 years. But because of Qin Yueo's hand speed, the painting was finished within a year. In exchange for the amount of updates, naturally a large number of fans. What is the most afraid of following serialization? Not enough to see. Once the update volume is up, even if the quality is not good, it can attract many fans. Not to mention JoJo, a work with hard quality itself. After Crazy Diamonds, it's the turn of the Gold Wind. This story, which became a Yanko star in just 9 days, is another masterpiece of the pinnacle of wit. Compared with the leisurely pace of the fourth, the fifth not only has a much tighter rhythm, but also a lot of battles. The fourth part is not a girl fan, but there are also many male fans complaining that it is too watery. It is completely a daily story and it is very boring. Fortunately, the final battle with the big boss Kira Yoshikage was very exciting, and the ability of the third bomb was even more incredible. It can be said that the existence of Jiliang Jiying has elevated the whole work once. And this time, the fifth part can definitely satisfy those fans who prefer to fight. Every battle in the fifth part is a clash of avatars and IQs, and the use of various brain-opening techniques is breathtaking. Especially Buggerati, an ability to open the zipper, may be used to make on others, but he can always surprise him and exert great combat power. Of course, in addition to JoJo's stand-in, the other 2 elements are also indispensable, that is, JoJo stem and JoJo stand. JoJo Lee, who is said to be able to cause fractures, came from this one. And the gourmet APAT, which is juxtaposed with the third Dianming porridge, also comes from this. After Simon Ching wrote the script, she suddenly thought of something. There is a stand-in called White Album in this movie. White Album 2 is also drawn. After thinking about it, she finally gave up. If it's for fun to draw an animation, it's a bit of an upside down. There are so many works that can be copied, and there is no need to paint this. She packed up the script and was about to take it to Qin Yueo when she suddenly received a call. Who? Because the original mobile phone was destroyed, only a few numbers on her mobile phone now have signs, and everyone else is calling from strangers. Teacher Chinger, I have contacted you. Simon Ching felt a little familiar when the other party opened her mouth. I am Jo Hong. I wanted to inform you about something last month, but I haven't been able to contact you. Oh, it's Editor-in-Chief Joe, what's the matter? Simon Ching remembered. It turned out to be the Editor-in-Chief of Juvenile Manu. Jo Hongdeo, the booklet and the animated film of A Westward Journey have been prepared and are now being declared. If there is no accident, it should be released in the summer file. Is it so fast? Although Simon Ching doesn't understand movies, it's mid-June now. Is the declaration of the movie so fast? There are also movies and general animated movies. The construction period of 1 year is considered as short. How did Jo Hong manage to produce the movie in such a short time? Jo Hong didn't know what Simon Ching was talking about, so he explained, to be honest, I thought it was a lie when the animation company notified me when it was done, but watching the finished film, I don't think there is any problem at all. I can only say that this time we picked up the treasure. What animation company? So powerful. It's called Long AO Animation. It's a new company. It has done some short films before, and it's the first time they have done a long-form animation. Well, that was really lucky. Simon Ching felt that this company must have evolved, otherwise, how could a normal person make an animated film in such a short time? There is not enough time just to draw a manuscript. At that time, ask the people from Tsingyi to find out what the name of the animation company is like Long Ao Tian. Then it's like this, Jo Hong continued, regarding the premiere of this movie, I don't know if you are free, Teacher Chinger. No time, Simon Ching rebuffed decisively, what are you kidding me? If I appear on the table in a majestic manner, how many giant fans will trouble me? People will throw mineral water bottles on me at that time. How to do? No www.novelmtl.com. The guests at the premiere must have been screened in advance. Teacher, don't worry, there will be no embarrassment to you. Jo Hong promised again and again. Simon thought about it for a long time, and finally agreed. In this, she also considered the issue of Journey to the West. On the Earth, the movie Journey to the West was hit on the street, and the producer was in a loss. Ironically, it was later made known by piracy. Pokemon's rush on the street makes Simon Ching worry about whether a westward journey will be unacceptable. So if she goes to the premiere, she can create a little bit of heat, so that western journey can get better results. After hanging up the call with Jo Hong, Simon Ching took the script and came to Qin Yueo's room. Are you Yao, would you like to make an appointment? Huh? Qin Yueo asked, what's an appointment? Of course it's watching a movie, the premiere of Western Journey. What? The production is completed so soon? Isn't this just starting production? The dubbing will take a long time, right? Qin Yueo was also full of surprise. Simon Ching said, the time is mainly spent on dubbing. Other productions basically don't take much time. I seriously suspect that there is an evolutionary involved. Is there such a convenient evolutionary? The information explosion in modern society and the high-speed transmission of people's thoughts on the internet have made more brains known, and the chances of generating evolutionaries are far beyond ancient times, Simon King explained. Maybe there will be a personal projection someday. It's also possible to come out of Dior's ability. Don't, Qin Yuyeo said. It would be terrifying if Shitting's bug ability was really mastered, and Jiliang Jiying. Hey, I can't even think about it. Whether or not her comics will be projected is not something Qin Yuyeo can decide. Fortunately, Ximen Qing comforted her that the existence of the 8th evil rank is not a Chinese cabbage, and it is not so easy to appear. And as long as it doesn't reach the 8th fierce level, even the ability to stop and other bugs can't threaten them. There is one thing I forgot to tell you, Ximen Qing said suddenly. Forget it, I'll tell you when I have a chance in the future. That stuff is very rare. What is it? You said halfway. I'm very curious. Qin Yuyeo asked her by the hand. However, Ximen Qing deliberately sold her. Hey, want to know? Just show sincerity if you want to know. With that said, she turned her face to the side, and it was basically clear. Qin Yuyeo took a look and immediately let go of her hand. Forget it. Ximen Qing was a little disappointed. Are you Yao? Can't you pretend to be stupid? A woman who is too smart doesn't want a man. It doesn't matter, Qin Yuyeo said while drawing. My lifespan has allowed me not to find a man. Ximen Qing sighed, feeling that he couldn't afford to develop a failure. But this also has such benefits, she thought optimistically. What is unavailable is always in a commotion. This itchy feeling in my heart is really unstoppable. Qin Yuyeo looked up at Ximen Qing in narcissism, and shook her head helplessly. Sure enough, no one can cure her if the charter wife is not there. Sister Yunwu, come back soon, I can't stand it alone. Because there is no news from Ajian for the time being, both Ximen Qing and Qin Yuyeo have temporarily returned to live in Ziliang Yaezhuang. The days have returned to the calm of the past. Every day is to play games, scan Weibo Station B, or wear swimsuits to swim in the backyard. Summer is here, and it is a good day for swimming. Ximen Qing wears Xiaoguai and goes back and forth in the pool with dead reservoir water, like a mermaid. I'm back. Jin Huiwen returned home from school, took half a watermelon and went to the pool to watch Ximen Qing swim while eating melon. Ximen Qing got out of the water and looked at her. Why are you leaving school so early today? Sister, you forgot, today we have the final exam, and we will have summer vacation after the exam. Jin Huiwen replied. Summer vacation. Ximen was taken aback for a moment. So soon? Since resigning, she has no idea about time. She didn't expect to usher in the summer vacation unconsciously. Speaking of summer vacation, you will naturally think of swimsuits. Huiwen, do you have swimsuits? Do you want my sister to accompany you to choose them? Ximen Qing's expression gradually became funny. Jin Huiwen said, I have. When I enrolled in school, the school customized a set of school uniforms, including swimsuits. You are also dead reservoir water. Ximen Qing's eyes lit up, showing a look of excitement. Then let's have some time to do a dead reservoir water party? I don't know if Ru Yao has it, so please go online and order it for her. One set. I know her size anyway. How did you know? Of course it's a hand test. Ximen gestured triumphantly. Would you like to test it for you? The age of your recent growth and development may not be accurate before. No need, no need. Jin Huiwen clutched her chest and shook her head again and again. Speaking of which, she was also in 2003, and because of Western ancestry, she was taller than Su Yorong, and she was also more mature than Su Yorong. It's no wonder that Ximen Qing didn't choose to dispose of her at the beginning, but let her live in Ziliang Demon Village. This can be regarded as exposing her habit in a certain way. By the way, you have all finished the exam, why haven't Xiaoguai yet? Ximen asked in doubt. Why is the elementary school holiday later than the high school? We are private, Jin Huiwen said. We have few public classes, but there are a lot of after-school tutoring. I didn't report it so I left so early. Like the other people in our club, they didn't have the summer vacation. Similar. Ximen Qing asked Jin Huiwen to go to school just to let her experience life and make friends of the same age, not to make her really go for grades. After all, her education is higher than any teacher in the school. Therefore, there is no need to go to that kind of cram school. Right, Jin Huiwen suddenly thought of something and said to Ximen, recently some entertainment companies came to me and said they wanted to sign a contract with me, but I refused. But one seems to belong to your sister. Oh, is it Guz's house? Ximen Qing would occasionally mention Xingyi Education when chatting, so Jin Huiwen knew that the company that established PD-119 was actually the industry of Xingyi Education. Jin Huiwen became popular on the internet because of the song. At first, it was just a small hit. There are many similar examples on the internet, which are often short-lived and then finished. But Song Yunmu added a fire at a critical moment, making Jin Huiwen known to more people. Especially after the complete sound source of was released on the internet, it was widely praised. Jin Huiwen's popularity has also risen, and it is normal for someone to come to her door. What do you think? Ximen Qing asked her. Jin Huiwen thought for a while and said, I'm not interested. Her job is a killer, she is not short of money, and she is not interested in being sought after. Rather than standing on the big stage, she prefers to play and sing happily in the club room with grapefruit, matcha, and toffee. Then ignore it, Ximen Qing said. The amount of information on the internet is so large, no one will remember you after a while. 2 more hours later, Xiaoguai also came back. She carried her school bag and walked to Ximen Qing and Jin Huiwen who were cuddling on the sofa watching TV. I have something. Huh? What? You said? Ximen Qing looked at her. The little boy said, there is a show, I want to participate in it, in the capital, Beijing. Xiamen Qing said in surprise, how could someone so far away find you? The little boy said, I sang at the Children's Day party, and it was posted on the internet. Xiamen Qing just remembered that she had indeed taught her to sing a song Little Chicken Beep. I went to Weibo and saw it, and sure enough, this song was a bit of a buzz. Although not as exaggerated as PD119, at least it is still very popular in small circles. Open the music area at Station B, and you can see several cover songs on the rankings. A certain leader in Jingcheng probably saw the video of Xiaoguai singing with Tang Xiaotang, and thought he liked it, so he wanted to invite her to participate in the performance. It is estimated that the scene will not be small if you want to invite people to perform across the provinces. So Xiamen Qing said to the little obedient, don't go if you don't want to go. Those leaders will kneel when they see me. Why do you want to sing to them if you have nothing to do? Xiaoguai shook his head, I don't want to go. When are you interested in singing? Xiamen Qing looked at her. She has been raising a darling for several years. She is very clear about how much this child is in the middle school and to Xiamen. She is definitely not the kind of child who is interested in being on the stage. There must be some reason in it. Just listen to Xiaoguai explaining, this performance can be on TV. Xiaotang wants to go. Oh, I get it. It turned out to be to help a friend. Speaking of Tang Xiaotang, but Station B has a big up, if he can be on TV, it will also be of great help to the increase in popularity. Then you go, Xiamen King touched Xiaoguai's chin. When you go over there, you must protect Xiaotang, don't let any strangers approach you. Got it. Xiaoguai nodded. Speaking of which, the charter-in-law is now in the capital, Xiamen Qing said, you can let her take care of it when you get there. Anyway, her family is so rich. Oh well. Okay, go back to the room. When Xiaoguai returned to the room, Jin Huiwen, who had been leaning against Ximen's feelings, suddenly asked, Sister, can I ask you a question? What is the problem? Did you see something? Haha, Ximen King smiled, did you see it? Jin Huiwen said, I just think you didn't want the boss to go to the capital at first. Even if you let her go later, you still have to let Sister Wu watch. Is there anything you don't want her to touch? Ximen said in love, do you think that because of a video on the internet, someone will travel all the way from Beijing to Xiaoqing and call 2 elementary school students to perform? Yeah. Jin Huiwen thought about it carefully. It seems that this is what Yu read www.uukangshu.com. Although the song Xiaoguai sang was hot, it was only a small fire, mainly in the two-dimensional circle of Station B. It doesn't look like something that can be seen by leaders. When I heard her talk about this, the first thought that came to my mind was that someone over there was paying attention to her. Ximen Qing said, you know, Xiaoguai is the child left behind by the Zhang family, then the people on the side might want her to recognize her ancestor and return to her ancestry. Sister, don't you want the boss to go home? Ximen said in love, the charterer and I found her in the wolves at the beginning, a family that can let the newborn baby fall into the wolves, how can I rest assured to let her go back? This, maybe what's the problem? Ximen King sneered, no matter what he is struggling with, since I found the little boy, I should come over to admit my mistake and ask for forgiveness. Now I am doing these little moves around me, I care who he is, Zhang Titu. I won't give him this face. Jin Huiwen smiled, sister, you really treat the boss as your own child. That's not it, Ximen Qing said, I brought up this child. After speaking, she took out her mobile phone and called Song Yunryu, telling her about Xiaoguai again. After Song Yunryu heard this, she also had an attitude with her, don't worry, I will be optimistic about it. It is so easy for the Zhang family to take her back. Isn't there any news about Ageni? Ximen Qing asked. No, Song Yunryu said. Lian Iryi went back to Lian's house a few days ago. It was really miserable. Half of her life was gone. He said that the last time he saw Ageni was in a submarine. After that, the submarine was attacked by an unknown creature, and Ageni disappeared. It's no surprise what happened to Ageni. Forget it, leave her alone, Ximen Qing said. Let's live our own lives as usual. Why should we be so tired by her? Then I live here for a while, I'm afraid that something will happen to my brother. Song Yunryu said. Alright. After hanging up the phone, Ximen King went back to the room and was going to brush Station B to see if there were any good-looking new fans recently. When I opened my account, I saw a bunch of red private messages. Seeing the red dot in the upper right corner is really unbearable. She originally planned to click in and then immediately exited. But among the bunch of glowing roots, a private letter caught her eye. No one, because the user who sent this private message, the profile picture is the official profile picture of PD119. Because I am following this show recently, Ximen Qing is too familiar with this profile picture. Is it high imitation or ontology? Ximen clicked in with curiosity. It turns out that it is really the main body of the program group, and sending a private message to her is an invitation to song. Do you want me to give one of the 2 performances of the final stage? Ximen Qing originally thought that she would come to her in the 3rd round of original songs, but it turned out to be the last round. The elimination process of PD119 is roughly divided into 4 rounds. In a round of group duels, the 2 groups performed the same song, 120 into 60. The second round of position evaluation is the one that Ximen Qing went to see before, 60 and 36. 3 rounds of original tracks, a total of 6 original songs, voted by the audience to allow their favorite players to enter their favorite tracks. If the number of players exceeds the limit, it will be adjusted later, 36 into 24. The 4 rounds are the final stage live broadcast. The 24 people were divided into 2 groups and each performed a piece of music. Then the audience voted online, and the highest number of votes was 12. Xiamen Qing is now invited to write a song for one of the 2 groups on the final stage. Of course she can't write songs, she won't be able to learn in this life, so she can only copy the songs she has heard. But which one is better to copy? Girls group, my memory still stays in the era when the Persian cat and you were electricity and you were light. Xiamen Qing was a little bit distressed. On the earth, there is no decent development of domestic women's groups at all. Either copy the Japanese AKB, translate Japanese songs into Chinese, and eventually develop into a strange house group with celestial characteristics. Or it is to copy Korea 101, the audition program is made into a show, and finally a strange girl group that is constantly torn between members and fans. All in all, Xiamen Love does not rely on hype marketing in its memory. The girl groups that really rely on works are basically ancient groups, such as Twins, Duddy, etc. As long as the name is mentioned, there will be a few familiar songs immediately reverberating in the ear. Moscow No Tears, Half Sugar Doctrine, I Don't Want to Grow Up. Quant is a good song that exposes age. How? Do you really want to take out the calories? Xiamen Qing recalled the fear of being dominated by calories, with a big head. But she really couldn't think of the relatively new Chinese girl group song. There are a lot of Koreans, such as G, Love, Up and Down. But it is a headache to think about Chinese lyrics. It doesn't matter, the old songs are old songs. Anyway, people here have never heard them. Xiamen Qing finally decided to use Chinese songs. As for which song to use, she thought for a while, and finally decided. It's You, Sakura Grass. The original singer of Sakura Grass is a sweet girl group. To be honest, there may not be many people who know the name of this group, but there are definitely a lot of people who have heard of this song Sakura Grass. That was the era when Taiwanese idol dramas were dominant. A star apple paradise dominated the TV screens of many homes and made this episode well known. Even many years later, mentioning Sakura Grass is still a fond memory of many uncles and aunts. Even middle-aged in 1992, no one should object to aunt and uncle, right? Because the lyrics of this song are for the duo, they are a little bit scattered, which can be distributed to the girls who will eventually perform on the stage. This is also one of the reasons Xiamen Qing chose it. Just do it when he thinks about it. Xiamen Qing found Jin Huiwen who was on summer vacation, and the two spent one night finishing the arrangement, then recorded a sample and sent it to the production team. If you change to someone else, the sample may only take about 1 minute, but she directly sent a full version with more than 4 points, and she didn't even discuss the details of the cooperation, so she was not afraid that the other party would not give money. This company belongs to the dog's family, which is equivalent to Xiamen's Love. Can she cheat her on her own? PD 119 program group. Hitching Xiao, hasn't the final stage repertoire been finalized yet? The colleague who was about to go out for dinner passed by Hitching Xiao's desk, watching him still there while listening to the song with headphones on, frowning and pushing him. Asked at once. Hitching Xiao took off his headphones and said in annoyance, no www.novelmtl.com. These composers have some good songs, but they don't match the girl group at all. I really have a big head. No way, who makes our country a complete novice in women's team, the colleague comforted. You can do your best, I will eat skewers and drink beer to bless you. Damn, do you still have humanity? Hitching Xiao kicked this damaging foot. Bring me something. Sorry, I'm going to watch a movie with my girlfriend today. It's 0 o'clock. I have my ID card. My colleague smiled trivially. You who don't have a girlfriend don't understand this kind of thing, hey. After he finished speaking, he ran away in a hurry, and Hitching Xiao's shoes would fly to his face any more slowly. Damn, it's great to have a girlfriend. Hitching Xiao, who was ridiculed, said angrily, I have girlfriends too, 2 of them. After speaking, he grabbed the earphones with his 2 girlfriends and put them on again, and then clicked on the next song. Please, come to a good song. If this continues, I will have cognitive impairment. Just as Hitching Xiao was suffering, suddenly an ethereal song rang in his ears. The evening breeze is blowing the bamboo forest, the cherry blossoms and grass in the hands of lovers, the smile of spring color strolling, planted, blossoming, youthful youth. When Xiamen Love recorded the song, Jin Huiwen was specially asked to sing with her. Because the original song was sung by 2 people, there are 2 timbres that highlight the characteristics of this song. This also caused Hitching Xiao to immediately feel that this song was the song he was looking for a girl group. That's it. When he looked at someone, he realized that the song was actually sent by Tsing Yi Yeast at Station B. I have used several of her songs when evaluating the location. This up master is really a talented girl. Hitching Xiao said with sincere emotion. Song Yunryo returned to the capital after a long absence, looking at the familiar scenery outside the window. She did not feel nostalgic at all. There are not many fond memories of childhood here, especially after the second uncle's death. So she didn't plan to go out for a walk, she just stayed in the room to paint every day. Song Yunj works in the company every day, just like ordinary office workers, and there is no sign of danger for the time being. But Ajani's words were really too mind-blowing, so Song Yunryo would put a talisman on his younger brother every day when he went out. Her Taoism is a bit crooked, different from the Taoism of everyone in the Song family, so she also has some skills that the ordinary Song family can't use at all. For example, the avatar, which is a kind of charm she developed by referring to JoJo comics, can create a spiritual body to protect Song Yunj in a short time, and once the charm is activated, she can also know it immediately. Big cousin. Suddenly, a young girl appeared at the door that opened, shouting to Song Yunmyu. Song Yunmyu looked back and saw that the girl was wearing cool clothes, not only exposed her arms and legs, but her collarbone and belly button were also clearly visible. The most eye-catching thing is the pair of pointed ears on the head. It's really you, big cousin. The girl ran over happily. I heard that you came back just after the summer vacation. It's been a long time. Lulu. Song Yunmyu said in surprise, have you grown up like this? The girl's name is Lu Xiaomo, the daughter of her aunt. When she went to university 5 years ago, Lu Xiaomo was only 11 years old. She was a little girl. She didn't expect to see her for a long time. She was already pretty. Lu Xiaomo threw himself into Song Yunmyu's arms and said happily, I want to kill you, big cousin. Why haven't you come back for so long? Hihi. Song Yunmyu didn't know what to say, and was about to find a topic to fool around. Suddenly she found two things dangling in front of her eyes, and she subconsciously grabbed it. Lu Xiaomo whispered and fell softly into Song Yunmyu's arms. Song Yunmyu squeezed curiously, and she began to tremble. Big cousin, ears are very sensitive. Oh, sorry. Song Yunmyu quickly let go, and then said with emotion, I didn't expect that your Lu family's blood is really a donkey. She knew that the Lu family was also an evolutionary family, but it was not large in scale. But what kind of specific it is, I haven't really understood it carefully. When Lu Xiaomo heard this, he immediately pleaded, it's not a donkey? Big cousin, this is rabbit ears. You can't think I am a donkey just because of my surname Lu. What? Rabbit. Song Yunmyu looked at her pair of pointed ears again, which really looked like donkey ears. Isn't it a donkey? Of course not. Lu Xiaomo's eyes widened, and his ears were swaying, as if protesting. Okay, I'm not good. Although Song Yunmyu doubted whether Lu Xiaomo's father was afraid of hurting her self-esteem, she lied to her and said it was a rabbit, but it is better not to talk too much about this kind of thing. She said it's a rabbit, so it's a rabbit. At this time, Lu Xiaomo, who looked around, spotted Song Yunmyu's drawing table. Big cousin, you are really a cartoonist now. I heard that the 8 pieces of dragon was painted by you, really? Well, yes. Song Yunmyu nodded. Lu Xiaomo said, you also painted Attack on Giant. Why do you want a eunuch? Seeing her excited look, Song Yunmyu really did not expect to meet a fan in her own home. She had to explain, this is not my eunuch. I also work with people. They don't provide scripts, and I can't draw them. That's it. Lu Xiaomo's ears drooped. That's a pity. I really want to know what will happen next. Song Yunmyu sighed in her heart. I want to know too, but what can I do? LV Xiaomo was lost for a moment, and suddenly raised up and asked, then Wang Shu who painted JoJo's Bizarre Adventure is also familiar with you? Yes, Song Yunmyu said. What? Are you a fan of her too? It's not me, Lu Xiaomo said. I prefer your big cousin's cartoons, but I have a good friend who likes JoJo very much. If she knows that you are my cousin, she will definitely envy me. She likes JoJo, why should she envy you? My cousin, you are very familiar with teacher Wangsha, then can I ask you to sign or even take a photo? LV Xiaomo said excitedly, speaking of signing, let's take a photo with my cousin. We have many classmates are your fans. Song Yunmyu looked at this little fan and smiled dozingly. Compared with the members of the Song family, these relatives are more harmonious with her. After taking the photo together, Lu Xiaomo excitedly said that she would introduce her good friend to Song Yunmyu www.novelmtl.com. It was still early to see Song Yunmyu, and Song Yunj would go out with Lu Xiaomo after a while after get off work. Hey, Zhang Shiyun, I'll give you half an hour. See you in the old place. If you have something good, wait and regret it if you don't come. Lu Xiaomo hung up and took Song Yunmyu to a milk tea shop called the Old Place. When did this shop open? Song Yunmyu drank milk tea and praised, it tastes very good. Hey, is it delicious? Lu Xiaomo said proudly, I deserve it. Huh. Song Yunmyu suffocated her mouth with a sip of milk tea, her face full of surprise. Lu Xiaomo said, this milk tea shop was opened by me and that friend. She is in charge of the store and I am in charge of the recipe. How can you make milk tea? Song Yunmyu asked. Lu Xiaomo pointed to his head covered by the hat. Jade Rabbit smashes medicine. Once our Lu family awakens blood, that one will be a master pharmacist. But, this is milk tea. Milk tea can also be healthy. Food tonic is much better than medicine tonic. Lu Xiaomo explained. Suddenly, Song Yunmyu grabbed her hand and said excitedly, then can you even match the seasoning for cooking? Yes. Lu Xiaomo was unsure, but he nodded. So is there any kind of seasoning that can be delicious even if the salt is added and the dish is burnt as long as it is sprinkled on it? Lu Xiaomo looked dumbfounded. How could there be that kind of thing? The seasoning can only be seasoned, but it doesn't completely change the taste. If it really has that effect, all I can think of is hallucinogenic potions. Yes, is that right? Forget it. Song Yunmyu was a little lost. She has always wanted to make a good meal that will make people truly say delicious dishes, but it's a pity that she doesn't fulfill her wish. Even if she makes instant noodles, she can have problems. Losing hope, Song Yunmyu was drinking milk tea listlessly. Just then, the store door opened. Lu Xiaomo looked out the door excitedly, but soon turned back disappointed. The visitors were not her friends, but ordinary guests. A man and a woman looked like a couple. They ordered something and sat down by the window. This was nothing at all, but then the man actually took out a pack of cigarettes and a lighter. Hey! Lu Xiaomo stopped drinking immediately. No smoking here. In the capital, smoking is not allowed in all covered public places. There is a non-smoking sign next to the man. Hearing Lu Xiaomo's call, he glanced at her, then continued to light his cigarette. Lu Xiaomo gave the waiter a look, and immediately one of the waiters went over to persuade the man to put down the cigarette reluctantly. Originally, things were over here, but what was speechless was that the man picked up the lighter and cigarette again after the waiter turned and left. Lu Xiaomo can't bear it anymore. This shop belongs to her. She walked over and knocked on the table, pointed to the no smoking sign on the wall and said, "Can't you see what's written on it? The waiter has already warned you once, why continue to smoke?" Tisk. The man glanced at her disgustingly, then chose to ignore it and continue lighting his cigarette. Upon seeing this, Lu Xiaomo directly picked up the milk tea and threw it at the cigarette that had just been lit. Grass. The man stood up and pinched Lu Xiaomo's neck with one hand. But Lu Xiaomo was obviously more agile than he thought, so he retreated and avoided the catch. The waiter in the shop also stopped immediately. Lu Xiaomo pointed outside the door and said, "Kick him out, and he will not be allowed to enter the store in the future." "Grass mud horse, little bitch, dare you," the man yelled. However, there are a few men among the waiters, and he can't get rid of it alone. Lu Xiaomo said to Song Yunryu with some annoyance, "It's really unlucky, I came across such a thing." Song Yunryu didn't intend to say anything, but she suddenly looked at the smoking man who had been pushed to the gate. I saw the man roar and shook the four waiters around him. His head has completely turned into an elephant head, a long silver nose, two snow-white ivory, and the skin of his whole body has also turned silver. This guy, Lu Xiaomo, was obviously very surprised to discover that he was also an evolutionary, but what was even more surprised should be that this guy actually showed his ability to make trouble in a crowd. This is absolutely forbidden in the regulations of the Mystery Alliance. Once committed, the highest death penalty will really start in 3 years. Song Yunryu put out a hypnotic talisman and put all ordinary people to sleep, then said, "This is the white elephant essence of Shichuling. The number of original species is limited, and many abilities have unique characteristics. For example, the only record that can become an elephant's head is the bloodline of the two kings of Shichuling in Journey to the West. Unless it is the first seed of the new awakening, seeing the elephant head will basically be able to confirm that it belongs to this clan. The White Elephant clan has also been brilliant once, so the blood is spread more widely. Later, with the change of the times, it declined. Now there is no strong family power, but there are 1 or 2 White Elephant clan masters working for the country. The one in front of him is obviously a wild one, and with a little ability, he thinks he is the biggest, and he wants to use violence to override the rules. Come here to Laozi. Bai Xiang shouted at Lu Xiaomo. The roar was really loud, and it directly formed a gust of wind, blowing the store to pieces. Even the hat on Lu Xiaomo's head was blown away. He saw Lu Xiaomo's ears and suddenly realized, it turns out to be a donkey monster. No wonder the temper is so bad. You are a donkey. Your whole family is a donkey. Lu Xiaomo scolded. Heh, you may not figure out the current situation. The white elephant suddenly flicked his nose and drew it towards Lu Xiaomo like a whip. The moment Song Yunryu was about to make a move, the white elephant's movements suddenly stopped, as if he had lost his inertia, and he immediately froze there. Then he saw that his elephant's face was covered with shock, but his knees were slowly kneeling to the ground. Seeing this scene, Lu Xiaomo happily said to Song Yunryu, "My friend is here." Friend. Song Yunryu looked outside the store. At this moment, a girl about the same age as Lu Xiaomo came in. Holding a book in her hand, she walked and read, so that the white elephant was in front of her without paying attention. The white elephant who had just knelt down hit the ground directly, allowing her to step on him like a carpet. She walked to the elephant's head position, just stood on his heavenly spirit cover, closed the book and said to him, the most basic common sense, more than half of the human body is water. If you can control water, then you are in control. You have the right to own the body and make trouble in my shop. Don't think about going out intact. Does it belong to the Zhang family? Song Yunryu's eyesight can naturally be seen. The young girl in front of her is using the same abilities as Xiaoguai, and she can even compete with Xiaoguai in terms of level. Even if Xiaoguai is still a child, she is ranked on the list of natural disasters and man-made disasters. Du Yushun, the evolutionary of the Rain Master who followed Lian Qinjun at the beginning, was easily defeated by Xiaoguai. The girl's blood concentration is obviously quite high, otherwise it would be impossible to manipulate the water in the human body to make such a precise action. The white elephant male looked very angry, but in the face of crushing strength, he was only incompetent and furious. The girl and the white elephant looked at Song Yunryu after speaking. Hello sister, I am Lulu's friend, and my name is Zhang Shiyun. Song Yunryu did not reply, but suddenly rushed towards Zhang Shiyun. A huge cobweb crack suddenly appeared on the floor of the milk tea shop, which was stepped on by Song Yunryu. It was obvious that she had used her great strength. Before Zhang Shiyun could react, he saw Song Yunryu hit her face with a punch. Because of the fast movements, she could only close her eyes and hit her fists. Spray. A muffled sound rang in Zhang Shiyun's ears, shaking her head dizzy. Only then did she realize that there seemed to be something behind her. Song Yun-woo was not hitting her, but someone behind her. Realizing that he was almost attacked, Jang Shiyun turned around and saw a woman looking at her with red eyes. Lu Xiaomo recognized immediately. Isn't that woman the companion who came with the white elephant? She thought she was an innocent person, but she didn't expect that the situation seemed not simple. Song Yun-woo pulled Jang Shiyun behind him. Be careful, this woman is a bit weird. Jang Shiyun was also a little palpitated. This woman could even touch her behind her silently. If Song Yun-woo were not there, she might have suffered now. Hehe, the woman rubbed her fist and said to Song Yun, as a mortal, your strength is pretty good, but it's a pity that you ran into the deity today. A mortal? The deity. Song Yun-woo was attracted by her strange way of speaking, and the woman took the opportunity to turn into a stream of light and flashed behind her. Seeing that Song Yun-woo was about to be pierced by a claw, a dragon wobbled its tail and just kicked on the woman's belly. The woman who had just stood up suddenly flew out like a football, hit the wall, and landed on the street. Song Yun-woo immediately played a blinding talisman to ensure that what happened here would not be seen by ordinary people. Sorry, Lulu, Song Yun-woo said, your shop may be demolished today. It's okay, eldest cousin, isn't it just a wall? Lu Xiaomo said generously. No, there may be more than one side. Seeing Song Yun-woo dignifiedly looking outside the wall, Lu Xiaomo and Jang Shiyun realized that the woman who had been kicked out had stood up again. And this time, her head changed from a human head to an eagle head, and her arms became a pair of gold wings, and her whole person changed into a golden-winged big peng bird at a speed visible to the naked eye. It seems my guess is correct. Song Yun-woo left such a sentence and rushed towards the street. Lu Xiaomo and Jang Shiyun were stunned for a moment, and then Jang Shiyun, who recovered to his senses, immediately contacted the Mysterious Alliance. This kind of trouble caused by the evolutionists should have been solved by the Mysterious Alliance Masters www.novelmtl.com. Song Yun-woo, this is considered to be free part-time help. But before the people from the Mysterious Alliance came, they saw Song Yun-woo rushing back to the store holding the golden-winged day pen. The table was knocked over several times, but these were all fixed to the ground with nails, and the floor was lifted directly. When the two girls saw clearly, Song Yun-woo's hands were grasping the wings of the golden-winged rock, and his feet were also stepping on its bird head. Tear and pull Song Yun-woo tore off a pair of golden-winged daypen bird wings like a fried chicken. This naturally caused the heart-piercing screams of the golden-winged rock bird. But Song Yun-woo didn't feel any soft-heartedness, he just kicked again, and this time even his spine was crushed. The scream stopped abruptly, and she fainted completely. If it weren't for the evolutionary, it would have been dead for a long time to suffer from such an injury. Seeing Song Yun-woo's wings in one hand, Lu Xiaomo and Jang Shiyun were a little frightened. Big cousin, is it so cruel to use? She then remembered that there was such a rumor in the family that the heart-eating demon that ranked first in the disaster list was actually from the Song family. Isn't it the big cousin? Song Yun-woo smiled slightly, and then looked at Jang Shiyun. Do you think I'm serious about it? No, Jang Shijun pushed the bridge of his nose, but there were no black-rimmed glasses on it. This person seems to be a crazy fairy. Kuangxian? What is that? Lu Xiaomo asked in confusion. Jang Shiyun explained to her, evolutionaries, especially the mythology department, will also have a lot of information flow into their minds when they get projections. Those are all information built into the gods, that is, mythical stories. The development of myths is very messy. Everything can be mixed in. If you can't withstand this flow of information, you may be dominated by the existence in the myth. This is a crazy fairy. The evolutionary is not without risk. A part of the huge collection of human will suddenly descends into the body. How can a mortal body be so easily able to withstand it? The weaker science fiction and basic departments. Fortunately, the mythology is really a high-risk category. The more ancient myths are, the more complicated they are, such as Simon Love, because a zombie film made her change from being invulnerable to being blood-sucking. Even the entire Tsing-Yi sect had a similar situation. Those who can't stand the impact of the information flow and lose themselves are as if they were taken away by the characters in the myth. They will think that they are the character in the myth, and no longer think that they are human. The Mystery Alliance collectively refers to such existences as crazy immortals. Crazy immortals are very powerful, Jang Shiyun explained to LV Xiaomo. Even if most people evolve, there is a process to master and develop their own abilities. However, crazy immortals are different. They can use their abilities as in the myth. Played so vividly and vividly, even in the later period, it can produce evolution based on some modern knowledge. Song Yun-woo also added, and you have also seen that a large part of the gods in mythology despise mortals and think that they are superior. Such a personality can basically be judged as an antisocial personality disorder. The reason for using the word crazy is to show that these guys are like crazy beasts, which are extremely harmful to human beings. For example, the golden-winged rock bird, which was just torn by her hand, is a monster in the myth. There is no psychological obstacle to killing and cannibalism, and leaving it alone is a potential nuclear bomb. The Mystery Alliance has only one attitude towards the mad fairy: kill. At one time, someone tried to speak humanely with these fairies and monsters, but the result was very unsatisfactory, and once caused significant damage to the entire human society, so it developed into the current one-size-fits-all attitude. Song Yunryu was not a devil. If she was just an ordinary evolver, she wouldn't have been such a cruel hand. But Kuangxian was different. If it wasn't for the people of the Mysterious Alliance to confirm, she would have broken its heart long ago. The efficiency of the Mystery Alliance is still very high, only 5 minutes before and after the person arrives. In fact, the members of the Mysterious Alliance in the capital are mainly the Song family and the Zhang family, and they all know the people who come. Song Yunryu. There were 2 investigators, 1 man and 1 woman. The man showed a surprised expression after recognizing Song Yunryu. When did you come to the capital? I thought you would never come back. The man's name is Song Zongshu, a direct descendant of the Song family, and he should be Song Yunryu's cousin. Song Yunryu didn't intend to tell him about the old days, but said, "Do I have to report to you when I come back?" Haha, you probably forgot that you are now the most wanted criminal in Asia. Song Zongshu looked around. Tisk, you did this destructive power. It's not. Lu Xiaomo interrupted. It was these 2 guys who caused the trouble, and the surveillance was filmed. Okay, don't you go and give us the video materials. Song Zongshu grabbed Lu Xiaomo's ears and pulled her aside. Go and go. Don't scratch my ears. Lu Xiaomo was weak when he was caught in a sensitive position. Song Yunryu grabbed a straw and threw it out, dropping a few drops of milk tea on Song Zongshu's wrist. His Song Zongshu had a pain in his hand and released Lu Xiaomo. He clutched his wrist and wanted to say something cruel, but considering the difference in strength between the 2 sides, he could only glare at Song Yunryu and said, "If it weren't for you, I'll make you look good now." Song Yunryu didn't speak, but put the straw back into the cup. Upon seeing this, Song Zongshu quickly took a step back. However, Song Yunryu just continued to drink milk tea, and did not shake him again, which made him feel very shameless. In order to alleviate the embarrassment, Song Zongshu walked to the female colleague who came with him. "How is it? Can you be sure?" The girl's name was Zhang Ling, a member of the Zhang family. In fact, the evolutionary is not so particular about pedigree, such as direct collateral illegitimate children, have minimal impact on status. What really matters is the blood vessel concentration. People who cannot be awakened are at the extreme edge, like Song Yunryu's father. Even if they become the richest man, their status in the Song family is not high. Zhang Ling's bloodline concentration is relatively high, so Song Zongshu will not show any disrespect to her. Song Yunryu is quite special, saying that her bloodline concentration is low. No one in the entire Song family can beat her. Say that she has a high blood density, and even the basic talisman Deo technique is unfavorable. It's completely an alien. The Song family didn't know what to do to her, so they simply chose to let it go. She would do whatever she liked. The Song family would not deliberately make trouble with her, nor would it give her too much help. After checking the golden-winged rockbird, Zhang Ling stood up and said, "It's okay, it's a crazy fairy. You can prepare for it." "Okay." Song Zongshu turned on his law enforcement recorder and pointed it at Zhang Ling. At 10:21 on July 1, 2019, at the Moyun Milk Tea Shop on XX Road XX, it was confirmed that the crazy fairy, the gods belonged to golden-winged Daepan bird, execute the obliteration. After finishing speaking, an ice blade appeared in Zhang Ling's hand, and he cut off the golden-winged rock bird's head to make her head. But experience tells us that there is a high probability that something will happen to the harp. Just when Zhang Ling's ice blade was about to touch the feathers of the golden-winged rock bird, a voice came from outside the house, "Keep people under the knife." Zhang Ling is not acting in a TV series. Naturally, it is impossible for her to stop when someone shouts to keep someone under the knife. But what shocked her was that her hand couldn't move. As if losing control of her body, she just stood there with shock on her face. Not only her, but Zhang Shiyun, Song Zongshu, and Lu Xiaomo, who had just brought the USB flash drive to the side, had the same reaction, especially Lu Xiaomo. Her legs were trembling, and she might sit on the ground at any time. The only one who can act is probably Song Yunryu. Her expression was a bit solemn at this time, and she saw a tall blonde man walked in at the entrance of the store. He was wearing a short-sleeved t-shirt on his upper body. He was so tight that he could clearly see the shape of his muscles. The lower body is a pair of black pants and a pair of leather slippers for sandals. Although it looks casual, the coercion emanating from his body is extremely terrifying. Like the king of beasts, shocking the world. As soon as he walked in, he smiled and said, "My third brother, I'm here to save you." "Oh, there seems to be something wrong. Why did you become the third younger sister?" The golden-winged rockbird is a male in the myth, but this time the mad fairy is a woman, which is a bit embarrassing. The dying golden-winged rockbird said, "What can you say about a problem that a transformation technique can solve? Save me first. This mortal is too cruel, and I'm going to die." A dead word exited, and its head was suddenly crushed by a foot. Song Yunryu looked at the blonde man. "It's so good to save people as soon as you come in. You have to talk so much nonsense. In the words of someone in our family, you are pretending to be addicted. You need to be cured." The blonde man obviously did not expect this to happen. According to the routine, it should be his beast master's coercion that frightened everyone, and then calmly took away the golden-winged rockbird, and finally squeezed a few small ants to death. However, Song Yunryu's existence exceeded his expectations, and there was no chance to stop him. He could only watch his third brother being trampled to death. The blonde man's originally calm face could no longer hide his anger. His hair was like a fan with his own, and he danced without wind. "Do you know how rare it is for us to awaken a partner?" Song Yunwoo ignored him, but rubbed his blood-stained foot on Song Zhongsha's trousers. As a public servant, Song Zhongsha wears trousers even in the summer. Song Zhongsha's head was full of cold sweat, and he felt like vomiting about Song Yunwoo's actions, but the deterrent effect was so strong that he couldn't even open his mouth. The blonde man continued to ask, not to mention, it was my third brother who awakened this time, are you ready to bear my anger? Song Yunwoo wiped the blood away, and then looked at the blonde man, if I were you, I would definitely not talk so much nonsense, or did you forget what place it is? A crazy fairy in a small area, dare to walk out in the capital swayingly. Who gave you the courage? You mean that little fellow Zhang Jianhong? The blonde man sneered. Do you think I'm that stupid? I showed up under his nose without precaution. Song Yunwoo nodded, this is normal. It seems that some other crazy fairy is blocking him. The blonde man's head suddenly turned into a lion's head, and he opened his blood basin and said, so you don't expect anyone to save you? Today, you all have to die. In mythology, Shichuling green lion monster swallowed 100,000 heavenly soldiers in one bite, and this magical power was his signature. At this moment, when his lion mouth opened, he wanted to swallow everyone including Song Yunwoo. Even Song Yunwoo couldn't resist the huge suction power. At this critical moment, a light bulb on the ceiling suddenly exploded, and a beam of thunder struck the lion monster's body. It was knocked out in an instant, the suction force and the deterrent pressure dissipated, and everyone in the store was free. What's the matter? Zhang Shiyun looked at the door in surprise. Song Zhongsha quickly pulled out a few napkins to wipe his pants. Song Yunwoo had a headshot just now, but he was infected with a lot of disgusting things. At this time, it was Qin Yuyeo who appeared at the door of the store, not someone else. She looked back at Song Yunwoo and said with a smile, fortunately, I caught up, Sister Yunwoo, who is this guy? Song Yunwoo said, the monster that ran out of the myth is just slaughtered. With that said, she took out her mobile phone and turned off the above since the appearance of the blue lion monster. She knew that she could not solve this problem alone. Zhang Jianhong didn't show up right away, he was obviously held back. To break the game, there must be another 8 evil spirits. Among all the 8 evil spirits, Song Yunwoo could think of only 3 who could intervene in this matter. One is the 8 evil spirits in space with map cannon capability, the other is Sophie Ajani who is completely unpredictable, and the last one is Qin Yuyeo who can move along wires. The other 8 evil spirits can't quench their near thirst. So she contacted Qin Yuyeo quietly to let Qin Yuyeo know the situation here. There is a complete circuit from Xiaokang City to Beijing, and Qin Yuyeo didn't even need a second to rush over. The blue lion monster thought he was flying on his face, but he didn't know that it was him who was dying. Hearing Song Yunwoo's instructions, Qin Yuyeo didn't think much, just nodded and looked at the black lion monster outside the house. The latter was aging at a speed visible to the naked eye, and it was Qin Yuyeo who was using the power of his of death to draw away his vitality. If it's an ordinary evolutionary, she might kill the opponent with just one look, but the blue lion monster is too strong, even if it is the 8 evil spirits, it can only be killed slowly. Qin Yuyeo's current killing method is already the fastest. If thunder and lightning are used, it will take a few minutes to kill him. And the means of death can kill him in about half a minute. The blue lion monster obviously felt the threat of death, and he insisted on fleeing. But a big tree on the side of the road suddenly grew crazily, entangled him like an octopus. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't get rid of it. This is the power of the mother in Qin Yuyeo's 3-part god www.novelmtl.com. All plants that grow from the earth are under her control. In the end, the lion monster became a mummy in an unwilling roar. Qin Yuyeo waved his hand, and the tree that had grown wildly changed back to its original appearance. When she returned to the store, Song Zhongsha and Zhang Ling were reporting the matter to their superiors, while Song Yunwoo was comforting her with the terrified Lu Xiaomo. There was one Zhang Xian left. She came to Qin Yuyeo and looked at her excitedly. Qin Yuyeo leaned back a little bit when he was stared at by the aggressive eyes. What are you doing looking at me like this? Please, excuse me, are you teacher Wangshu? Zhang Xian asked. Huh. Qin Yuyeo only noticed that the book in the girl's hand was not Jojo's booklet. Unexpectedly, Qin Yuyeo was surprised to meet a fan in such a situation. Well, it's me. She naturally wouldn't deny it. The child seemed to have something to do with Song Yunwoo. Ha, it's true. Zhang Xiun looked very excited. Well, can I take a photo with you? Oh, yes. Qin Yuyeo occasionally meets such fans. As long as there are not too many people around, she generally won't refuse. If there are too many people, once you agree to take a photo with one person, it will be difficult to refuse any subsequent requests, which will be very troublesome. When the 2 people were taking a photo, a palm-sized water man suddenly condensed from a cup of milk tea that had not been finished. Qin Yuyeo noticed there for the first time, and then Zhang Ling and Zhang Shiyun also looked over. Ancestor. The 2 Zhang girls saluted immediately. Qin Yuyeo had a bad memory. The last time Zhang Jianhong made her appearance like this, she immediately became a billionaire. The slapped Xiao Shui Ren glanced at Qin Yuyeo and said, thank you this time. I'm just helping Sister Yunwoo. Qin Yuyeo felt a little cautious. Although everyone is said to be the 8 evil, you can completely ignore the common rules and sit on an equal footing. But after all, she was still a little girl, and she didn't take over as the 8 evil spirits so quickly. Zhang Jianhong was an elder again, so she was uncertain what attitude she should use. Zhang Jianhong said, this time they came here prepared and sent 3 crazy immortals to hold me in my footsteps, and then let the blue lion monster come to save people. If you don't come, the consequences may be a bit serious, so I owe it. You are a favor, and you will directly come to Jiang's family next time you have something to do. Yeah, I will. Qin Yueyao nodded, but didn't care much. She had nothing to ask for the Zhang family. But what are these guys? She was curious. Even Song Yunwu asked for help. 3 of them could hold one of the 8 evil spirits. These guys were definitely not easy. Zhang Jianhong said, it's nothing more than some problems left over from history. If you ask Zyman, I have something to deal with, so I will leave first. After speaking, the villain changed back to milk tea and fell back into the cup. Zhang Ling, Song Zongshu, and Zhang Shuling all breathed a sigh of relief. Qin Yueyao was also more comfortable. She asked Song Yunwu, Sister Yunwu, what is the origin of this lion? It's a crazy fairy, Song Yunwu explained to her, but the crazy fairy has another meaning to the 8 evil spirits. Old ancestor Zhang wants you to ask the idiot zombie for his purpose. That's okay, let me ask. Qin Yueyao turned into lightning and disappeared in the store. Seeing her disappear, Zhang Shiyun realized that she was interrupted by Zhang Jianhong when she was taking the photo just now. Looking at the phone that had been adjusted to the shooting interface, she was extremely disappointed. Upon seeing this, Song Yunwu said to her, it's okay, I'll just call her over later, it's very convenient anyway. Qin Yueyao returned to Ziliang Demon Village along the circuit. Zyman Qing was blowing her hair. Oh, are you Yao? If you can go on the right path in the future, don't climb the wires. This will easily cause the voltage to be unstable. You can see that the hairdryer is not working. Qin Yueyao said, I just went to the capital to save Sister Yunwu. Help the charter wife? What happened? Zyman Qing immediately stopped the hairdryer and looked at Qin Yueyao. There is a lion head, it's a crazy fairy or something, it looks very powerful. Huh? Have you met Mad Fairy? Have you caught it? Zyman Qing asked quickly. Qin Yueyao shook her head. Kill? That would be a pity. Zyman Qing felt a little distressed. Qin Yueyao said, Sister Yunwu said crazy immortal has a different meaning to the 8 evil spirits. Sister Zyman, can you tell me? Zyman Qing nodded, of course. After that, she pulled Qin Yueyao onto the sofa and explained to her, I didn't mean that I would tell you something when I met later. I mean crazy fairy. The so-called crazy fairy, you can understand it as crazy. The gods are only harmful to human society, not good at all, so the corresponding policy in the mysterious alliance is to kill, and death is better than anything else. But that's for ordinary evolvers. For us, crazy fairy actually has more valuable ways to use it. Catch it as a mount. Qin Yueyao thought suddenly. The blue lion monster is the mount of Manjushri in Journey to the West. Zyman Qing shook his head, of course not. I told you that they are crazy and can't be tamed. The valuable method I said refers to the refiner. Refiner. Yes, because Kuang Xian has abandoned human rationality, he can carry more projections of human consciousness, which has led to them being very powerful, and there are many existences that exceed the level of charterers. Zyman said in love, this kind of crazy immortal is infinitely close to the 8 evil spirits, do you know what I mean? It's very strong? What else does it mean? Qin Yueyao was puzzled. Pay attention to the details, which means that Kuang Xian is a kind of treasure of heaven and earth with a lot of divinity. Zyman Qing showed a look of eagerness. Every crazy god, if you can grab it and pull away from the divine nature, that would be an excellent material for casting the artifact. Why is the silly ghost feather night crow so strong? Even your thunder and lightning can bounce back, because a lot of divine nature has been injected into it. Oh, I understand, Qin Yueyao suddenly realized. In other words, the 8th fierce level treasures must be made with crazy immortals. That's right, that's what it means, Zyman King smiled. If it can be made by just digging a few pieces of iron, wouldn't the world be overwhelmed by the 8 evil creations long ago? Then, Sister Simon, do you have it too? Qin Yueyao suddenly realized that Zyman Qing had never used something similar before, and the only tool he had used was the golden wind sword from the island country. Zyman Qing's expression changed slightly. There are some, it's a glove www.novelmtl.com, but I don't want to use it very much. You have lived for so long, is there only one? Qin Yueyao asked. Zyman Qing said, the soldiers are expensive and not too expensive. Generally, the 8 evil spirits will specially refine 1 or 2 divine tools, and then inject all the divinities they have acquired into them, so that they will become stronger and stronger. That's it. Qin Yueyao understood. No wonder Zhang Jianhong would let her come back to ask Zyman Qing. It is probably because she saw her killing the Lilian monster without any mercy. I thought she was a bit wasteful. In fact, if Qin Yueyao really wanted to catch the lioness alive, it wouldn't be a big problem. So there are many such crazy immortals. Qin Yueyao asked. 5 of them appeared in one breath this time. I feel that they are quite organized. Isn't it? Zyman King said with disdain. There was a time when the mysterious alliance was mentally disabled and wanted to engage in humanitarianism. Instead of killing the Kuang Xian, it also took the initiative to release them, and even provided a lot of assistance. As a result, these guys killed a lot of evolutionaries directly after becoming a climate, and established a crazy fairy organization called the Temple of All Gods. The purpose is to help more crazy fairy get rid of the pursuit of the mysterious alliance. Every year in the world there are so many cases where the cause of death is unknown, most of which were actually caused by crazy immortals, and some weird faith sects also have their shadows. That's it. Qin Yueo suddenly saw an electric arc on his forehead. Then if you find this temple, wouldn't you be able to gain a lot of divinity? Hehe, Ximen Qing smiled. Qin Yueo is indeed the 8 evil, and his brain circuits are different from ordinary people. You are right, but those guys will hide, except for the crazy immortals who are not adapted to modern society when they first come. It is generally difficult to find out. After all, their essence is actually human. Qin Yueo said, didn't I say that there is a new ability under development? Maybe it can come in handy. New ability? What? Ximen Qing remembered that Qin Yueo mentioned this new ability when she was looking for Ajani before, but after so many things changed, Qin Yueo never mentioned this new ability. Qin Yueo said, I can manipulate the electric current. I just wondered if I could manipulate the computer. Damn, are you planning to become an electronic empress? Ximen Qing exclaimed. The power of thunder and lightning is completely two concepts in modern and ancient times. In modern society, electricity is already in every corner of human life. If it can be controlled to that extent, then Qin Yueo can be said to control most of the world. No, Qin Yueo shook her head. For such a complicated thing, even if I have that concept, I can't do it so easily. If you give me 100 years, I might really be able to do it. That's not anxious, Ximen said. Anyway, you will live forever, and 100 years will not be too long for you. By then, you will be the god of the world. Qin Yueo didn't have much interest in this. What do I want to be a god for? Let others burn incense for me? I wonder if this ability is just looking for someone. At present, I can't do such a precise thing as a computer. But if you just read the information, you can still do it. You mean? Ximen Qing immediately realized what she was talking about. Yes, as long as there is a circuit, I can now connect to any surveillance camera and get its picture, which makes it much easier to find someone. Niu Beer? Are you Yao? Ximen Qing hugged her. Come on, this is your reward. Qin Yueo, rightward arrow _ rightward arrow. Qin Yueo began to investigate the temples. But after all, it was an organization that had dealt with the mysterious alliance for many years, and suddenly there were not many valuable clues. Before that, another thing that happened suddenly attracted all Qin Yueo's attention. Said it was sudden. In fact, Ximen Qing had already given her an early warning. That was the attack on her sister Qin Yuki on the internet. Cyber violence is an unavoidable problem since the birth of the internet. The internet is not a reality, and there is a serious lack of supervision. This has also caused countless people to completely expose their ugly face that they usually disguise in the three-dimensional. The internet is like a garbage dump, where all the negative emotions of people can be poured out. The cause of the incident is simple. Qin Yuki sings out of tune. It wasn't a big thing at first, but it happened that she ranked very high in the show. A large group of immature people begin to feel, why can't she sing and dance, but still be successful, top ranking? It's unfair. This type of people are either those who live in the ivory tower and have not undergone social trials and feel that fairness is supreme, or they have experienced various setbacks and injustices in the society, but they still cannot accept the reality. The show is drawn to people with negative emotions in their hearts. In fact, with the development of the times, a person's popularity is no longer limited to singing and dancing. Some people can be liked by a face and personality. This is an objective fact that no one can deny. Qin Yuki is like this. She can be hot. To put it simply, God eats rice. How can such a person not be jealous? Business has earned hundreds of millions of net worth. When others see it, they will only feel that they don't have that ability. If they win the lottery and get hundreds of millions of net worth, others will think I can do it. Why not me? As one of the 7 original sins, jealousy is terrifying. Some people brought Qin Yuki into a colleague who was not as good as him but promoted faster than him. Some people substitute Qin Yuki for classmates whose grades are not as good as their own, but because they are handsome/beautiful, they chase after classmates. There are even people who just watched Qin Yuki's popularity and wished her to suffer. Such a large number of negative emotions erupted on the internet, forming a full ridicule of Qin Yuki. Those who scold Qin Yuki for singing out of tune are still normal. What's even more exaggerated is that someone has started to fabricate her rumors on the internet. Some say that she is in the top position under unspoken rules, some say that she often beats teammates with another face behind the camera, and some say that she is actually a very unusual debut candidate. In short, the keyboard guys use the greatest malice to speculate, and then believe what they have imagined to be true and spread them everywhere. Some passersby who don't know the specific situation occasionally see some marketing articles, and naturally they have a bad impression of Qin Yuki. Later, the situation spread to Station B. Some ghost animal videos about Qin Yuki have been released continuously. At first it may be some malicious up releases, but later, as the storm intensified, many up owners who were thinking about the heat also began to produce Qin Yuki related ghost animal videos. Some up conscience is not too bad, so they tune in and sing a song. But some guys who didn't have a lower limit started to fill in some very nasty words, and then let Qin Yuki sing it through the tuning, and even put her on pigs, dogs, and other animals. People who like Chin Yuki are naturally very angry when they see this kind of thing. Especially Chin's mother. It is said that she has insomnia, and she once called to ask Chin Yuyo to take her little daughter back and stop participating in this show. Chin Yuyo was also very uncomfortable when she received a call from her mother, but she still persuaded her mother to let her sister choose. Xiamen Qing naturally knows all of this. She sighed in her heart, and she has indeed reached this point. Fortunately, she let Guza take care of the fan base in advance, and did not let Chin Yuki's true love fan end. Otherwise, this war would be even more terrifying. There is also such a the Earth, who was once mocked by the whole network, like the biggest sinner in the world. A big girl is turned into a ghost, and many of them are still insulting. What can she do? Cold dressing. It's really cold, just choose to ignore it. Those people who love to ridicule, go to ridicule. She doesn't move at all. With the passage of time, more and more people like her, and her career is flourishing. That period of ridicule all over the internet seemed to cease to exist. But can things really go by like this? Does the damage once caused really disappear? Xiamen Qing knew that Chin Yuki could also have a good future following that. Her fire cannot burn the internet, and it will take at least 100 years for Chin Yuyo to control the internet. The 8 evil spirits seem to be helpless with the internet. Cold processing seems to be the best solution at present. But I refuse. Xiamen Qing felt angry when she saw Chin Yuyo's uncomfortable look after hanging up her mother's phone. How could she let those keyboard guys live so comfortably? On that day, all 36 church members of Tsingyi Church received the highest order from the leader. Then, within a few days, there were a lot of news about Keyboard Man being arrested for spreading rumors on the internet. For example, a well-known ID that Chin Yuki relied on unspoken rules in the post bar was revealed to be an unemployed vagrant who does odd jobs everywhere. Because there are a large number of people calling her big guy on the internet, they enjoy this feeling, so fabricated Chin Yuki's rumors and pretended to be a big man who could get inside information. This person was eventually fined and detained, and life became more difficult. There is also a student who is only in the first year of junior high school. Because he has watched too many dramas, he likes to make up some plots that are not compatible with his teammates on the internet, and then pass them out as real. Because the age of the person cannot be seen on the internet, many people believed her lies, which made her feel the respect for the adults, and she was extremely satisfied. Because she is a minor, she can't be punished, but her parents were both expelled from the company because of her, and they were also blacklisted by many companies. Can imagine what kind of good days will be waiting for her in the future. In addition to these two examples, there are also many keyboard man sprays who have paid a price for their actions. For a time www.novelmtl.com the online attacks on Chin Yuki subsided a lot. It's not that there are fewer people who hate her, but that she is afraid. When the internet can no longer provide them with adequate protection, these guys all shrank. How is it? Xiamen Qing took the tablet to Chin Yuyo to ask for credit. My sister is great, isn't it? Thank you sister Xiamen. Chin Yuyo thanked her sincerely, but this method of pressure will cause greater backlash. It's okay, Xiamen Qing said, since I've pressed it down, I have no plans to let them bounce back. Those keyboard guys who were severely punished were subject to formal legal procedures, and they should have been punished in the first place, but the people didn't raise officials before they didn't. What Tsingyi teaches is just to find those people and provide enough evidence of the crime. To be honest, Tsingyi sect is the partner of justice. The keyboard man is always annoying, no one will help them, and now many people on the internet are celebrating the keyboard man being punished due to it. Then the program team issued another statement, saying that it was not only Chin Yuki, but any girl who received such unfair treatment. The program team would stand up and bring justice to her. Attached is a routine essay that exaggerates the emotions, let the fans breathe out, but also make the fans speechless. Moreover, Guza's company has gained a lot of positive public opinion, and its stock price has risen day after day. By the way, for the ghost and animal videos at Station B, Xingyi Jiao wisely chose to pursue a single up owner, and then gave some hints to the official Station B naturally. Station B took the initiative to help block those insulting videos. Station B is in a period of rapid development, and many people are jealous, and they are very sensitive. It is impossible for them to help those UPS and program groups rigidly for a few illegal videos. Chin Yuki's incident has come to an end for the time being. It's not that no one has hacked her on the internet. People who hate her are always there, but the scale is marked. Those who said she was unworthy of a high position and those who said she was not capable had nothing to do, but all those who maliciously fabricated rumors and insulted personality were all given due punishment. Because of this incident, the popularity of the program has also increased a lot. It was originally a big fire variety show, and now more people know it. Except for Chin Yuki in the event center, other players have more or less benefited. The most obvious one is Jinmenzu. Because she was also the first grade F, she was compared with Chin Yuki the most. If Chin Yuki is always the same, and the performance of strength is always F, Jinmenzu is steadily rising, and she can see her progress every stage. Especially in the third round, her performance was amazing, and the selfie video suddenly became popular on the internet. She is like this, which is the favorite of the audience who love to develop. In addition, some people who hate Chin Yuki will use her support to show her position, which makes her ranking soar. Jinmenzu, who was still on the verge of elimination, rushed to the 5th place in one breath, a very dark horse. The ranking has been greatly improved. Jin Menzo should be very happy, but her mood does not seem to be very happy. Do you have anything to worry about? The dust that sent her meals every day was naturally the first to notice. Jin Menzo glanced at him, then continued to look into the distance, and sighed. Let's listen, maybe I can explain it to you, Chen Guang said eagerly, unable to see her appearance. My ranking came up after taking advantage of Yuki's advantage. It feels very unpleasant. Jin Menzo said his own thoughts. She and Shin Yuki have always been good best friends in the same dormitory, and they have collaborated on stage twice, but this incident made her feel a little bit sorry for Shin Yuki. After all, she relied on Shin Yuki's black powder to get to the 5th position. So that's the case, Chen Guang said. I don't think it is a good way for you to worry about it alone here. Why don't you ask her in person? Ask? How to ask? Jin Menzo asked back, how can I ask? Why can't you ask? Isn't the relationship between you very good? Chen Guang looked at her suspiciously. This straight look left Jin Menzo speechless. She nodded. Okay, I will ask her now. Jin Menzo found Shin Yuki in the dance studio, who was practicing the next round of original performance. Although she sings out of tune and dances well, it is definitely not because of her laziness. She really doesn't have this talent. Menzu, why are you here? Seeing Jin Menzu, Shin Yuki ran towards her as usual, without seeing any barriers at all. This made Jin Menzu a little relieved, and she asked her questions. Shin Yuki looked dumbfounded. Why should I be angry when you rank up? I am too happy to make our debut together. You didn't know that I thought you were going to be eliminated some time ago. How reluctant. Jin Menzu didn't expect that she actually thought so it seemed that the matter was completely that she was thinking too much by herself. She hugged Shin Yuki and said in her ear, yes, I want to make a debut together. Hehe. Shin Yuki smiled silly. Oh, you are all here. A voice suddenly came from the side, and the two looked separately, only to see Kui Minjayu walking over with a few sisters. In this round, Shin Yuki was divided into a group with Kui Minjayu. Yuki came so early, Kui Minjayu said with a smile, do you know Wu well? I will teach you what I can't do. Thank you, there are a few things I don't understand. Shin Yuki immediately asked her question. The outside world may not know, but Kui Minjayu has a good reputation among all the players. She often helps some players who have difficulties. When someone asks for help, she almost never refuses. In this original song performance, the group she was in exceeded the limit and one person was driven away, so she also voluntarily withdrew. It would be a disadvantage to quit a track that had been practiced for a while, and then practice a new song again, but she did not hesitate at all. When she arrived at the new group, she not only stayed up all night to practice dance, but also helped the old man Shin Yuki in the original group correct her dance moves. Such a person is not only an audience, but her popularity among the members is also unique. Jin Menzu admired Kui Minjayu very much and worked hard with her as his goal. This is why her level has improved so quickly. Minjayu is simply a benchmark for women, Jin Menzo said with emotion. The online information flow update iteration is very fast. Yesterday, I was still making trouble for Shin Yuki's affairs www.novelmtl.com. It became another scene the next day. A hot search named 1000-7 suddenly reached the top of the hot search list, completely airborne. All this is due to the broadcast of the latest episode of Natsusura Ghoul. Just this week, the first season of Ghoul animation ended. In the finale, Jin Weian was subjected to various inhuman abuses by Jason the Gecko. He was also forced to keep answering how many 1000-7 equals, and then subtract 7, then subtract 7. This is repeated forever, in order to keep him energetic, sober, to feel the pain to the greatest extent. That picture is simply too much to look at. Then the gentle and kind little angel, why should he be so to him? He himself thinks so too, why should he encounter this? What did you do wrong? So, after some psychological changes, Jin Weian finally, blackened. In the end, the scene of Jin Weian fighting the gecko can be said to be very happy, especially when the question of 1000-7 is equal to, the mood that has been suppressed for a whole season is finally released, and it is a hearty release. Many viewers are cheering for Jin Weian, long live the blackening. Related fan works have not come out so quickly, but there have been more and more discussions in various places. Especially in places like Weibo where women dominate, all kinds of distressed little angels, and obsessed with the darkened Jin Weian, shouted for being handsome. 1000-7 naturally became a stock. No one had thought that a simple arithmetic could be linked to cruelty. It's over, Giant is not expected to continue in this life, Lu Cheng said in the group. Ghoul is so popular now, how many people will be thinking about Giant? The teacher is really too happy and uncomfortable demons. Chen Guangming is a loyal fan of Tsing Yi Yeast. Since last Christmas, he has been obsessed with yeast songs and can't help himself. He, who was already a little house, became more and more addicted, unable to extricate himself. Even after getting a good job and having the capital to attract sister paper, it still looks the same. Sometimes his friend Du Zitang wants to introduce him to a girlfriend, but he also decisively refuses. No, I live so comfortably now, why should I find myself uncomfortable? Once or twice, Du Zitang gave up his plan to help him get rid of the order. This made Chen Guangming a lot easier and had a very happy life every day. Especially recently he also likes a variety show called PD 119. There are hundreds of beautiful girls in there, except for a few cases, most of them are as beautiful as flowers. As the saying goes, quantitative changes cause qualitative changes, and so many girls who sing, dance, and dance together, the lethality also rises linearly. Chen Guangming is deeply in love with this show. Whenever a cute girl is eliminated, he will be very sad, and whenever his favorite girl is promoted, he will also cheer for joy. Among them, his favorite is Kui Minjayo. The person looks good, the figure is perfect, singing and dancing are all top in the whole show, such a perfect goddess is just like YY. For Kui Minjayo, he even specially created a firework, the kind of black technology product that can be typed in the sky and stays for a long time. As for the content of the words, it is naturally like Kui Minjayo, come on, I love you. Du Zitang was also relieved to see that his dead fat house friend finally became interested in the three-dimensional woman. He suggested, if you like it, do you want to chase after it? Your current status is not ordinary, maybe there is a show. What are you talking about? Chen Guangming blushed and hesitated, how can I fall in love with an idol? Wow, how old are you and you still believe these? Du Zitang said, which of those stars is really not in love? Don't the fans know it well? As long as they are not discovered, fans can always cheat by themselves. I deceived it myself. Why didn't Chen Guangming understand? You, don't speak so bluntly, this will make me feel very sad. What's so sad? Think about it, if she really doesn't fall in love, the probability of you being with her is 0, but if it's just a lie to fans, then the probability of you being with her is 0. Epic upgrade. Du Zitang's words are like the whispers of a devil, lingering in Chen Guangming's ears. He suffered from insomnia that night, and the next day, he found Du Zitang with a pair of bloodshot eyes. I don't think you are right. Du Zitang, who thought he would be awakened by himself, just felt caught off guard. Huh. Chen Guangming said solemnly, she does not fall in love. The probability of me being with her is 0, but others are also 0. If she is in love, the probability of her being with me may only be 1% or less, and the probability of being with others is as high as 99%, which is a loss no matter how you think, so I would rather she never fall in love. Du Zitang rolled his eyes when he heard the words, you are a typical loss aversion psychology. It's really hopeless. It seems that if you don't want it, she won't fall in love. I believe in her professional ethics, Chen Guangming said proudly, otherwise she is not worthy of my liking. Oh, Du Zitang was completely desperate for Chen Guangming. Forget it, let's talk about something else. My Interstellar Tyrant is almost finished, but the new book hasn't been finalized yet. What do you have to say? Come and listen, maybe it can give me some inspiration. Inspiration. Chen Guangming thought for a while, and said, what do you think of the transfiguration tattoo? It's the kind that a man's soul wears on a woman's body, and then you can give the protagonist a poisonous tongue attribute. I prefer this kind of style recently. By the way, you can still write me in and be a dragon at that time. Du Zitang. What's wrong? Why aren't you talking anymore? I'm a serious author. How can you let me write things like transfiguration? What should I do when others suspect that I am a pervert? Du Zitang rebuffed, okay, you don't need to say anything, even if I'm on the street. I don't know how to write that kind of stuff. Chen Guangming muttered, is it that bad? Do you like it so much? Du Zitang, let's talk about PD 119. I did a special investigation for you before. Because the last episode is live broadcast, so you don't need to record it in advance. They have some free time to hold a fan meeting. Do you want to go? Go? Of course I want to go, Chen Guangming said excitedly. It's so boring. Ximon King lay on the edge of Qin Yuyeo's bed, with his upper body outside. Is there anything fun? Qin Yuyeo said while drawing, if you're bored, go play a game. Why do you lie here and call it? I don't want to play games, and I don't know what's wrong recently. As soon as I matched, I encountered the dark sky that suffered 1,000 knives, Ximon Qing said depressed. I was about to be driven crazy by him. Why is this compelling so dark, and can be on the same side as me every time? Then you can go to play standalone. Qin Yuyeo continued without raising her head. Standalone is nothing fun, Ximon King complained. Although this world is the same year of 2019, the level of science and technology is a bit ahead compared to the Earth. After all, there are evolvers who are promoting it, and those black technologies are unreasonable. But with this kind of technology, it is generally used first for military use and then for civilian use, which has led to the advancement of the world's armed forces, while the entertainment sector is somewhat lagging behind. Why can the works produced by Ximon Qing be even more popular than on the Earth? It is also the blessing of such an environmental pattern. She wanted to find some fun games, but no one would do it in a company with that technology, which hurts. What kind of battle do you have? Everyone is happy to sit down and watch the comics and listen to the songs. Ximon was very dissatisfied. Are you Yao? You said that we must gather all the 8 evil spirits to develop a global military force. What about the policy? Let everyone play more and fight less. Isn't that great? Oh, I think I can go get the Bomberman Peace Prize. Qin Yuyeo disagrees with this. Although I don't understand it very well, I also know that this kind of thing cannot be solved with a simple solution. Come out, anyway, you are so talented. What do you think of me? The invincible platinum star. Ximon vomited a grievance, but suddenly he had an idea. Hey, don't say anything, make your own game. This seems to be really messed up. I remember that the charter wife and her second uncle seemed to have invested in a game company. Having said that, she immediately called Song Yunwoo, and after asking her second uncle's phone number, she called. Business people generally have multiple phone numbers, divided into work and personal use, so Song Yunwoo naturally gave it a private number. Although Song Xiaoqing didn't know who was calling, she still picked it up. When he learned that it was Simon King's call, he almost dropped the phone on the ground. Afterwards, he had a few words with Simon King tremblingly, and his face looked very ugly when he finally hung up the phone. It's all because of the last sentence of Simon Love. I can't tell you on the phone, I'll come to you and talk in person. Although I am familiar with Simon, I know she is not that ferocious, but she is the eighth evil after all. It's like a nuclear bomb in front of you, even if you clearly tell you that it will not explode, you will still know how to do it. Did something happen? Asked Su Yuanying, who was sitting across from him eating with him. Yes, someone is coming to see me. Song Xiaoqing wiped his sweat with a handkerchief, or I will send you back first. We just met. Su Yuanying was reluctant. She is a popular star and is very busy at work. She rarely finds time to meet with Song Xiaoqing. Why is she willing to have a meal and leave? So she begged, what friend? Can you take me to see you? Also, let's not. Song Xiaoqing said. His attitude is very strange. Su Yuanying said aggrieved, is that right? I'm sorry, I'm so self-righteous, I shouldn't make such an excessive request. When Song Xiaoqing saw that she had misunderstood, she quickly said, it's not like that, don't think about it, alas, forget it, come together if you want to see. Oh, Su Yuanying immediately changed from an aggrieved expression to a proud expression. The speed of this face change was like turning a book. Song Xiaoqing realized that she had been deceived. You, what's the matter with me? Su Yuanying smiled like a little devil, making Song Xiaoqing seem to have seen her 15 years ago. You promised me, don't regret it. I don't regret it, Song Xiaoqing sighed, I just want to say, your acting skills are really good. Thanks for the compliment. After a while, Simon's love came. Qin Yueo didn't follow him because he wanted to draw cartoons. Female. Simon Qing was wearing a hat and sunglasses. Su Yuanying didn't recognize her at once, but she looked like a female, and she was of a very high standard. Su Yuanying's heart suddenly burst. Whoever changed, the boyfriend would think too much in his heart if he wanted to avoid him and meet another beautiful woman. Song Xiaoqing quickly explained, don't get me wrong, I have nothing to do with her, and it's impossible to have anything. Oh. As he explained this, Su Yuanying immediately chose to believe him and laughed happily. After Ximen's love arrived, she found Su Yuanying the first time. Because she was in the box, Su Yuanying didn't make any cover. So she immediately ran over and hugged Su Yuanying. Hey, long time no see, why are you here? Sister Ximen. As soon as Su Yuanying heard Simon Qing's voice, she immediately recognized it. After all, this soft and waxy voice was too recognizable, and it was crisp to the bones every time she heard it. Song Xiaoqing didn't like to scan Weibo very much. Naturally, she didn't know that Su Yuanying and Simon Qing knew each other. He was also stunned when he saw his girlfriend suddenly being hugged by someone. At this moment, he really wants to ask, why are you so familiar? Simon Qing looked at Song Xiaoqing, and then at Su Yuanying, and suddenly understood, fuck. How did you two get together? Is it the line of the charter wife? What? Su Yuanying didn't know why. Don't you know? Simon Qing pointed to Song Xiaoqing and said, he is the uncle of the charter wife. Really? Su Yuanying was shocked. Next time, she looked at her boyfriend, are you Sister Yunwu's uncle? What's this all about? Song Xiaoqing couldn't laugh or cry. What is the operation of my girlfriend calling his niece and sister? It's all because of the old man. He was so old that he had a second child, which made him 7 years older than his niece, and there are even some nieces and nieces in the family who are older than him. Oh, no, Su Yuanying also realized this. Forget it, we just call our own. Really, why do you want to see Sister Ximen leave me? How could there be so many misunderstandings? She knew at a glance that there was no ambiguous relationship between Simon Qing and Song Xiaoqing. www.novelmtl.com. The look in her eyes could not deceive anyone. Song Xiaoqing sees Simon Love more like a good student sees social people. Song Xiaoqing said, close to the subject, let's talk about business. Well, that's right, Simon Qing said, I heard that you invested in a game company. Yes, Wild Demon Game Company, you should have heard of it. Song Xiaoqing said. Wild Demon, I know, it's a good company. Simon Qing thought of the previous collaborations, it's a generous shot. Do you have anything to do with the game company? That's it. I have a game plan, and I need to find a game company to do it. I am looking for a company with a lot of strength. Simon Qing said, since I was invested by you, I believe there will be technical support from the Song family. Song Hanlin's ability to become the richest man is inseparable from the Song family's connections in the mysterious alliance. For example, investing in the wild monsters this time is not just as simple as investing money, there will also be some sci-fi evolutionists entering the wild monsters to help them improve their technical strength. In this way, better quality games can be created and the market can be further occupied. Yes, Song Xiaoqing nodded, I've gotten close recently, and I'm preparing to launch a high-quality game. That's right, Simon Qing said, are you interested in making a standalone game? Single machine. Yes, I'll provide the script, how about you do it? Simon said with emotion. Song Xiaoqing agreed, of course it can. Although it was originally intended to do online games, Simon said, Can he refuse? Su Yuanying was overjoyed. It's great. With the script of Ximen's sister, I will definitely be able to make an explosive game. Script? I don't have a script, Ximen said with emotion. Of course she can't get the script out. She wants to play for herself. If she knows everything, then she can play a ball? That. Song Xiaoqing couldn't figure out what she wanted to do. Ximen Qing explained, that's it, I will provide you with the gameplay, but you have to write the script yourself. Remember to find a better home to write a more interesting story. How to play? Yes, Ximen said with emotion, when the time comes, talk to your technical staff directly, and tell your boss directly that you probably don't understand it. Yes. Song Xiaoqing nodded. He really doesn't know much about the game, he is only responsible for throwing money. Ximen King clapped his hands and looked at the two of them. Do you have any plans next? I'm here as a light bulb for you? Or should I slip away first? Don't, Su Yuanying grabbed her quickly, it won't be a problem. It's much harder to see Sister Ximen than to see him, so please stay with me for a while. We have no plans for the next thing, just go shopping. Song Xiaoqing. Why do you suddenly feel disgusted by the girlfriend you just made? However, if the target is Ximen Qing, there is no alternative. Who makes her so beautiful? If he didn't know that she was the 8 evil spirits, he would probably be tempted. So the three set out to go shopping. Ximen King and Su Yuanying both wore sunglasses and masks, walking together with their wrists and hands. Song Xiaoqing stood beside Su Yuanying, just like a bodyguard. When passing a milk tea shop, Su Yuanying stopped. Huh. Is there a Moyun here too? Moyun. Ximen Qing looked up and found that it was the name of the milk tea shop. What? Is this shop famous? Moyun Milk Tea Shop is a well-known milk tea chain in Beijing, Su Yuanying explained. People who like food basically know its name. Would you like to go in and have a look? Ximen Qing suggested. Su Yuanying readily agreed. Only Song Xiaoqing was a little puzzled. Didn't you just have dinner? I can't support my stomach. However, girls use different stomachs for desserts and dinners, and Su Yuanying even ordered a big cup. The three of them found a place to sit down and watched the scenery on the street while listening to the music. Coincidentally, the blue and white porcelain of Tsingyi yeast was placed in the store at this time. Su Yuanying said to Ximen in a low voice, Sister Ximen, I wanted to ask for a long time, isn't this voice you? Ximen Qing smiled mysteriously, guess. I think it is. Su Yuanying was very sure, would there be a second master with such a nice voice? However, Ximen Qing just didn't admit it, and it tickled her heart. Song Xiaoqing was a little sluggish, and only then reacted. He looked at Ximen Qing in shock, but then he was relieved. No matter what he did, it was not surprising. Jingle. The doorbell rang and another guest came. This time it was 2 men. For the milk tea shop where female customers account for the majority, this is a somewhat rare combination. Ximen Qing raised her head and glanced, and she suddenly felt that she had committed an old problem that everyone was familiar with. How could one of these 2 people seem to have met somewhere? What do you want to drink? Du Zitang asked Chen Guangming. Chen Guangming was a little absent-minded. Whatever. How can this be casual? I tell you, this milk tea shop was specially introduced by a gluttonous friend of mine, and it is different from other places. Du Zitang said solemnly. Isn't it just milk tea? Chen Guangming muttered, then it must be the original flavor. All right. Du Zitang had nothing to do with him, so he ordered a cup of matcha. The 2 of them took the milk tea and looked at it. The whole milk tea shop had a very good business, only the table beside them was empty, so they walked over. Ximen Qing looked at Chen Guangming and thought for a long time, but still couldn't remember where she had seen it before, so she gave up. If you can't remember it, it means it's not important, so forget it. She planned to lower her head to continue drinking milk tea, but suddenly raised her head again. This startled appearance caught Su Yuanying's attention. What's wrong? Ximen Qing looked at the door and said, I don't know, but I feel like I met someone destined. Someone. Su Yuanying didn't take it seriously, but Song Xiaoqing took it seriously. What about the 8 evil spirits? Can you just listen to it and just let it go? Especially Ximen Qing said so mysteriously, he seriously suspected that there was something special. So he followed and looked at the door of the store. At this time, 2 more guests came in. What is striking is that they are both very strangely dressed. The 2 were a man and a woman. First of all, the woman was actually wearing a black and white two-tone made outfit. He was also wearing a mask on his mouth, and then his left eye was covered by an eye mask, like a long needle eye. Then there is that man, he is even more weird. This summer, they still have long sleeves, long pants, gloves on their hands, and hats, sunglasses, and masks on their heads. Is this a koser? I guess so, but who is this Kos? Why don't I know? God knows, which unpopular work is probably from. I really admire the koser, it's too dedicated to wear such a thick dress on a hot day. Some of the guests in the shop started talking quietly. There are still a lot of Kos activities in Xiaking City, so although maid outfits are not common, it is not too unusual. Many young people think of it right away when they see someone wearing maid outfits. Naturally, the man in the weird dress was also regarded as the koser's companion. Of course, these 2 were not koser, but Zhouyu and Kui Minjiao who had just been transmitted from a Fang palace. Zhouyu, who suffers from human allergies, is most uncomfortable with this kind of crowded place. Even if his body is tightly wrapped, he still shrinks a little. A few seconds after entering the store, he turned around and planned to leave. But Kui Minjayo stopped him. Master, you haven't completed the designated training mission. Master. Although the voice was very small, Ximon Qing still heard it. As long as it is not intentionally shielded, all zombies close to her will be sensed by her. Kui Minjayo suddenly teleported to the vicinity of the milk tea shop. This abrupt way naturally attracted her attention. Now I heard her call out a master who was obviously not a zombie, which really made Simon mind. WTF? How dare to let my lovely family call your master? Don't want to live anymore? I give up. There are too many people here, and I will die if this continues. Zhou Yu whispered for mercy. However, Kui Minjayo insisted, this is your own rehabilitation plan. Please complete it according to the requirements. You have put on isolation gowns and will not have direct contact with others, so feel free to order. I'm the master, you switch me to the well-behaved mode. Instructions conflict. Priority is given to the execution of high-priority instructions. Please order, otherwise all the cola and potato chips you bought will be destroyed. Are you the devil? Zhou Yu couldn't help her, so he had to turn around and walk to the counter. After Zhou Yu woke up, Kui Minjayo pretended to be a bionic and spent some time with him, and gradually got to know him. He is actually a very kind person. If someone else has part of the authority of a Fang Palace, it is easy to get some privileges, not to mention the rule of the world. But he never thought of using this power to harm others, and has been living in obscurity. And he was also troubled by his strange illness. He didn't really want to stay home, but he couldn't stay home if he got sick. If he can, he certainly hopes to make friends. The most direct evidence of this is that Azi told her that since Zhou Yu took over a Fang Palace, he had not stopped letting Azi study and treat his illness. It is a pity that there is only one case of this disease in the world, and there are no experimental samples at all, so there has been no progress until recently. Until the emergence of Kui Minjayo, from his second contact with Kui Minjayo but did not get sick as a breakthrough, he finally calculated a set of feasible treatment methods. Kui Minjayo's personality is very similar to Zhou Yu, and she is too gentle. Although she wanted to return to the stage immediately, she still agreed to help Azi treat Zhou Yu. Of course, part of the reason for this is that Kui Mingri's performance seems to her to be too ashamed. At this time, she went back to replace her younger brother, and she didn't know if she could do that. Just use helping Zhou Yu as an excuse. It's easier to be an ostrich. I want a cup of cloth and pudding milk tea. Do you want a medium cup or a large cup? Do you want to ice it? How much sugar? The waiter asked questions one by one, but Zhou Yu couldn't say anything, and wanted to run away when he turned around. But Kui Minjayo stood behind him and saw her as soon as he turned around, so he had to give up the idea of running away. The potato chips in the cupboard and the Fat House Happy water in the refrigerator are his treasures. How can they be destroyed? In the end, after some setbacks, Zhou Yu finally ordered the milk tea, but the next challenge was even more difficult. Because he is looking for a place to sit. And now there are only 3 empty seats in the entire store. One is next to Song Xiaoqing, opposite Ximon Qing. The other 2 are next to Du Zitang and Chen Guangming. After struggling for a long time, he finally chose to go next to Chen Guangming. Please, may I sit here? Please. Chen Guangming gave in very politely. He turned his back to the store door before, so he didn't see it. Only then did he find out, damn, why is this figure in a maid outfit so explosive? I can't move my eyes anymore. Fortunately, he was still a little sane, forcibly controlling himself and averting his attention. Zhou Yu sat next to Chen Guangming, and Kui Minjayo automatically sat opposite him, that is, next to Du Zitang. At the same time, this location is only 1 aisle away from Ximon Qing, very close. Originally, even if they were close, everyone would be strangers and they wouldn't have much communication. But Ximon Qing found out that Kui Minjayo was a zombie, so how could it be nonchalant? Hey, I said, she said directly to Zhou Yu, bring a sister paper to the milk tea shop, and you can eat it by yourself, and then let her watch it. Song Xiaoqing and Su Yuanying on the side looked at her in surprise. Why are they nosy? Among them, Song Xiaoqing thought more. He knew that as soon as the 2 entered Ximon Qing, he would pay attention to them. Is there any secret? Is it possible that these 2 people have great backgrounds? Zhou Yu was suddenly spoken, and the milk tea splashed all over his face. He looked at Ximon Qing in horror, and then at Kui Minjayo, not knowing how to answer. Tell her directly that Kui Minjayo is a robot, so there is no need to eat or drink. Who will believe this? But if you don't say that, what excuses can there be? My mind is blank, where can I figure it out all of a sudden? Fortunately, Kui Minjayo made a timely relief. I don't eat sweets. Zhou Yu suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. The high-tech bionic is Nayubi. However, Ximon Qing went on to say, don't you drink that water? It's so hot outside, it's better to come in for a glass of ice water. Zhou Yu looked directly at Kui Minjayo this time, hoping that she could give the perfect answer again. However, Kui Minjayo is also having a headache. How to answer this question? Do you want to say that you are allergic to water? After thinking about it, she had an idea and said, I'm losing weight. Don't drink water for weight loss. I drink water and grow flesh. As she said, she shook her shoulder. The obvious fact left people speechless. Ximon Qing was also convinced. Well, I'm nosy, and I feel like I'm lying down www.novelmtl.com because according to Kui Minjayo's theory, Ximon Qing can also be regarded as fat, and he is fatter than Kui Minjayo. She also discovered at this time that the little zombie in her own house was not threatened, but the man opposite looked more like being threatened. But why call his master again? What new type is this? Can't figure it out, but Ximon Qing didn't plan to let it go. Because she was ill again, Kui Minjiao felt familiar to her, and she had to look at her under the mask to be happy. So she talked to the man, "Are you coming to Xiaking City to participate?" As for why she talked to a man instead of a woman, it was naturally because she could see that every time she talked to a man, he would feel uncomfortable. How could she not do more of this kind of thing? Zhou Yu shook his head quickly. He didn't even think about anything. "Isn't it cost that you dress like this to go out?" Ximon asked familiarly. "Isn't it hot?" Although Kui Minjiao didn't know why Ximon Qing liked to talk to them so much, she was happy to see someone chatting with Zhou Yu, so she never spoke and let Zhou Yu deal with it herself. This has caused Zhou Yu to suffer. He is now sweating profusely, and he can't wait for 2 rockets to grow under the stool he is sitting on, and take him soaring into the sky. Just when he was suffering, suddenly another person came next to him, that is, the seat next to Song Shaoqing and the position opposite to Ximon Qing. There is just such an empty seat in the whole store. "Can I sit here?" the man said to Ximon after sitting down. Ximon Qing looked up and saw that this man was an old man with white hair, wearing a big gold chain. The watch on his hand was also studded with diamonds, and there was even a tattoo on his arm. She didn't care at first, but when she looked at it for the second time, she finally realized, Princess Punch. There was a grand prince in Wallachia in the Middle Ages in Europe, whose name was Vlad III Teeps. Because Teeps means to pierce in Romanian, it was called the Prince of Piercing. In addition, this title has a lot to do with his fondness of killing prisoners with sharp stakes. His deeds were gradually demonized through the spread of later generations. There are rumors that the piercing public went crazy when he saw the blood, so his image gradually overlapped with the vampire. Eventually became the prototype of Dracula, the ancestor of the vampire. And after this mythological story was projected on someone, it formed the 8 murderers with a reputation nowadays. No one knows their real names, so everyone calls him President Piercing. Regarding these things, the evolutionary with a little bit of qualifications knows. So when Ximon Qing yelled out the 3 words Pun Song Gong, Song Shaoqing, Du Zitang, and Kui Minjiao were all shocked, and they couldn't help looking at the old man who had just seated. Especially Song Shaoqing, this terrible piercing father was sitting next to him, feeling almost suffocated. Sitting at the same table, this is really the end. "Yo, Simon, long time no see." Haha. Ximon Qing laughed dryly. She is actually not familiar with Duke Piercing. The real leader of Tsingyi may have contact with Duke Piercing, but he really just met Duke Piercing. "Why are you coming from Hua country?" Ximon Qing still asked. "I remember that you had a fight with Iron Head not long ago, right?" The 2 of them didn't lower their voices, so they could all hear them. Zhou Yu, who was drinking milk tea, looked at the old man beside him curiously after hearing the words, thinking that at this age, he could still fight with people? Looks like an old hooligan. "Look at this big gold chain and diamond watch, the society must not want it." The piercing man smiled and said, "It was a business before, but now I am here for a private business, irrelevant." "You are quite clear about public and private," Ximon Qing said nonchalantly, but said casually, "But you plan to use this look this time? Why do you suddenly want to be an old man?" Last time the big Yangma was more pleasing to the eye. Punjab is not only an unknown name, but also little known information about his ontology, including his appearance, identity, age, and so on. He was walking outside, using his family members. Unlike Ximon Qing, the zombies of Tsingyi only have a physical change, and they are still independent individuals. And the vampire bitten by the piercing man has no self at all. All vampires share the same thinking, that is, the piercing man himself. The piercing father can arbitrarily choose a dependent to bend over, and those who are not bent over will be temporarily controlled by a virtual personality. Outsiders seem to be no different from him, but in fact those dependents are already gone. So generally speaking, even if the piercing man appears in front of you, it is difficult to recognize. You will never know which skin bag he will use next time. It may be an old man, a child, or even a dog. Ximon Qing just guessed from a series of details that the person in front of him was the piercing father and made a test. If he didn't admit it, Ximon Qing couldn't be 100% confirmed. Unless there is a fight. Regarding Ximon Qing's question, Mr. Puncture did not evade. "That's a pity, it was broken by Zhang Tito. That guy is still ruthlessly ruthless." Ximon groaned. The skin bag used before the piercing father was a big beauty, a bit like a widow sister when she was young. It was a shame that it was broken. "So what is your personal business this time?" Ximon Qing asked again. The piercing man smiled and said, "I said it is a private matter, how can I easily tell you?" Ximon Qing shook his head. The rest of the flower country may be under Zhang Tita's control, but Xiaking City is the only place. This is my site. Do you think you don't want to come out? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I will let you just leave like this. Mr. Puncture shrugged. "I didn't plan to go away. It's a rare encounter. Let's chant together." Ximon Qing rolled his eyes. "This guy is really hard to deal with. Then you change your body. This old man is really not pleasing to my eyes the more I look at it." Duke Piercing said he was helpless. "I have no family members in Hua country. Do you want me to find it now? You can pull it there." The piercing father bit someone is tantamount to killing. How could Ximon Qing agree? The piercing father himself does not bite casually, unless there are special circumstances, otherwise he is generally only bitten by voluntary consecrated persons. Don't question why some people are willing to die. Believing in this thing is very scary, and some people don't need to think about it for the sake of faith. There are many people all over the world who believe in duke piercing. Some people want to be the dependents of duke piercing. Even being bitten has become an honorary reward. Forget it. If you want to follow along, Simon Ching turned to Su Yuanying and Song Shaoqing and said, then let's go first, and you two will continue dating. Okay. Song Shaoqing took out a handkerchief and wiped her cold sweat. Nima couldn't stand up to one of the 8 evil spirits, and it would be fatal for the two to come together. When Simon Ching got up, she pretended to press Kui Minjayu's shoulder accidentally. At that moment, Kui Minjayu's face changed suddenly. However, she quickly adjusted back and was not discovered by Zhou Yu. Except for the person involved, no one knew that Simon Ching had already communicated with Kui Minjayu for several rounds. In fact, from the conversation just now, Kui Minjayu had already faintly guessed the identity of Simon Ching, but it was really unbelievable. It wasn't until Simon Ching came into contact with her that she truly affirmed her guess. She informed Simon Ching of her own identity, and Simon Ching finally realized that the guy in front of her who said nothing was wrong turned out to be the culprit of her memory loss last time. Because Zhou Yu was so harmless, Kui Minjayu's remarks made Simon King wonder if Zhou Yu had really used Zhou Yu's hands that time, so he temporarily put him behind Punjab. First get the piercing father, and then Simon Ching will naturally go to him to settle the account. And Kui Minjayu also knew that everyone had been looking for her. She told Simon Ching so that everyone didn't worry. She couldn't leave for the time being in this situation, otherwise Zhou Yu's condition was very likely to aggravate or even pass away. Anyway, there is a younger brother to help her with it. She has to find a suitable time to replace her younger brother back. She has to wait for the end of the show. Now, let the kid jump on the stage for a while. Being surrounded by so many beautiful girls is simply the treatment of the protagonist. As an older sister, how can you ruin the good deeds of your younger brother? Kui Minjayu is persuading herself. After Simon King and Punjabi left, Du Zitang couldn't wait to take Chen Guangming and leave the milk tea shop. What are you doing? I still want to listen to more yeast songs. The BGM in the store had just cut into Fairy Tale Town, and Chen Guangming was a little bit upset. You don't want to die. Du Zitang really envied the ignorance of this guy. Do you know who the two people sitting next to us are just now? The two Kozar. No, it's a little bit past, the two at the next table. Oh, you said that the old man with the big golden chain and the woman with big breasts, right? Chen Guangming dismissed. The old man is not serious at first sight. It is probably the rogue who is getting old. I seem to hear him talking about whom after a fight. I am not afraid of flashing my waist at such a large age, and 80% of the women who mingled with him are not much better. Chen Guangming slammed Du Zitang away and looked at him in surprise. Why are you so panicked like this? Are those two people terrible? Where can the two words be described as terrible? Du Zitang looked around, and was relieved to find that he hadn't been noticed by the two of them. Thanks to me coming out with you, otherwise you don't know how you died. Chen Guangming complained, I wouldn't go out without you. Okay, don't deny me those details. I think it's necessary to talk to you about what there is in the evolutionary world that you must not mess with. Du Zitang then explained the concept of the 8 evils to Chen Guangming from beginning to end. After listening, Chen Guangming still didn't have much real feelings. Really that terrible? If you haven't seen it in person, you probably won't be able to experience it. That's good. You think of them as a bunch of atomic bombs tied together. You don't know when they will explode. So there is a specific concept. Although the 8 evils are more terrifying than atomic bombs, there are too many, but the 100th and 200th floors are dead, so there is no need to subdivide. However, Chen Guangming still has no real feelings, because he has never seen an atomic bomb either. In the end, Du Zitang had no choice but to tell him, as long as the 8 evil spirits speak up, you will be sentenced to death immediately. So exaggerated. Chen Guangming was finally afraid. He was arrested and sentenced before, and now he is also a man of meritorious service. The most feared thing is the sentence. It's just such an exaggeration, and they don't need any reason to sentence you, and you can die if you are in a bad mood. Chen Guangming said, then, let's stay away from them. So I said it's nice to stay at home. The outside world is so dangerous, why do we have to go out? Then you won't go to the meeting. Du Zitang looked at Chen Guangming with a expression. The latter was short-lived. Well, the meet and greet. We still have to go. We will go home after we go. When Zhou Yu ordered the milk tea, he specifically asked the straws to be thick, and the ice cubes should be as big and large as possible, so a cup of milk tea was quickly drunk. I'm fine. As he said, he couldn't wait to leave his seat. Kui Minjayu hurriedly followed, and the two came to a small alley before stopping. Okay, let's go back. I acted so hard today. I should reward myself with a big bottle of Fat House Happy Water. However, Kui Minjayu said, the mission has only completed the first phase, and you still have the second phase of the mission unfinished. Also, Zhou Yu's voice was full of despair. You devil, are you going to rebel? Obviously I am the master, why should I be so tossed by you? Everything is to cure your master, Kui Minjayo said solemnly. Don't you want to become a normal person? Don't you want to enjoy life in the sun? I don't want to, Zhou Yu said violently. You just let me be a salted fish. Really? Kui Minjayo's voice suddenly became low. If this is your wish, master, then Azi will follow your instructions and abandon your treatment plan. Really? Zhou Yu didn't expect Azi to speak so well today, and suddenly smiled with joy. Yes, but the bionics produced to help you treat will also be completely destroyed, and this plan will be permanently frozen. Now, Zhou Yu's smile froze directly on his face. Don't, why destroy it? There is no need for useless things. Kui Minjayo said mechanically. Seeing Zhou Yu being so nervous, she knew that her plan was finished. Sure enough, Zhou Yu immediately surrendered. Go, can't I continue the treatment? You must not destroy the bionic. Kui Minjayo had a whim and asked more. It's just a bunch of materials, why is the owner so nervous? You are not the material. Zhou Yu grabbed her hand and said seriously www.novelmtl.com years. Do you know how I spent the past 7 years? After finally having a friend, how can I allow you to be called a material? As he said, he took Kui Minjayo and walked out. Isn't it just treatment? Who is afraid of whom? What is the next step? You say. The second step of treatment is to participate in the PD-119 meeting. Mom. Zhou Yu, who was still arrogant just now, suddenly fainted. Meet? How many people do you have? There is 1 hour left for the admission time for the meet and greet. Please rush to the gym before that. Oh, isn't it good to pass it directly? Please try to take the bus. You kill me. Xiamen Qing and Punjabi left the milk tea shop and walked side by side on the street. Now you can tell me, right? Xiamen said with emotion. There were a lot of people in the store just now, so the piercing father didn't want to talk about it. Now there were only 2 of them, and she felt that there should be nothing to hide from the piercing father. Sure enough, piercing was fair. Actually, I came here for a crazy fairy. Crazy fairy again. Xiamen groaned. Why do you keep hearing about those guys these days? Oh, where have you been in contact with Crazy Immortal? Lord Puncture asked. It wasn't me, but I heard that I had appeared in the capital, Xiamen Qing said, but several were killed and several escaped. Punishment justice. Oh, I know, those crazy celestials gathered together as if they were going to do something, and then a new mad celestial awakened by chance, and they broke a lot of people for that newly awakened mad celestial. In the end, nothing was fished. That's it, Xiamen Qing suddenly realized. I said why so many crazy celestial beings gathered together all of a sudden, just for the golden-winged big penguin bird. It would be too big and underachiever. Don't you know exactly what those crazy immortals are going to do? Xiamen Qing asked Mr. Puncture. The latter shook his head. Where can I know about Huguo so clearly? Asked T2. Forget it, Xiamen Qing said disgustedly. This guy corrupted me more than 10 billion last time, and I'm still angry. Hehe, just over 10 billion, isn't it a big deal to you? Mr. Punctured looked at both sides of the street as he walked, as if he was full of curiosity about everything. My situation is special here, Xiamen Qing didn't elaborate. You are so rich, give me billions for fun. It's impossible to give it for nothing. Do me a favor, and I can pay you a little bit. Punch laughed. Did you treat me as a part-time job? Xiamen Qing naturally wouldn't agree. Everyone is the 8 evil spirits. If you agree, I will lose face. Then it's okay for another reason, Puncture said. Since I have come to your site, I will give you some tolls, and then you can help me with friendship. How about? Well, this is acceptable. If Qin Yueo was here, he would definitely complain. Aren't these all the same? After the agreement was reached, Mr. Punctured and Xiamen Qing separated. He said he was looking for an underground casino in Xiaking City. Where does the underground casino come from here? What are you thinking? Can there be no casinos in such a big city? I bet you, there must be, but you don't know it. Mr. Puncture said proudly. Xiamen Qing didn't bother to pay attention to him. Okay, you can find it. Apart from the Macau Royal Casino in the internet cafe, I see what else you can find. After that, she suddenly remembered the purpose of going out today. Ouch. Forgot about the game. At this time, I still have to look back to Song Xiaoqing. After making a phone call, Song Xiaoqing said that he was in the gym, where Xiamen Qing held the signing event last time. Today PD-119 held a fan meeting. As the temporary bodyguard of Su Yuanying's sister Su Yorong, he naturally couldn't be absent. Xiamen Qing rushed to the gymnasium. When she got there, she went through the back door smoothly and entered. Where is Su Yorong? Xiamen Qing also liked Su Yorong very much, and planned to go backstage to have a look. She was going, naturally no one dared to stop her. Guzi arranged a special person to lead her. When I came into the dressing room, I saw a large group of girls sitting in front of the dressing table and gnawing at the dressing table. Yes, it was Qin Yuki. Then there are those who play games with their mobile phones, that is Kui Mingri. The two knew Xiamen Qing, and they were a little surprised when they saw her come in, but Kui Mingri did not call the leader. After all, some of these girls are not zombies. Qin Yuki didn't have so many worries. She directly asked, Big sister, why are you here? I came in through the back door. Xiamen Qing smiled. I heard that you are going to have a meeting today, so I wanted to come and ask you for an autograph. The rest of the sister papers were still wondering who Xiamen Qing was at first, but soon someone recognized it. Teacher Chinger. Immediately afterwards, several more suddenly realized that they were cartoonists who had become so popular recently. Many of these girls were fans of dance, and they immediately surrounded them with excitement. Don't get excited. Xiamen Qing was surrounded by a group of girls, naturally very happy, and said, I am obviously here to chase stars, why are you turning it around? Finally, she took a group photo with all the sister papers, including Kui Mingri. This photo is expected to be put on the official blog for publicity. After touching enough sister paper, Xiamen Qing didn't stay too much, and after explaining to Song Xiaoqing, he went to the headquarters of the Wild Monster Company. She had been there once before, but at that time she went there as Tsing Yi Yeast, and this time it was as a game planner. With Song Xiaoqing's greeting in advance, the boss Xie Fiyan gathered a group of professionals to discuss the production direction of the new game with Xiamen Qing. I just said it directly. I want to make a game that I can have fun, so I will definitely not provide a script, otherwise I will be spoiled. How can I play it? Xiamen Qing said at the beginning, then let me mention the gameplay. My idea is an interactive movie game. Do you know what I'm talking about? Obviously, no one in this world has developed this type of game yet, and everyone is at a loss. Xiamen Qing roughly explained it. Fortunately, they are all professionals. She probably understood them all after she said something. Someone immediately asked, what's the difference between this and watching a movie? The movie has only one line. The audience can only follow the direction of the director and screenwriter. There is no interaction, Xiamen said. This is the advantage of this type of game I proposed. Players can choose to a certain extent. Deciding the subsequent development of the plot, different choices will lead to completely different results, allowing them to fully appreciate what is called the butterfly effect. In this case, wouldn't it be the same? Someone asked. Although the island country's entertainment industry has been suppressed, it is not completely undeveloped. There are still love games for beautiful girls. Xiamen said, it is a variant, it is a visual, and what I want to do is a movie. What I want is the visual experience brought by your top technologies. I want you to perfectly restore every drop of rain and every fold of your clothes. This will become one of the biggest selling points of the game. Of course, the difference is that the elements of action games can be added to this game. For example, you choose to fight the enemy, but victory and defeat will lead to two completely different branches. Arrived. Another suggested, but to reach the level of the butterfly effect, the amount of text required is quite large. That's right, Xiamen said, so even if you find someone to write the script, we don't need money. What we want is a worldview that is so large that it is almost real. Unfortunately, your technology is still a bit poor. If you can make a real-time calculation artificial intelligence, then there is no need for scripts. Xiamen Qing also knows that real intelligent calculations are not rigorous. It is almost equivalent to creating a world. The amount of information is too large. If anyone can do it, it is estimated that only the 8 evil spirits who built the space station will be the only one. However, the reality of relying on a large number of branches is actually sufficient. The game she wanted to make this time was inspired by the previously played Detroit, Become Human. When I played it for the first time, this game really surprised her. Especially at the beginning, the paving of the whole world view, the processing of various details, and the presentation of various details in the picture are all shocking. It's a pity that the final ending is a bit rough, but this does not affect the game's becoming a classic. Her biggest regret at the time was that this was done by Westerners after all. Some Western thoughts were integrated into it, and Easterners would always be a little out of tune when they played. So this time she didn't plan to copy the script, but let the writer of Huaguo write it. All she needs to reproduce is the exquisite graphics and special gameplay of Detroit, Become Human. Those great gods, you can invite them. Xiamen Qing received the tolls guaranteed by the piercing company, and his back was straight. When it comes to writing stories, Wei Huiguo recognizes the second, who dares to recognize the first. After listening to her explanation, the staff were also a little bit ready to move. As we all know, every game company has a heart for making movies or making records. Isn't it a wild monster? The worldview and settings contained in their masterpiece Otaku Salvation are already very large and self-consistent. This time I'm going to make a new story, and it's close to making a movie. Everyone is ready to move. I have a question. Someone asked at this time, do you mean to make a 3D action game? Well, it's almost the same. What's the matter? Xiamen Qing couldn't explain it clearly, and nodded like that. In this case, can I try motion capture? The humanity said, since it is an interactive movie, and it needs to be restored with high precision, it is best to capture the expressions of real people, otherwise it is easy to be distorted by calculation alone. Oh, yes, Xiamen Qing remembered, Detroit, Become Human is also a live-action capture. Yes, you can invite a few more actors to find good acting skills. Directly contact Sue's Entertainment, that's fine, they will cooperate with you over there. Since we are looking for an actor, we must be sure that the water will not flow into the field of outsiders. Guz's company is just right. Xiamen thought, waiting for the PD-119 combination to debut, maybe he can make a cameo in the game. After explaining the general requirements, Xiamen Qing went home. These game makers are all first-rate. She is looking forward to this different world version of Detroit, Become Human. When Xiamen Qing went to the game company, the PD-119 fan meeting was held as scheduled. With the current popularity of the show, even if it is not requested, there are enough people who come to crowd the gate of the gymnasium. Looking at the dense crowd in front of him, Joyu clung to the railing on the side of the road and said to Kui Minjayo, "Give me a chance. I didn't have a choice before. Now I want to be a normal person. Isn't this helping you to become a normal person? According to the treatment plan, you should go in line next." Kui Minjayo said. Joyu desperately shook his head. "You want me to die? With so many people, I'll be ruined when you meet me? You are so cruel. I'm sorry, I am a bionic person with no emotions." Kui Minjayo grabbed his hand and broke him off the railing. "You wear a protective film on your body, so it is impossible to have contact with others. You are completely psychological. Please actively overcome it." Elegant butterfly. While the two were pulling, someone happened to pass by. Du Zitang, who was passing by, recognized them. "Isn't this the Kozer from the milk tea shop just now? Are you also fans of PD-119? Didn't I say that we are not Kozer?" Joyu said while holding the railing. "Hey, don't care about these details," Du Zitang said. "Which sister paper do you like?" "I like all of them," and he just pushes Kui Minjayo. While talking, he did not forget to sell Chen Guangming, who came with him. Hearing that Chen Guangming liked Kui Minjayo, who was the deity, gave him a complicated look. This guy likes her brother. Poor child, if he knew that Kui Minjayo was on the stage now, maybe the worldview would collapse from then on. In order not to hurt the fans, she can barely count her. Kui Minjayo quietly pulled up the mask to avoid being recognized. "What are you doing?" Du Zitang watched the two hugging and pulling each other. His posture was a bit strange. Joyu said, "There are so many people over there. She still wants me to squeeze. Isn't that life-killing?" Because he had been in contact with the milk tea shop before, he didn't hesitate to Du Zitang. Du Zitang and Chen Guangming took a look. "There are a lot of people. I'm afraid that I will squeeze out lunch, right? How to say? I want to find a way," Du Zitang said. "I have a friend who works in it. He is also a member of the Du family anyway. He is also a well-known writer, and his contacts are not small." After making a few phone calls, he gave Chen Guangming a get-it gesture. "Follow my brother www.novelmtl.com." Chen Guangming immediately followed. At this time, Du Zitang suddenly turned around and said to Joyu, "You come too, anyway. 2 more people are not much." Joyu hesitated for a moment, then followed decisively. "Just kidding, if you don't seize this opportunity, sooner or later you will be stuffed into that man by the bionic maid. In that case, even if he wears the protective film, he feels that he will suffocate. Rules are the frameworks of society, but what is entangled in these frameworks are connections. Although everything should be done according to the rules, the executors are people after all. People are always different from machines. With contacts, you can sometimes break some rules." Joyu and the others successfully entered the stadium with the help of Du Zitang's contacts. Chen Guangming is a fan of Kui Minjayo, so he went to Kui Minjayo's queue. Du Zitang is DD, so every team will go. And Joyu himself was not interested in this combination, so he specifically selected a team with the fewest people. It was originally planned this way, but it is a pity that there is a bionic person in it, and it is impossible to allow him to do so. "You are here to treat the disease. Please choose the queue with the most people." "Devil? You devil!" Joyu cried and walked behind Chen Guangming. Among all the queues, Kui Minjayo, who has the most people, is naturally one, followed by Chin Yuki, who was ridiculed by the entire network. Chin Yuki is almost on par. The team gradually moved forward, and every second was suffering for Joyu. Fortunately, the contact time between each person and the sisters is only 10 seconds, so that he doesn't have to bother to think about what to say. After staring at Kui Minjayo with big eyes and small eyes for 10 seconds, he flashed, making Kui Minjayo also look dumbfounded. "Why is this person here? I was wondering," and then another stranger came. The appearance of this person wearing a maid costume but wearing a mask made Kui Mingri very concerned, but he didn't even think about it at first. Until the two shook hands, Kui Mingri's eyes widened by the sudden feeling of electric shock. There has always been a saying that there is a special induction between twins. Some twins sometimes synchronize inexplicably, and some twins can recognize each other immediately when they meet for the first time even if they are separated since childhood. The feelings of the Kui family's sisters and brothers are not so exaggerated, but this slight electric shock is one of them. He immediately understood why he cared so much about this person wearing a maid, because she was the real Kui Minjayo. "Where did you go?" Kui Mingri whispered. "I heard that you were kidnapped. The process is very complicated, it's not clear at the moment." Kui Minjayo said. "Then since you are free now, quickly change me back." Kui Minjayo said anxiously. "Not yet, I still have work to do," Kui Minjayo whispered. "Xiao Ri, since you are all like this, just help out. If I come at this time, it's easy to make flaws." "Kui Minjayo, do you still have a conscience? Is that how your brother abused you?" Kui Mingri couldn't believe it. This is really his own sister and brother? Do you know how uncomfortable I have been in the past few months? I don't even dare to stand up when I go to the bathroom. Every time I writhe and writhe when I wear it on stage, I almost break down." Kui Minjayo comforted. Okay, I want to start. What's unhappy about being surrounded by a group of sisters? After the big deal, my sister will touch your head as a reward. Okay, I'm not a kid anymore. I'm still touching my head." Kui Mingri wanted to say something more, but 10 seconds had passed, and Kui Minjayo broke free from his hand and left. No, Kui Mingri didn't dare to shout, but the expression and Nurkang's hand showed everything. The fans behind Kui Minjayo met, and suddenly felt, wow, Minjayo is a favorite fan. I really love her. As everyone knows, Kui Mingri's heart is crying at this time. This is the tears of a macho, who can understand his pain. Okay, can we go back? After shaking hands with Kui Minjayo, Joyu couldn't wait to get back to the spaceship. However, Kui Minjayo said to him, there is one last step in treatment. More. Joyu wanted to cry like Kui Mingri. Yes, Kui Minjayo said, in fact, there is one thing that I forgot to tell the master. What? Protective film or something. The duration is actually only 1 hour. Oh, what's the matter? 1 hour. Joyu's eyes widened suddenly. It took him more than an hour from the milk tea shop to the gymnasium just now, that is to say, the protective film or something has long been gone. He thought he was wearing a protective film that would not affect the touch, but in fact he has been in direct contact with humans. As soon as he thought of this, Joyu felt that his neck was itchy, breathing became difficult, and his entire face blushed. Kui Minjayo hurriedly said, Master, please recognize the reality. You are not in contact with people now, and there was no attack when you were in contact with people just now. In any case, you have no reason for the disease now. Unfortunately, if mental illness is so easy to figure out, it is not a mental illness. Her words didn't make Joyu better, he even started to twitch like a goat. Kui Minjayo, who regretted in her heart, quickly stepped forward to support him, patted his back to make him more comfortable. I'm sorry, it's me who is not good, but I am too anxious. Gradually, Joyu's breathing calmed down, the rash on his body also subsided, and his body did not twitch anymore. Joyu himself was the most surprised. Why is it all right? I haven't taken medicine yet. Although Ezi did not work out a cure for his illness, he still developed a drug that can temporarily suppress his symptoms. Kui Minjayo was about to give it to him, but when he saw that he was getting better naturally, she was stunned. What happened? Is this ill? Am I cured? Joyu asked. Kui Minjayo shook her head, asking Ezi silently in her heart. As a result, Ezi was unable to draw a conclusion. But now that she was fine, she stopped supporting him, let go of her hand and stood aside. Who would have thought that shortly after Kui Minjayo let go, Joyu actually started to get sick again, and his eyes turned white after covering his throat. What happened again? Kui Minjayo was at a loss. At this time, Ezi reminded her and asked her to help Joyu. After she did so, Joyu's symptoms subsided immediately. What is this? Kui Minjayo suddenly remembered how Kui Mingri acted like a baby when he was a child. Oh, I fell and I had to hug my sister to get up. So Joyu is now I'm sick, I need the maid to help me to be fine? Ha. Joyu also noticed it at this time. He looked at Kui Minjayo in surprise. I understand? Ha. What do you understand? Joyu held her hand tightly, and said excitedly, you are my special medicine, because you are not a human, so I won't have anything to do with you, and when I touch you, naturally I can't remember it. The feeling when I was in contact with others, to be precise, is that the touch is covered. As long as you are by my side, I am not afraid of getting sick. You are not human. Kui Minjayo is depressed. However, Azi's conclusions are similar, but it is not the tactile coverage that Joyu said, but psychological reliance. The reason why Joyu had human allergies was mainly because he had suffered severe psychological trauma and subconsciously felt that all mankind is dirty. And he regarded Kui Minjayo as a bionic, trusting her from the bottom of his heart, and she became his spiritual pillar. As long as she is there, he has nothing to fear. According to the calculation, this should be the most likely situation. What's this? Am I going to hold his hand from now on? You can try to let go after a period of time. The main reason is that the owner cares too much about the things he has been in contact with during this period. When he doesn't care so much, the symptoms shouldn't recur. Okay. Kui Minjayo sighed in her heart. Sure enough, people with mental illness are really troublesome, and they can't understand them with common sense at all, otherwise they will definitely die of depression. As Yi said again, the good news is that this incident can be a breakthrough. Maybe there is a chance to heal the owner. Please hold on again. Hope to succeed. Chen Guangming waited for Du Zitang for a long time, because the latter was Didi, every girl had to meet. So it's really troublesome to say that your younger brother fans are really troublesome. Chen Guangming vomited. Isn't it good to be dedicated? They are all so cute. Why am I willing to give up? Du Zitang said, they are all my heart. You are myocardial hypertrophy. Chen Guangming shook his head. Okay, I also attended the meeting. It's time to go back. Why are you in such a hurry to go back? Finally come to Xiaoqing City, somehow spend a night enjoying the nightlife of this international metropolis. Du Zitang said. Chen Guangming dismissed it. I have been studying here for 3 years, and there is no freshness at all. There is a uncle. I am suppressing my killing intent now, and I am afraid that I will come to him and give him a snap. With that said, he also took out his newly modified Thunderbolt gloves, and as long as he snapped his fingers, he would release a thunder and lightning to attack the target. What happened to that uncle? Du Zitang asked curiously. Chen Guangming rarely mentions his past, so even as a good friend, he doesn't quite understand the grudge between him and Zhao Zhenying. That guy ruined my youth. Chen Guangming tickles his teeth when he mentions it. Why can't you say that I can't be privileged? So I can catch him. What's the specific situation? Talk about it. Du Zitang was still urging. Just as Chen Guangming wanted to speak, he suddenly stopped. I didn't tell you, I told you, you will definitely write in it. Oh, how come? You have to believe in my personality. I believe you a ghost, can I not know what urinary you guys wrote? Chen Guangming refused decisively. Don't mention this. If you want to experience the nightlife, go to the Dark Horse Club. It is the biggest in Xiaking City. The entertainment club is now. I used to be a poor student and I didn't have the chance to go. I just listened to other rich second-generation classmates who used it to pretend to be there. Okay. Du Zitang just responded, and suddenly received a call. Hello? Oh, really? This way? Yes, yes. Then I will come. After hanging up the phone, he said to Chen Guangming, a boss called me to talk about business. It's still early anyway. Would you like to go with me? What boss? Have to call you personally? Chen Guangming asked curiously. I have worked together before, and I'm quite familiar, Du Zitang said. The boss of the wild demon. I wrote a chapter in Otaku Salvation. What? Chen Guangming said in surprise. I haven't heard of such a thing. Which chapter did you write? Say, Master, did you write it dead? Of course not, Du Zitang denied decisively. Am I the kind of writer who likes to stimulate readers by writing dead people? It doesn't exist. In fact, what he was thinking in his heart was, excuse me, that's the chapter. I'm so embarrassed to write down your favorite character. Really? Chen Guangming was skeptical. Forget it. As long as it's not your master, then it's okay. Let's go to the Wilderness Demon Company. I used to see the owner in the advertising area advertise them. This time I will also go in for a visit. Do you think they will give me a figure? That's for sure. They have so many hands. It can be said that there are groups of wives and concubines. Du Zitang fully agreed. That night, Xiamen Qing received a call from Mr. Puncture. What's the matter? Are you planning to lose money if you lose the bet? It's really weird, Mr. Piercing muttered. Why is there no casino in such a big city? It's also possible that it was originally there, and then after you bet with me, these casinos are gone. Xiamen Qing laughed. How is that possible, Piercing Justice? Then let's make another bet. This time, I'll bet whether the crazy fairy I'm looking for is in Xiaking City or not. I bet on it. Okay, then I can't bet anymore, Xiamen Qing said casually. How much do you plan to bet this time? 100 million, rice knife. Piercing said proudly. Okay. When someone sent money to the door, Xiamen Qing was naturally happy to accept it. Why is she so confident? Because she had heard the original Tsingyi leader say that the man puncturer never won the bet. He likes gambling very much. It can be said that he is addicted to gambling, but he has never won it once. Even if someone cheats and wants to lose to him, they will eventually win because of various force majeure. This is really mysterious. Duke Piercing once doubted whether he was cursed by Agony, but later found out that he just really couldn't win, and had nothing to do with Agony. Of course, the piercing man himself does not believe it. He felt that he was arrogant, and the godhead he had obtained did not have any curse of losing every gambling, so why couldn't he win once? This must be accidental, even if the probability is small, as long as it is not zero, it is possible to encounter it. He felt that he was just unlucky enough to run into that very small chance of losing streak. www.novelmtl.com. As long as he gambled enough, he would be able to get out of this shadow one day. So whenever he went to a place, he would look for a casino for the first time, and then gamble non-stop. It's a pity that he still hasn't won a victory so far. It's miserable. It was so miserable that Xiamen Qing treated this matter as a joke. Haha, you are fooled. Xiamen Qing agreed, and Piercing's elderly laughed wildly on the other end of the phone. I have investigated it clearly. That guy is now in Xiaking City, and I won? I finally won? Once. Xiamen Qing didn't panic. Where is the evidence? You come to the Dark Horse Club, I will show you the evidence. All right. Xiamen Qing got dressed, slipped out of the room quietly, and looked at Qin Yuyeo's room before leaving. Well, if you haven't been found, that's okay. Although I don't know why, men always have a guilty conscience when they go to entertainment clubs. After taking a taxi to the entrance of the Black Horse Club, Xiamen Qing saw an old man wearing a big gold chain leaning against a telephone pole when he got off the bus. Oh, here it is. Upon seeing her appear, Duke Piercing immediately said excitedly, come on. It's better to take your time, Xiamen Qing said. You will be happy for a while, otherwise you won't be able to laugh after a while. Impossible, I clearly saw that guy go in, Piercing Justice said. Today, I will tear off the label that every gamble must be defeated. It proves that I am not the king of gamblers. Simon smiled. After the two entered, a waiter immediately came to receive them. Xiamen Qing left the piercing father to deal with it skillfully, and then followed behind to see the legendary Jinjin cave. As a result, as soon as she walked to the bar, she saw two familiar figures from the back. Is it here again? I am familiar with everyone? Xiamen Qing thought about it carefully, and found that it wasn't really sick. Aren't these two people the same two people they had seen during the day? Just sit next door and drink milk tea. During the day, she only felt that Chen Guangming was a bit familiar, but at night, she felt that even Du Zitang had seen him somewhere. But where it is, I can't remember it. After sleeping for 100 years, the memories of the past have become a little fuzzy, and it is easy to confuse it with the present. She wasn't sure if she had seen ancient people similar to them before, or if she had actually seen them recently. There is a game hall over there. Mr. Puncture suddenly fell in love with Xiamen. Huh? How old are you and you still play games? Simon said with emotion, somehow you respect your appearance now. What's wrong with my appearance? The piercing man touched his big golden chain. I think this is very suitable for playing games. Have you forgotten what you are doing? Simon King asked, what about the crazy fairy? Don't worry, Punch said, according to my information, that guy will be here tonight, and we will go directly to the box to find him then. Entertainment clubs are mainly boxes, and public places such as bar counters and game halls downstairs are just to make up the number. However, there are quite a lot of beautiful girls here. While Simon King was talking, 2 girls at the bar were already sitting next to Chen Guangming and them. At the same time, there was also a man who Simon Ching looked at especially familiar with and sat with them. This time Simon Ching has recognized it. Isn't that Xia Fiyan, the boss of the Wild Demon Company? The one who shot the thief generously. This guy found a sister paper for the other 2 people, but he sat alone. Is this because there is a wife in the family, so he is restrained? Since he had to wait a while, Simon Ching also went to the bar and sat down and ordered a glass of wine. Alcohol can help her speed up the control of her strength, but too much of the same kind of wine is prone to resistance, so she doesn't mind seeing more wine types. Unfortunately, she seems to think too much. Although this entertainment club is quite high-end, it is only an entertainment club after all. What good wine can there be? What she needs is a treasure that exists at the level of Luna Jones. I'm so stupid. Simon Ching suddenly thought of one thing. Isn't there a Tibetan wine master by his side now? As a vampire, Duke Piercing can be regarded as the king of wine collectors. Luna Jones said that the mixture of blood and wine was seen from Duke Piercing. Why should I give up on my own? Just ask the Piercing father directly. As for how to make a bet with him, he will definitely lose anyway. Thinking of this, Simon Ching planned to go to the game hall to find Piercing wine. But before she could get up, she suddenly sat down next to a person and said to the bartender, give this lady another glass, it counts as mine. Huh. Simon King's eyes widened and looked at this person, only to see a middle-aged uncle with a clean face and 3-dimensional features. Damn, where does she still not understand what is happening now? My DNMD, the brat is tired of life? You dare to laugh at me? He laughed so badly. At that time, Simon Ching felt as disgusting as ants crawling all over her body, and almost smashed the person in front of her with a torch as soon as she missed it. But just as she was about to make a move, someone suddenly interjected, Sister. Hearing the familiar voice, Simon Ching immediately turned her head, only to see Su Yuanying standing behind her. At this time, she had changed her clothes, took off the mask, and her delicate face was fully revealed. It's worthy of being a red star. This looks really isn't a boast. Simon Ching really has new surprises every time I look at it. The more I look at it, the more I like it. What a coincidence. Simon King stood up and took Su Yuanying's hand. Song Xiaoqing on the side was completely ignored by her, but he still said hello politely. Good night. Simon Ching seemed to notice that there was someone else and asked him, how did you bring her to this place? Song Xiaoqing said, the environment here is good, don't worry about the paparazzi, and I am also with her today to discuss the new film contract. This place is very suitable. New play. Simon was in love. Is the filming of Dragon Babu finished? Su Yuanying said, no, the one I'm talking about is also reserved in advance, and I will go there after I finish filming Tianlong. Okay, you're a busy person. Simon Ching didn't say much when she saw it. She didn't know much about the entertainment industry either. At this moment, the uncle who invited Simon Ching to drink just now stepped in again. Isn't this Mr. Song? What a coincidence. This time he greeted Song Xiaoqing. Song Xiaoqing glanced at him, but couldn't remember who it was for a while. You are. This is very embarrassing. In order to ease the embarrassment, the man introduced himself. I, Ma Xiao, the owner of the Dark Horse Entertainment Club. Ma Xiao, why don't you call it a hairy crab? Simon Ching thought. Song Xiaoqing suddenly realized, oh, Boss Ma, hello, hello. I don't know if I really think of it or pretend it. The two were polite, and Ma Xiao took the initiative to arrange a high-end box, and the words often meant to lean on Simon Ching. Although Song Xiaoqing is not a good person, he can somewhat see the thoughts of this guy. I thought that this person is tired of living, who is not good enough to provoke Simon love. Saving a life is better than building a 7th-level pagoda. How about directly interrupting his legs to save his life? In the end, Song Xiaoqing didn't make a move. He wanted to change the subject and accidentally saw Du Zitang and Chen Guangming sitting aside. Hey, 2 people. He took the initiative to greet him, and interrupted Ma Xiao's continuous questioning. We met again. What a coincidence. You are. Du Zitang thought for a moment, then his eyes lit up. Oh, the 3 of the milk tea shop during the day. Huh. Chen Guangming's attention fell on Su Yuanying. Damn. Su. Big celebrity. He, the guy who stayed at home watching TV all day, recognized it at once, and then realized that he seemed to be 2 places away from her during the day, but he didn't notice it. At that time, he was excited to sign, but this occasion was really wrong, and he had no pen and paper on hand, so he had to hold back. Yeast. Coincidentally, Xia Fiyan also recognized Simon Ching at this time. Although she was wearing a mask, Simon King's figure was too prominent, and she also wore a mask when she met Xia Fiyan before, so Xia Fiyan recognized it immediately. Mr. Xia, meet again. Simon Ching replied. I didn't expect to see you here. Are you going to enter the showbiz? Seeing Su Yuanying, Xia Fiyan naturally thought in that direction. No, just friends. Simon King casually explained. Seeing them talking about themselves, Ma Xiao completely left him aside, and suddenly felt very uncomfortable. He glanced at Simon Ching again. As an old driver, he was very confident in his own vision. Simon Ching is definitely a beautiful woman. This is his place again. How can he be so willing to miss it? As long as he inquires about the background, he can decide what means to use against her. So he pretended to be generous and said, "Since you are all acquaintances, why don't I arrange a larger box for you, so that I can do my best as a landlord?" "No, thank you," Song Xiaoqing resolutely refused. "We have our own arrangements. You should go ahead with your own affairs, Mr. Ma. This old boy, this is not what you do when you die. If you continue like this, the gods will not be able to save you." The words were so blunt, Ma Xiao's face was also a little unstoppable. But after all, he was in this business. He wasn't going to turn his face right away, so he could only smile and say without a smile, "Oh, I'm not busy. You are all distinguished guests. Just let me." The words were not finished, but this time it was interrupted by Du Zitang. "Does any of you want to have a barbecue? I just passed by and saw a barbecue street." "Barbecue? Okay." Chen Guangming couldn't understand the atmosphere at all, but felt that this place was really not suitable for him, so he was the first to agree. Xie Fiyan was originally to entertain Du Zitang, so naturally he would not refuse, and said to Simon, "Is the yeast together? I just want to invite you to a song." "Okay." Simon Ching didn't care. Anyway, Father Piercing really wanted to contact her, and he would be able to rush over at once. Seeing this, Su Yuanying said to Song Xiaoqing, "I also want to have a barbecue with my sister. Let's go." Song Xiaoqing also spoiled his girlfriend, so all 6 of them walked outside the clubhouse. Only Ma Xiao stood alone in the hall. His expression changed. "Barbecue? The largest entertainment club in Xiaoqing City, can't compare to a barbecue booth." He couldn't accept it, and felt that it was just a few people who were stigmatizing him. Especially the masked beauty. Don't talk to him from start to finish, don't even look at him seriously, just treat him as air. Whether he is confident enough to ignore him, or simply does not know his energy, this must be clear. If it is the former, then there is only a moment of peace, but if it is the latter, there are not many in the world that I can't afford. Ma Xiao called to a waiter and asked, "When will the guest I'm waiting for?" The waiter said, "It will be there in 10 minutes, boss. Are you ready for everything that should be prepared?" "Ready, boss. Go check it all over, and there must be no mistakes," Ma Xiao warned. "By the way, go to the barbecue street and stare at the few guests who have just gone out, especially women." "Okay, boss." 10 minutes later, a white extended sedan stopped at the entrance of the clubhouse. Ma Xiao took the initiative to open the door, and saw a gorgeously dressed woman stepping out of the car. She had white skin and outstanding appearance. She looked younger than Ma Xiao, but Ma Xiao stood by the side respectfully. "Cautious. Are you in a bad mood?" the woman said to Ma Xiao when she got out of the car. Nothing really can't hide from my sister-in-law, your eyes." Ma Xiao honestly told the woman what had happened before. After hearing this, the woman said, "Just for a woman who has never seen her face? You are really good enough. Forget it, it's just a woman. Just follow the previous methods." But that woman is very familiar with Song Xiaoqing from the Song family, and her identity is not clear. Ma Xiao still hesitated. The woman said, "You can go, even if it is from the Zhang family, I can support you." The Zhang family. Ma Xiao was stunned, but I heard that the Zhang family has, yes. It will be gone soon. The woman left only this sentence, and walked straight into the meeting. Ma Xiao was stunned for a while, and then took a breath of air conditioning. "Mom, what are you going to do?" Sister-in-law. Simon King and Su Yuanying just sat down, and before the barbecue came up, suddenly her phone rang. It was the piercing man who called. "Where are you?" "That guy is here, come on. I'm afraid of being slipped by him, let's double team him." Simon said in love, "I just came to see you to prove that there is no existence, but I didn't say that I want to arrest people for you. Bet I won, can't you do without your money?" "No, who said I lost?" Simon Ching didn't believe that the impaler could win, "unless you give me more." "Fine, all you have to do with money, what's the use of money? It's more useful, you wait, I'll come." Simon Ching said goodbye to Xie Fiyan and the others, and then found an unmanned alley and was ready to take off. But she suddenly noticed that someone was following behind her. Although she was very careful, she was just an ordinary person after all, and she found it all at once. As soon as Simon's sentiment moved www.novelmtl.com, the guy's clothes started to burn on their own. It's on fire, it's on fire. He Ziman didn't care about it anymore, and he spread out the Hua wing and flew towards the clubhouse. Because the speed was too fast and the distance was too short, people only saw the red light in the sky and disappeared, thinking they were dazzled. As soon as Simon Ching landed, he found that Mr. Puncture was waiting for him at the gate. "It's upstairs, I'll go up and grab it, you just wait outside, don't let it go." Simon Ching asked, "Is it true? Don't engage in oolong." "It's true, I definitely don't lie to you." Father Puncture was very excited. Not only because he found Kuang Xian, but also because he finally won a bet in his life. After speaking, he rushed to the stairs impatiently. His own speed is much faster than the elevator. During this time, some security guards tried to stop him, but his eyes turned bloody, and he blinked at the security guard, who was controlled. This is the unique ecstasy of the blood race, which can charm mortals and make people willing to become their own blood food. It is similar to Qin Yueo's charm. Ximon Qing stood at the gate and looked up. The piercing father really wanted to do something, and the movement was definitely not small. Boom! Just thinking of this, one of the windows on the first floor exploded. 2 rays of light, 1 gold and 1 red, flew out of the building one after another. Ximon Qing had been prepared for a long time, and as soon as he raised his hand, a fireball appeared in the sky, smashing into the golden light that flew out first like a meteor. The golden light stopped immediately, and then, a huge stick-like object suddenly appeared, hitting Ximon Qing's fireball like a baseball. Bang! The fireball suddenly scattered into fireworks and disappeared without a trace. So fierce. Ximon Qing didn't expect this guy to block his fireball. It seems that there are 2 brushes. But why does that stick look so familiar? This thick, big, shiny golden rod with raised ends reminds people of the wishful golden hoop. Is it true? Ximon Qing knows that there is no monkey king among the more than 300 primary species, and there are no 6-eared macaques. Deu did exist, but that was Xiaokai, it didn't have Dingashan Gentai. If she guessed correctly, this is 80% of the piercing busman, and it is a mad fairy of the first level of mythology origin. But didn't you ever win the bet by piercing? Ximon Qing was still puzzled, always feeling that something was wrong. But her hand movement was not slow, the fireball was smashed, and a palm of fire condensed as soon as she raised her hand. If it's really monkey, then try the Wuzishan of the Bagua furnace version. The big stick was smashed again, but this time it failed to smash Ximon Qing's serious palm. On the contrary, Jin Guang was completely blocked. The piercing man who followed took the opportunity to take the opportunity, and the blood flashed, the golden light burst into pieces, and even the thick and big golden rod was shattered into brilliance. The blood fell, and Mr. Puncture came to Ximon Qing. Where is the crazy fairy? Ximon Qing asked. Don't say you were blown up by you, I don't believe it. Gong Piercing's face was a little depressed, he held an object to Ximon Qing. Ximon Qing took a closer look, a pinch of hair? This, oh. Soon she realized that Sun Monkey's monkey hair clone? Is this really Monkey King? It should be. Piercing justice. Damn it, I was deceived by it. 1 omega omega omega.chi 1z.c. How do you say? Ximon Qing had already expected this ending. After all, it's a bet loss. How could the person who pierced the bet and lose so easily? Puncture justice. My intelligence shows that the boss behind this entertainment city is a crazy fairy, and a big prey from the beginning of the mythology, but who knows that it is just a bunch of hairs, and its body is not here at all. Where is that? Do not know. Ximon clapped his hands in love. Oh, I'll win the bet then. Isn't there still a bunch of hairs? Piercing justice, why are you so good that you sentence me to lose? We are betting on Kuangxian, not a handful of Kuangxian's hair, is there a problem? Ximon King smiled triumphantly, if you can find another crazy fairy, I can give up too. Piercing Gong stopped talking, and finally he could only sigh in annoyance. It's a loss, it's 1,000 for all calculation, it's too bad that this crazy immortal will actually be cloned without being counted. That's why I hate your oriental gods, he complained, each of them is either a clone or a transformation technique. The chickens are very thief, so like us, they just hang up when they poke their heels. Blame me, Ximon twisted triumphantly, anyway, you lose, give me the money. The account number is here, and I will call you in a few days. Although every bet must be lost, the best quality of the piercing man is that if you lose, you will accept it and will not be wronged. So, did Mr. Puncture really lose? Actually not. Both of them are the first time they come into contact with the Monkey King in reality, so they both overlooked one thing. In addition to ordinary vellus hair that can become a monkey, Monkey King also has 3 life-saving vellus hairs, which are a special magic weapon that can produce life-saving effects according to the situation. For example, Monkey King is sucked into the yin and yang 2 gas cylinders, and the life-saving vellus hair can be turned into a diamond drill to drill through the bottom of the bottle. But this time, being attacked by the 2 ape murderers together, the life-saving vellus also had an effect. It produces the same effect as the avatar grass man, the hair stays in place, while the body is transferred to another place. Snapped. In a dark alley, a woman appeared out of thin air. She held a golden hoop stick to the ground in her hand, while her other hand was holding her chest. Her breathing was a bit short. This person is Ma Xiao's sister-in-law. Godhead projection does not pay attention to gender. It is very common for men to have godheads, women to have male godheads, or even non-human godheads at all. It was exposed. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. I still underestimated these 8 evil spirits, and I have to be more cautious in the future. Just said to himself. A voice suddenly came from the end of the alley. I don't think you need to worry about this anymore. Monkey King looked up in shock, his eyes flashed with golden light, and flames were pulsing. Who? With fiery eyes and golden eyes, what Monkey King saw was a person with a torch in his hand. This represents the other person's godhead projection, and he himself is a man in waiter clothes. I just felt the energy fluctuations of the 2 8th fiends, and I said why the 8 fiends are now fighting directly in the city. It turned out to be for you, a crazy fairy. Qin Shuang held something like a USB flash drive in his hand. To the Monkey King madly said, that's right, if you hit me, I will send you the end directly. Only you? The woman who was completely occupied by the character of Monkey King in the myth was not afraid, and the golden hoop in her hand adjusted her position silently, and then suddenly stretched out unexpectedly. The golden stick instantly crossed the alley and stabbed Qin Shi Huang. But what surprised Monkey King was that he was not knocked out. On the contrary, it was like a golden hoop that encountered some obstacle and was abruptly blocked. Looking closely, a ring on Qin Shi Huang's hand was glowing green, and a shield formed by wind was covering his whole body. Don't worry, Qin Shi Huang squeezed the U-disc object in his hand. I have been traveling on other planes some time ago and developed a combat system with my friends over there. I just want to give you a try, but now I still lack a belt. As soon as spoke, an old belt suddenly appeared on his waist. At the same time, the belt she picked up from the ruins quietly disappeared in the Ximenqing room of Ziliang Ye's Wang. Qin Shi Huang looked down at the belt. Well, although it is the original version, it is enough. After, he inserted the USB-shaped object in his hand into a groove in the center of his belt. For an instant, the whole belt seemed to have been polished, completely renewed, and there was an old and deep sound. I knew you would choose me. Scarlet Reincarnation Festival. A blood-colored full moon appeared behind Qin Shi Huang, and 3 hands of different lengths kept rotating on the surface of the moon, like simultaneous, minute and second hands. If you look closely, you can find that the direction of rotation of these pointers is counterclockwise. A set of red and purple armor with golden edges gradually covered Qin Shi Huang's whole body, just like the unfolding of Iron Man's nano-level armor. When the armor was fully displayed, the blood moon and pointer disappeared, and everything in the alley returned to normal. Qin Shi Huang looked up at the other end of the alley, where there was still a shadow of a crazy fairy at this time. Really, can't you honestly drop the connection when someone transforms? Is there anything to run away? After all, he stretched out his hand and wiped it in front of his eyes, just like smearing the fog on the window. There was a woman holding a stick in the empty alley out of thin air. The woman's face was full of shock. She looked at Qin Shi Huang, who was covered in armor. What did you do? She just clearly took advantage of Qin Shi Huang's transformation and turned over a somersault for 1,000 miles. Why did she come back in the blink of an eye? Do you think I will explain to you the principle of my ability? Qin Shi Huang's voice came from the helmet. Kuang Xian, just go back to the myth. I really thought I was afraid of you. Knowing that he could not escape, Monkey King Kuang Xian attacked Qin Shi Huang. When it comes to fighting, there is a buff bonus to fighting and defeating the Buddha. A few minutes later, Qin Shi Huang walked out of the alley and returned to the convenience store. There was a guest at the counter. Where have you been? Check out quickly. Okay, come here. He expertly scanned and bagged the goods one by one, a total of 72 yuan 6. After the guest left, the little boy sitting next to him playing with his mobile phone asked, Where did you go? Go to the toilet. Is there a toilet in the store? You are a little sincere when you lie. Okay. Well, I just went to save the world. A great demon invaded the world. Fortunately, I was powerful and defeated it. Please, I am no longer a primary school student in the 3rd or 4th grade. I am not interested in this kind of story. I didn't lie to you. That big devil is very powerful. King Kong is not bad and changeable. Fortunately, I control the time and defeated it twice, but unfortunately the equipment version is wrong, otherwise it will be completely wiped out. The little boy rolled his eyes. He is still suffering from a 2nd-degree illness at this age. The adult is hopeless. As expected, I have to stay by his side and watch. Beijing, suburbs. A woman covered in blood fell from the sky. Her hair is gray and her skin is wrinkled. She looks quite old. In just a few minutes, these signs all subsided. She returned to her youthful face again, and all the blood stopped, but her face remained pale. Several figures appeared beside her and helped her up. What's the matter? Why are you hurt so badly? The woman weakly said, We are all wrong. Xiaoqing City is simply the most dangerous place in the world. I was besieged by Father Punch and the leader of Xingyi, and I lost my life. Then I fought with an unknown 8 murderers and then lost my life. 2 lives and 3 life-saving hairs were all used up before they escaped. It's just that the Thunder Empress didn't make a shot, otherwise it might really be impossible to survive today. How come there are so many 8 evil spirits? A figure said in shock. Sophie Ajani left only a while ago, and there are still 4 8 evil spirits. What do they want to do? Playing mahjong? Are you afraid of accidents? I miscalculated, someone said again, but that's okay. Since they all gather in Xiaoqing City, then our actions in the capital will be much easier. Yes, at most there is a Thunder Empress who can rush over, and we can withstand the 2 8 evils. Then, go ahead as planned. La 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 la. Ximenqing hummed a song and returned to Ziliang Demon Village. Qin Yueo just took a shower and drank milk in the living room. Oh, Ruyeo, how about milk? Well, drink more, it will help your body grow. Qin Yueo put down the milk and asked, Did something happy happen? Sister Ximen, you have been laughing since you walked in. I just met someone who was taken advantage of and gave hundreds of millions of rice knives for nothing. You said I'm not happy. Ximenqing said with a smile. So many. Qin Yueo said with emotion, What about the money? Spent. What? Several 100 million were spent. All right. Didn't you just earn it? You spent it so soon. Qin Yueo looked at her in surprise. Where did you use it? I went to play games. Ximen said with emotion. As soon as the money from the piercing father arrived, she called Xie Fiyan and his company. This time she is very looking forward to making a game that is the same level as Detroit, Become Human or better. Qin Yueo didn't know what to say. It was too costly, a few $100 million, or a rice knife, just spent it. Suddenly, she noticed that Simon Ching was approaching her quietly, contacting her current situation after taking a shower. She already understood her intentions. Qin Yueo turned into thunder and disappeared directly into the living room. Damn. Looking at the towel that fell on the floor, Simon felt depressed. Rieo, you have changed. You are no longer the cute little girl who only wanted her sister to hug her to sleep before. You must be mistaken. Qin Yueo poked her head from the second floor and said, I haven't done anything like that. Are you a Tuko star? Do you want me to put you a dumb hair? Simon Ching countered. It's a pity that Qin Yueo didn't understand this talk, and she retracted without responding. This made Simon Ching feel like a punch. Oh, the saddest thing in the world is that no one understands the game. www.novelmtl.com. Let's go back to the room and play the game. As soon as she entered the door, she immediately noticed something wrong. Huh? Where's my belt? I obviously put it on the cabinet. Are you Yao? Have you ever taken my belt? I have never entered your room, Qin Yueo replied. Did you forget about littering yourself? How is it possible that my old age does not mean that I have a bad memory? Simon Ching muttered. It's weird, where can such a big belt go? She looked for it again later, but unfortunately, she never found it. In the end, she had to give up. She had been tinkering with the thing for a long time and she didn't find any tricks. It is probably an antique. Still an antique that can't be sold. After all, that thing is too modern, just like taking a newly unearthed Nokia and telling others that this is an antique from 1,000 years ago. Who believes it? Another time passed. Finally, the 5th part of JoJo has officially begun serialization, and the Ghoul animation that ended for a while also announced the release date of the 2nd season. These two news can be regarded as great news for fans in the comics industry. The former is another masterpiece of the Big Fire series, and each JoJo can bring people a different surprise. Although the style of painting is very strange, as long as you look in, you will basically become a die-hard fan. The latter is to dispel everyone's worries. There was a precedent, and the fans were really afraid that the dance would be a this time. Really want that, they are probably going to parade in the streets. Since Wuking and Wangshu made their debut last year, the comics industry has ushered in a blowout of talent. It's not just that these two groups of cartoonists are supporting them, but after the market has been widened, a large number of talented creators have sprung up. Did they not exist before? Not really. Manga, an industry that has been developed for a certain number of years, how can there be a shortage of talents? The most important thing is lack of funds. Simon Ching and Song Yun-woo opened a door, and a lot of money poured in. Naturally, many cartoonists who could not afford to change their careers chose to stick to it. After all, one book of gods is only a small number. Most of the great gods have gone to the altar after the foundation of 1, 2, or even 9 books. It's easier to stand firm at the beginning, and the number of great gods naturally increases. This is exactly what Simon Ching hopes to see. At first, it was for money, and co-created comics with the charter-in-law. Later, the problem of her own ability was solved because of the alcohol, and she was not so short of money. The reason why I continue to draw comics is to open up the industry and allow more outstanding works to be born. After all, she herself likes this one very much. Compared with traveling and singing, she decided to stay at home and play on the computer. Has reached the 5th part, and her plan is to get the 6th part. Since the 7th part is similar to the series restart, the Iraqi teacher on the Earth hasn't finished painting yet, so naturally she doesn't need to take it out again. Pokemon has considerable potential, but it takes time to accumulate. The level of technology here is much higher than when this game was launched on Earth, so many places need to be changed. Simon Ching didn't know when it could make money, and even if it couldn't guarantee that it would reach the height on Earth. So she just asked Qin Yueo to finish painting part of the first part, and then handed it over to the editorial department for processing. In fact, there are many comics like this. At first, it was created by a single person. Later, it was created by a production team, including several unknown cartoonists. In this way, Qin Yueo is still painting a 5 at present. With the speed of her hand, it is estimated that the painting will be finished soon. So she found Zyman love. Sister Zyman, do you have any new inspiration lately? Zyman asked her, why do you keep painting? You are so rich. Wouldn't it be okay to take a break? Qin Yueo said, drawing comics is a kind of leisure and entertainment for me. Although the story is written by you, many details, such as the sky, forest, houses, and clothes in the comics, are all my own thoughts. When I do this, I feel very fulfilled. Zyman Ching said, indeed, the less you don't need to run for life, the more empty your spirit will be. If you don't find something to do, you will be crazy. Don't worry, I'll go back and think about it. I'll give you something new in a few days. Scripture. Really? Qin Yueo said in surprise. She was just trying to ask, but she didn't plan to ask for it right away. This year, Zyman Ching has already produced so many stories, even when the fountain runs out, but the water in Zyman Ching's fountain seems far more than she thought. Don't lie to you, Zyman Ching suddenly attacked and hugged Qin Yueo. But you can't always let you take my script for nothing. How would you tell me how you would return it? Was hugged tightly by Zyman Ching, Qin Yueo gave up after a symbolic struggle. She said, didn't I cook for you every day? It doesn't count. That little boy and Hui Yuan also have something to eat. It doesn't count if they are not unique to me. Ximon Qing leaned in Qin Yueo's ear and said softly, what I want is. Qin Yueo listened, the roots of her ears were red, and there were electric arcs on her forehead. That. Equivalent exchange. Ximon Qing let go of her and made a gesture. It's fair, right? Where is it fair? Qin Yueo didn't dare to look at her. Ximon King was aggrieved immediately. Don't you think the script I gave you is not good enough? Don't you like it that much? Qin Yueo was speechless. The script of is indeed the most amazing she has ever seen, and this work she drew by herself is also her favorite comic so far. She is very fortunate to be the creator of this work. At this point, she is really grateful to Simon. But Ximon King's request was too challenging for her. She felt that if she really wanted to win, she would lose some very important things, such as ethics. Think about it. Ximon King touched her face. I'll go back to the room and write the script. You have one night to think about it. In the empty living room, only Qin Yueo was standing, with an electric arc flickering on her head, and even the lights in the living room flickered. Ximon Qing went back to the room, thinking about what comics Qin Yueo would draw. Long story, short story, passionate, young, suspenseful, bloody, there are too many types to choose from. Considering that Wang Shu's pen name is based on a bizarre adventure, it is more appropriate to have another royal manga. So what should I paint? When it comes to the manga of the King of Blood, he can't get around Weekly Boys, and when he mentions it, a series of comics naturally come to mind. Saint Seiya, Dragon Ball, Full-Time Hunter, and the most praised Big Three in the Dead Sea. Ximon thought, although it is also a classic, it is still a bit niche after all. Although Qin Yueo's current reputation is great, a large part of it stems from her appearance. The beauty of this thing may be very common in the show business circle, but it really exists like a panda in the comics circle. After all, you can definitely rely on your face to eat. How many will be so tired and choose to rely on talent? So in fact, there are some people who are so sorrowful Qin Yueo, saying that she is so popular not by her strength, but by her appearance. She is a cartoonist who can only make hype. I really have no power to refute this, because Zhou Hong did use a lot of hype when promoting Qin Yueo. Although he is a layman for comics, the means of making money are really emerging. As long as it is not illegal or ethical, he can basically do it. Ximon thought that it was time to make Qin Yueo's reputation better, so if he came up with an undisputed masterpiece, it was undoubtedly the best choice. There are so many gods, and it is really troublesome to choose. Sure enough, it is better to narrow the scope and choose from the dead fire. Simon's love thought about it, and One Piece was first ruled out, because although this work is the first manga on the earth and her favorite one, it is still unfinished and not the best choice. The remaining Naruto and Reaper are actually suspected of being unfinished, but they are complete works after all, and it is relatively convenient to copy them. Which one is better? Ximon thought about it, and finally chose death. The main thing is that the ninja is an island country, and if there are many things in it, you have to change it. For example, shuriken, for example, the most basic 3 Shen arts, including the last Dakagayaji are also characters in the island country myth. Although there are a lot of things that are irrelevant, they are too detailed and too much, and it is very troublesome to change them. In contrast, the of death only needs to change the initial form of the Zanpadao to Miodeo, Tangdeo and the like, and then change the death tyrant's outfit, basically. Because both the Ghost Deo and the Zanpaku sword system are all original, it is more convenient to take out. Just a few knives are more troublesome. Ximon Qing suddenly remembered Jingle Chunshui's Zanpi Deo. His Zanpi Deo Huishan Crazy Bone is basically a game of 5 ghosts originated from the island country. This really needs to be changed. It can't be changed. But if there are 1 or 2 occasionally, it is actually not a problem. At most, it is even if it is integrated into the culture of another country as an embellishment. Unlike Naruto, that thing is based on island culture. Now that it was decided, Ximon Qing began to write. The beginning of Shinigami was in an aerial city called Kuzuko, which can be transported directly to Natsuko City. After painting a ghoul, it is really convenient to use this city as the background. There is a high school boy with orange hair in the city, who is born to see ghosts. Because a group of skateboarding gangsters overturned the offerings on the roadside, he beat up a few people violently and made them apologize to the ghosts they couldn't see at all. At the same time, a woman in black costume arrived in the city. It's very close. The first line has only 2 characters, which is very mysterious. After, the story officially unfolded. The woman thought that ordinary people could not see her, but she did not know that the protagonist's special physique not only saw her, but also gave her a waist. Seems to be an accidental encounter, which completely changed the trajectory of their fate. After, Rukia was injured in order to save people, and the protagonist Chi Yuho replaced her as the of death and started a part-time job as a temporary of death. The worldview at the beginning of the story has not yet been developed, and it is mainly the appearance of the friends one by one. Indian mixed-race tiger, quintessence Shi Yulong, beautiful-breasted Oshima country student Oriya Minu, mysterious grocery store owner Kambara, Miao Starman Yaiki. Although it ended a long time ago, when I recalled it again, Ximon Qing was extremely skilled. Soon, she wrote down all the plots of Rukia before she was caught back to the soul world. There is still a lot of time, but Ximon Qing stopped. Because she is struggling. Sure enough, the most criticized thing about this work of Grim Reaper is the battle in the last millennium. The battle strength is violent, the plot is on rockets, and there are too many characters on the stage, so many fans want this work to be settled in the Bengayu chapter altogether, Xiamen feeling murmured, but in this case, there will be many holes that can't be filled, such as the Zero Division. She is now a mover, and she can completely decide whether or not to get rid of the Millennium Blood War. It is certain that both choices will cause flaws in the work, depending on which one she is willing to accept. Xiamen thought about it, but in the end I felt that I had better not let it go. Although Ziobai is very hanging after the 3 flowers are broken, and the solution is very shocking, but, sure enough, let it end at the peak moment. Of course, this also saves Simon Ching to write a little less. The script of the Millennium Blood War chapter is really very large, and it can save a lot of effort if it is written. Early the next morning, Simon Ching went downstairs and saw the breakfast table full of breakfast. Because it's summer vacation, Jin Huiwen and Xiaoguai didn't get up so early. Instead, she came out first. Of course, Qin Yuyeo, who is in charge of the practice, is not counted. Just as Qin Yuyeo walked out holding a pot of preserved egg and lean meat porridge, Xiamen Ching looked at her clothes and immediately let out an excited cry, "Oh, Ruyeo, Ness." Qin Yuyeo is very shy, all because she is now wearing Xiamen Ching's swimsuit. 1 Omega.Chi1Z.C. That's right, it's the large dead reservoir water of the same style as that of Xiaoguai School. Although Xiamen Ching has a bigger bust than Qin Yuyeo, there is no problem at all because of the elasticity of the swimsuit. She is really suitable for her body. Xiamen Ching asked Qin Yuyeo to wear her swimsuit last night for a full day. Although there is no need to go out to meet people, this is still very, very shameful to Qin Yuyeo. She also struggled for a long time before finally agreeing. Xiamen Ching's eyes are staring. Qin Yuyeo is simply a genius, not to mention wearing the water in the reservoir. She actually added an apron. What kind of fairy combination is this? Xiamen Ching almost wanted to transform into a wolf and let out a long howl. Awesome? Come, let my sister hug. Don't move, don't move. The porridge is sprinkled. Qin Yuyeo exclaimed and put the casserole down, and then started to run away. www.novelmtl.com. What are you running? Xiamen King smirked and chased after him. Let my sister help you check your body. Was awakened by the noise, Xiaoguai and Jin Huiwen walked out of the room rubbing their eyes. As soon as he went out, he saw Xiamen Ching chasing Qin Yuyeo there. The two children looked at each other and sighed in a tacit understanding. How old is he? How can he be like a child, not growing up at all? The end of this incident was the same as before. The family was eating breakfast, and Xiamen Ching said suddenly, I don't know when the dumb boy and the charter wife will come back. They are all the fools of Ajani. If she doesn't run around, there will be so many things. Sister Damun has already arrived in the capital some time ago. I guess I will be back later, Qin Yuyeo said. Sister Yunmu is not necessarily the case. Ajiani's prediction still needs to be taken seriously. I don't know what the danger is. Xiamen Ching couldn't figure it out. According to the logic, with Ajani's ability, she should have been in the capital long ago, but why hasn't she had any information so far? Qin Yuyeo suddenly said, I suddenly have a brain hole. What? Xiamen Ching asked. Isn't Ajani lucky enough to protect her? Is it possible that she is too dangerous, so luck in her body prevents her from reaching the capital, so she won't be in danger anymore? Xiamen was surprised. It's really going to be like that, but something big must happen to the charter wife. Song Yunmyo has stayed in his hometown in Beijing for some time. Most of the comics in Ghoul were also drawn, but nothing special happened to his younger brother Song Yunj. Sometimes she really wonders if she thinks too much. Just because of Ajani's words, she ran back all the way, and occasionally met with those annoying people. The Song family is a very traditional family, and small family banquets are held every week. As long as the Song family members are in the capital, they must participate. When Song Yunmyu goes there, he can always see those who had a bad relationship with him when he was a child, or the elders who had strayed sideways. Although these guys have all been beaten by themselves, the concept that has been cultivated since childhood cannot be changed with a few punches. Some people are just plain old-fashioned and admit death. Song Yunmyo can't put any serious Deo skills, and can't draw a serious talisman. All she has produced is some wrong ways, which naturally looks not pleasing to her. Especially, she actually went to draw comics. If she is an ordinary person, she doesn't care about what she does at home, but she is obviously an awakened evolutionary, but she does not want to make progress and engages in inferior businesses to entertain others all day long. This has also caused some people's dissatisfaction. Of course, they are dissatisfied, and Song Yunmyo will definitely ignore them. Both of the 8 evil spirits in the family are drawing cartoons. These guys have the ability to go to them and talk about them, and they don't want to scare them into sand pens. Anyway, Song Yunmyu wants to go home very much now, wants to fight Xiamen Ching's breasts, wants to eat Qin Yuyeo's meal, wants to listen to Jin Huiwen's songs, wants to touch Xiaoguai's head. Go back if you think about them. Damon Zi saw her troubles and said with a smile. She came to the capital 3 days ago. Song Yunmyu asked her to go to the palace of the Emperor Qin to save people, and she went. After Xiamen Ching left, the entrance to the palace of the Emperor Qin opened, as if it had been closed because of fear of the 8 evil spirits. A group of people entered it, but it was very unfortunate that they ran into the A Fang Palace after a space jump in order to avoid Ximen's love. Although Zhou Yu didn't even know that there were these people, he didn't deliberately target them. But for intruders, a Fang Palace still has some basic defense methods. When the Gate Zi arrived, only Qinjun in the group was barely awake. The others, including Xiao Cai, were all unconscious. She has an 8 fierce spirit ghost feather night crow, but she is not afraid of these, she just walks away when she gets caught. Took them back to the capital. After they were treated, they were very optimistic. Now everyone is awake, including Panda Xiao. Damon Zi also stayed in Song Yunmu's house temporarily, because the surgical technique she showed while rescuing people attracted the attention of the hospital and was invited to have a technical exchange. Old Dean Qin in Xiaokang City still had acquaintances with the military region hospital, so he agreed to this request. Damon's it doesn't matter, any operation is done to save people. And here, you can still fight the landlord, Xiao Cai, and Zhang Xinyo are her regular partners. Panda has a dumb hand and often loses cards. Zhang Xinyo is a returnee who has a bit of a bad brain. If you play cards with them, you will win a few hands even if your skills are bad. Regarding Damon Zi's words, Song Yunmyo smiled and shook his head. How can I say that I will go back? It is very interesting that Ajiani has not shown up. Let's go, De Nzi nodded. Why don't you come to fight the landlord and make sure you feel better? You'd better go to Xiao Cai. Song Yunmyo didn't want to abuse the food. No pleasure. I'll pick Xiaogua. Her plane will arrive at 1 o'clock. Xiaoguai became a hit on the internet because he sang Little Chicken Beep with Tang Xiaotang. Because the image was good enough, the two were invited to the capital to perform at the opening ceremony of a cultural summit. This summit is still quite famous, bringing together artists from all nationalities, and the opening ceremony will be watched by audiences across the country in the form of live broadcast. Xiaoguai himself has no interest in these, but wants to help her friend Tang Xiaotang. And the two have also made an appointment to go to climb the Great Wall during summer vacation to see the prosperity of Beijing. Song Yunmyo arrived at the airport exit on time, and after a while, he saw two pink and tender little loli walking out of it holding hands. Also courageous, even two people dare to fly far away. Song Yunmyo murmured, and Song Yunmyo planned to go up and call them. But before she took her steps, she saw a figure leaping towards herself like a large dog. The speed was really lightning fast, she was still stunned, and she was already full of slams. Hit the ball with the ball. Aha, are you surprised? Are you surprised? Xiamen King smiled while rubbing her against her. Song Yunmyo was of course surprised. Why are you all here? It was not only Ximen's love, but later she also saw Qin Yuyao and Jin Huiwen. Ziliang Ye's Wang people are all here now. I miss you, don't you miss me? Ximen King and Song Yunmyo were close to each other, their noses all met. Could it be that you want to cheat? Get out of your big-headed ghost. Song Yunmyo slapped a slap on a familiar place. Quickly get down to me, a lot of people are watching. Hey, Ximen King who was beaten still smiled. This familiar feeling is indeed my charter wife. Go go, Song Yunmyo rolled his eyes, walked over to hug Qin Yuyao and Jin Huiwen. I will live with my sister when I come to Beijing, and I will be your tour guide. That's for sure, Qin Yuyao said with a smile. I haven't been to the capital yet. At this time, Xiaoguai and Tang Xiaotang also contacted the program staff who came to pick them up. Knowing that the two have their own residence, the staff said that they would like to see Song Yunmyo, otherwise it would be very troublesome to arrange. It's okay, Song Yunmyo said to the program crew. My house is very close to yours. It's only a 10-minute drive away. The staff only agreed, and left a phone number to indicate that there will be changes in the follow-up and then contact. The group arrived at Song Yunmyo's house, and as soon as they entered the door, they saw 3 people fighting the landlord there. No, to be precise, it is 2 people and a panda. Oh, Xiao Cai, are you discharged? Ximen Qing said hello. Xiao Cai heard that it was an exciting spirit. Before, she didn't know that Ximen Qing was the 8 evil spirits and didn't feel how she felt. Later, she was pointed out by Lian Qinjun. In retrospect, she felt that she had been jumping repeatedly on the edge of death. Now that Ximen Qing met again, it didn't know what expression to show. What are you afraid of her doing? Song Yunmyo punched its head. Don't think of anything messy, this idiot zombie is harmless. Xiao Cai nodded honestly immediately. With the assurance of the owner, it feels more at ease. Think about it carefully, Ximen's love is indeed very good, at least it won't be beaten like Song Yunmyo all day. Just like now, Ximen Qing ran over and hugged Xiao Cai, and crawled all over her back. The soft hair and some warm touch are really great. Tang Xiaotang, who walked in behind, opened his eyes wide when he saw such a big panda. Really? Can pandas be raised at home? She very much doubts whether Xiao Cai is fake. Seeing Ximen King lying on the back of the panda, she courageously stepped forward and touched it. Wow, this feel is addictive to the touch. So it's so cool to touch a panda. Simply addictive, unable to extricate themselves. At this time, Xiao Cai turned her head and looked at her, and said, Little sister is so cute, do you like to tie rope? I am very skilled. 1 omega 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 chi 1 z.c. As soon as the voice fell, Song Yunmyo's fist fell on its forehead. Don't mess around. Tang Xiaotang's eyes widened, rushing, the panda is talking. Mom. Xiao Cai said, do you know what a national treasure is? What Mina can say, and the parrot can say, why can't I say it? Tang Xiaotang's eyes were turning in circles, and she didn't know how to refute Xiao Cai. Seems to be such a rationale. She has never seen other pandas before, so she can't be 100% sure if a panda can talk. Oh, Does the panda talk? Not only Tang Xiaotang, but one person also believed it. That is Qin Yao. It is also the first time she has seen a panda. Who doesn't like such a round cute thing? She really wanted to lie on the back of the panda, but the position was so small, and Ximon Qing had no place for her. Unless she is willing to let Ximon King eat tofu. It's that Jin Huiwen next to her knows a little better, and she can't laugh or cry out. How is that possible? If you really want to talk, can our country not promote it? Qin Yao realized that she was stupid. Xiao Cai can speak only because it is an evolutionary, and it has nothing to do with the panda itself. Only because she knows too little about the evolutionary, she would believe this. Because of the panda, the living room quickly became lively. The mixed-race Zhang Xinyo also became acquainted with everyone, especially when they met Jin Huiwen, who is also a mixed race, and the two had a lot of topics to talk about. Under such circumstances, Song Yunryu alone pulled out Ximon Qing. Two people came to Song Yunryu's room. She turned around and closed the door. Ximon King said with some excitement, "There are so many people outside, are you in a hurry?" Said, she unbuttoned it. Song Yunryu turned around to see her movements, and immediately slapped her to the nearest position. Ximon King let out a familiar scream. "I'm telling you about business. What are you doing?" Song Yunryu glared at her. "You tell me, what's the matter? Why did you run into the capital?" The capital city is Zhangjianhong's site. They are both the 8 evil spirits. Generally speaking, they try to avoid getting close. It was like Duke Piercing, who left Xiaokeng City overnight after defeating Crazy Immortal. "Ximon loves nothing wrong. I will definitely not rush to the capital casually." Ximon said with affection, "I miss you." Song Yunryu choked, not knowing how to respond. Of course, other things are not without. Ximon Qing continued. "I know, what's the matter?" Seeing Ximon Love spreading her hands, a small golden sword appeared in her palm. "I will give you a gift. Golden Wind Sword." Of course Song Yunryu knew that their family heirloom was in the hands of Ximon Qing. "What are you doing for me now? I can't use it anymore." Her talent for Taoism is crooked. Although powerful, she can't use normal Taoism. Naturally, this golden wind sword that had recorded all the Taoist talisman of the Song family could not be used by her. Ximon said in love, "Of course you can't use it now, but what if I can help you refining it?" "Re-refining? What do you mean?" Vaguely, Song Yunryu felt that Ximon Qing was going to do something, and it was going to make a big news. Ximon Qing said, "I heard about it 100 years ago. The Golden Wind and Jade Dew swords are originally one, but they were interrupted later, so they were divided into two. Therefore, they are completely refining a sword. Feasible." "Of course I know this." Song Yunryu looked at Ximon Qing with a rightward arrow expression. "Isn't it you who interrupted it?" "It's not me," Ximon Qing said. "It's the world, and I won't give her back." "Okay, it's all zombies anyway, you go on." Ximon said in love, "My fire is #1 in the world. Refining a flying sword is more than enough, but just fusing 2 flying swords into one face is too much, so I plan to add some ingredients." "What material?" "The divinity of the crazy fairy." Ximon Qing said this sentence confidently, but Song Yunryu was shocked. "What are you talking about?" "Use the deity of the crazy fairy to refine my Song family's sword." "Yes," Ximon said, "the divine nature can only be manipulated by the 8 evil spirits, so I will help you refine the sword, tailored specifically for you, so that you can use it. Relatively, other people in the Song family. Don't think about it. Forget it," Song Yunryu said. "You still refine it as usual, it doesn't matter whether I can use it or not." "No," Ximon Qing said, "I don't like the Song family at all, so why do you want to make wedding dresses for them?" The Song family is a Taoist priest. Yu reading www.uukangsha.com has killed many zombies. The Xingyi teacher before the old accounts has been settled with the Song family, and Ximon Qing is too lazy to pay attention to it, but this does not mean that she will love the house and the black. She is only good to the charter wife, and the others in the Song family are just passers-by to her. "Then don't do it, you just return the Golden Wind Sword directly," Song Yunryu said. "But how can Ximon Qing agree?" "Well, if men talk to women, don't object to it. You only need to be responsible for calling 666. You count as a man with wool." Song Yunryu slapped at the position where he hit just now, but, well, forget it, you'll be happy. She didn't bother to stop Simon's love. What does a really want to do? How can she stop it? Even if she is deeply emotional with Simon, she will not abuse it like this. She thought, anyway, the Golden Wind and Eula double swords are now basically displayed in the Song family, so it might as well be used for Ximon Qing to play with. At that time, an 8 evil level spirit treasure was refined, which was considered an improvement to the Song family as a whole. The reason why Ximon Qing was not willing to give it to others in the Song family but to her, was probably because he did not hope that this sword would one day teach Xiang Qingai. At least in Song Yunryu's hands, she would never use it to fight zombies. "Then it's settled," Ximon Qing smiled. "The charter wife, you have to cooperate with me." "Cooperate? With what?" Song Yunryu was taken aback. "Of course I stole the Yulu sword," Ximon said with emotion. "Could it be that you want me to go directly into the old Song's house and it? Robbing is impossible. After all, there are still 8 murderers in the capital, and the consequences are still very serious if they really cause trouble. But stealing is still possible. In fact, you can't say stealing. How can Taoist affairs be considered stealing? Simon said with love, right, this should be called for the virtuous, not stealing, not counting. Song Yunwoo didn't speak, but just looked at her in silence to see how much she could talk nonsense. What are you doing looking at me like this? Later, Simon Ching took the initiative to change the subject. By the way, how are you doing cartoons these days? Song Yunwoo pointed to his workbench and said, it's almost there. It is estimated that in half a month, Ghoul will be finished. Is it so fast? Simon Ching said in surprise, you really did not hang up, right? He said that the league has regulations, and the body is still very honest. I didn't, Song Yunwoo shook his head, it's just that my dad found me some assistance, so I only need to be responsible for drawing some basics, and I don't need to do the subsequent blackouts, backgrounds, etc., and the speed is natural. Go up. That's it, Simon knew, would you like me to give you a new script? Let me tell you that Ru Yao is currently drawing a new comic, which is very interesting. She thought that Song Yunwoo would also want to ask her for a script, but Song Yunwoo actually shook her head, it's not necessary for the time being. It's not the same thing to rely on you so much. No matter how powerful you are, the inspiration is not unlimited. Yes, for the time being, you can just concentrate on writing a new script for her and leave me alone. At first glance, this seems to be sympathetic to Simon's love, but Simon's love feels something else. Then what do you do? What are you going to do after painting Ghoul? Song Yunwoo said, when I went to Woolen last time, didn't someone find me? I got an idea later. Are you planning to green me? Simon Ching seemed to be unable to accept the blow, and slumped on the bed, touching under the pillow. She knew that the charterer had a habit of stuffing her newly taken clothes under the pillow when she slept, and she really touched a cotton object. I'll just say how you look at that kid so familiar? So it was him. Simon Ching also remembered, no wonder I saw Du Zitang so familiar at the Dark Horse Entertainment Club that day. It turned out that I had met before when I went to Woolen. But at that time, she was packed in the suitcase with only one head exposed, and all she saw was Du Zitang's back, so she couldn't remember it. Green Yu, Song Yunwoo was speechless. I'm not looking for Du Zitang to cooperate. I'm planning to talk to Yuyuan.com to see if I can adapt Sun Waseo's work. Sun Wuxia. Simon was taken aback for a moment. She had heard this name many times, and it was because of this guy that made the charter woman indulged in instant noodles, and a goodbye fume just turned into a freak. This guy, I haven't reported the hatred of instant noodles yet, and now I want to green me again? Don't let me catch it, or I have to let him know what the 8 evil spirits are. Simon King grabbed the thing in his hand and gritted his teeth. Said. At the same time, Kui Minjile, who was participating in the final stage performance of PD-119, suddenly felt a chill from his heel to the back of his head. Hey, he shuddered sharply. What's the matter? Jin Menzo, who was beside him, asked. It's okay, let's continue. Kui Mingri shook his head, he didn't know why. Jin Menzo looked at the back of Kui Minjio who was continuing to dance, and suddenly his thoughts went elsewhere. Currently, Kui Minjio, Chin Yuki and her are the most popular in the entire show. Among the 3 people, Chin Yuki was a pure cannibalism, and came to this step by face. But she and Kui Minjio are different. One of them is the big devil who has been the #1 since the beginning of the show, and has won the support of massive fans with an overwhelming advantage. The other is a dark horse that has suddenly emerged. At first, the ranking fell to the edge of elimination, but later came to the top, relying on a stage to start a counterattack, and finally came to the nearest place to the big devil. It can be called the most standard protagonist template for the development of the system. Compared to Chin Yuki, Jin Menzo obviously regarded Kui Minjio as her goal, and she wanted to defeat the devil. The face value and the figure have lost, but her character is naturally dominant, and the 2 sides can almost be evened. The rest is pure stage. Although she has no singing and dancing skills, she works very hard and has enough talent. She is eager to defeat Kui Minjio on the final stage with her own strength. Of course, Kui Minjio is not a fool, and more or less noticed this. As the first, the pressure is also great, and no one wants to be a stepping stone for others. He wants to keep winning until the end. In the dance studio, an invisible smoke of gunpowder filled www.novelmtl.com. The other players were more or less aware of it, and felt a lot of pressure from the 2 of them. The only heartless person is Chin Yuki. Although she is not talented, she has a correct attitude. She has always wanted to do what she can do well, so that she can be worthy of her fans. Looking at the back of the 3 people in the front, the other girl was somewhat aroused in fighting spirit. There was a neat voice on the floor, and occasionally drops of sweat would fall, causing a splash of water. Speaking of performance, tomorrow seems to be the stage of the PD-119 finals. Simon Ching said suddenly on the way to send Xiaoguai and Tang Xiaotang to the show. Although Tang Xiaotang had seen a talking panda, a memory jammer could make her ignore this kind of thing, so they didn't particularly avoid the topic of evolution in front of her. Song Yunwoo said, it just so happens that Xiaoguai and the others performed on the day after tomorrow. Maybe it was to avoid this show. The hottest variety show at the moment is not just for nothing. PD-119 was also broadcast live on that day. If it hits, it will be a big diversion. I don't know who will make his debut in the end. Simon Ching thought of those cute sister papers. Would you like to go to the scene with me? Simon Ching is the general judge of the finals, and it is said that it is the general judge, but in fact it is the guest of honor. I must go to the scene tomorrow. Song Yunwoo said, "Of course I want to go. I also want to see how many places Xiao Yueo's sister can get." Then a few days later, it will be the premiere of Journey to the West, Simon King said again, "Let's go and watch it together then." What she is talking about here naturally refers to all the members of Ziliang Demon Village. Speaking of this movie, Song Yunwoo's eyes also lit up. She drew this comic. I don't know what kind of experience it will be after it is put on the screen. Because they were parents, Simon Ching and the others were qualified to watch the rehearsal after being told they could not shoot. Today is not a dress rehearsal with makeup, so I just arranged for them to go there. The audience in the audience was all staff. Although it was not full, there were actually quite a lot of people. The person who invited them at first also worried that the two children would be stage fright, but this worry was obviously unnecessary. Tang Xiaotang is the UP host, and he often does live broadcasts, and he doesn't feel nervous at all when he is watched by so many people. And Xiaoguai is even more so, because she is a killer of unreasonable emotions. The effect of the rehearsal is very satisfying, and they don't need to remember too many things, just remember a few simple lines of action. Much better than expected. The director praised without hesitation. But he then looked at Simon Ching and the others, "Could you guys also be entertainers?" They are all wearing sunglasses because of Simon's love, and the sun is already down outside. This pair of pie is really like a star. No, Simon Ching denied, of course. We don't mix in the entertainment industry. Wearing this is just a hobby. Oh, okay. The director hesitated and stopped. The main reason is that this group of girls are so beautiful, and he feels that they are very suitable for this industry like an occupational disease. My name is Lu Wan, and you can contact me if you have any intentions in this regard. He enthusiastically handed everyone a business card. This is not to say that he really thinks so, but that some people are like that. No matter how they hand over a business card to say a few polite words, everything will leave a possibility. As a result, there are more business cards handed out, and there will always be one or two that will work and bring them considerable benefits. Early the next morning, Simon Ching went back to Xiaokang City with Song Yunwoo and Qin Yueo on Song's private plane. The final stage of PD-119 is tonight. On the internet, the popularity of the show has been rising. A large number of fans began to gather votes in order to send the players they support into the debut. Of course, for such large-scale events, people often use the pretext of fundraising to defraud fans of their money and then abscond with the money. Fortunately, Xing Yi taught behind the scenes this time, so these scammers were all arrested and brought to court. After the operation of a team of professional lawyers, the sentences were all sentenced to the highest limit. In addition, the constant tearing force continues. The biggest drawback of this kind of talent show is the high degree of hostility among the fans of the members, which is different from those who make a direct debut. In this show, basically everyone is regarded as each other's enemy before their debut. The fans are naturally torn apart. People have a tendency to seek superiority. If you like a combination, if your favorite member is the most popular, then she/he will be very happy, very proud, and even show off. And some people who are immature or low-educated will choose a more extreme way, which is to promote the members they like by degrading other members. This phenomenon is commonly known as holding one, stepping on one, and is particularly common on the internet. For example, if the number of fans who like Kui Minjae is the largest, there will naturally be some people who mock the votes of other players, saying, the dimensions between the two are different, so you can't get the first. Another example is for Chin Yuki, saying, with her, this combination will be finished, if she makes her debut, she will only support 11 other people and so on. Some people don't even hate them too much, but simply want to vent their negative emotions on the internet, so they can hack them their day after day, and go in and scold them when they see the opportunity. These are all the pressures that must be undertaken in the flow center. The mentality adjustments of the sisters are quite good, and they have not been greatly affected for the time being. There is no easy way to make money. Moving bricks, delivering express delivery, and getting tired in the wind and sun. Programmers and web writers are prone to sudden death when sitting in front of the computer all day. Entrepreneurs have to worry about policy changes and market changes, and athletes have to training day and night to maintain the peak and fear of injury. The same goes for being a star. Outsiders watch celebrities take part in a show with dozens of millions, and they are glamorous and popular on stage. It seems to be easy and happy to make money, but few people really pay attention to what they need to face in the audience. Bastard meals, paparazzi, unspoken rules. Depression and suicide are not 1 or 2 stars. So if I compete with those who hate me all day, wouldn't I be very sorry to those who like me? Chin Yuki smiled and said to Jin Menzo backstage. She was scolded the most in the entire program group, but she was also the one with the best mentality. It is precisely because of the presence of such a sunny person as her that even the other girls are much more cheerful. It can be said that she is the group favorite of the entire show group. All the sisters and sisters like her, and they will think of her if they are delicious. www.novelmtl.com. On the other hand, Song Yunwoo is watching her in the exclusive dressing room. Xiamen love of makeup artist applying makeup. You really plan to show your face? She asked. What status do you plan to use? Identity? Of course it is the love of a cartoonist. Xiamen said with love. But this is a girl group selection program. What are you doing as a manga artist? I don't comment. I'm responsible for awarding the awards, Xiamen Ching said. It's fine for you to treat me as a mascot, so as long as I'm beautiful and beautiful, everything else is not a problem. Hello, am I pretty? The makeup artist said admiringly. His master has the best beauty in the world. Yes, this makeup artist is also a zombie. Because Simon has a good foundation, there is no need for any extra embellishments except for some basic makeup to cope with the lighting and photography. After the makeup artist finished her makeup, she stared at the Ximenqing in front of her, and just stared blankly. Ximenqing turned around and let Song Yunyu and Qin Yuyeo see her in front. At this moment, the two women almost suffocated. Mom, mother, sister Ximen, you are fouling, Qin Yuyeo murmured. In the past, Ximenqing had always been literacy, and it was already very beautiful, but now with makeup, it's like piercing through a layer of window paper and entering a whole new realm. Fairies, real fairies descend to the earth, men and women kill. How about? Have you fallen in love with me? Ximenqing opened his hands. Come on, let sister give you a loving hug. Song Yunyu sighed suddenly. Can't you just shut up? How good you are when you are not talking. When you speak, the temperament of an idiot and zombie is exposed. After speaking, she turned around quietly. Because she felt that her face was hot, she must be very red, but she couldn't let Ximenqing find out, otherwise this guy must have made an inch of it again. Why is this zombie so sweet? Ma Yuxuan just finished the college entrance examination this year. He has been a schoolmaster since he was a child, and he spends almost all of his time studying. Playing basketball and surfing the internet are almost insulated from him, let alone the premature love he has only now. This doesn't mean that he loves learning much, he just has been forced to do things he doesn't like. After the college entrance examination was over, he got a pretty good grade and was accepted by his favorite university, Ziyang University. Finally, he was relieved. Like a wild horse running out of hold, he was about to run wildly. He has to make up all the things he missed in the previous 12 years. He has to play games for 12 years, and for anime, he has to make up for 12 years. Even for girlfriends, he has to talk for 12 people. Wait a minute, he slapped himself. Calm down. A 12-person girlfriend seems a bit too much. After all, I haven't figured out how the girlfriend should come. I still have to search the internet. Let's see if there is any formula. This search was really found by him. Girlfriend equals tall, rich, and handsome. A very precise formula. 4,396 netizens liked it. This, a bit difficult. He looked in the mirror. I don't have money. How can this formula be satisfied? He is just an ordinary school bully, not that kind of evildoer. He just graduated from high school without any means of making money. The equation doesn't hold. What should I do? Make it up. Ma Yuxuan thought of a way with his usual thinking mode. Since I cannot satisfy the left side of the equation, I simply add something to the right side of the equation to make the equation hold. He first wrote an equal sign on the paper, and then wrote a big pour on the left side of the equal sign. Then write girlfriend on the right side of the equal sign. This equation was obviously not true, so he added another word in front of girlfriend, cloud. Pour equals cloud girlfriend. Oh, this is not true. He thinks he is very smart. His previous table mates used to change wives. At that time, he felt that the same table was great. After asking, he learned that the wives at the same table would change every quarter when a new anime was released, and not only at the same table, but also thousands of people. The dead otaku who can't find his girlfriend is in charge of those cute girls calling his wife. In this case, it seems that a 12-person girlfriend is not impossible. Ma Yuxuan began to constantly look for greasy sisters on the internet. Oh no, it was a lovely sister paper. This search was really found by him. Produce 119, the final 12 girls debut. The members are up to you to choose. Damn. He suddenly felt that this was tailor-made for himself. So he immediately completed the previous episodes, and successfully entered the pit to become a younger brother. DD. Kui Minjiao is so beautiful and her body is so explosive. A proper candidate for the eldest wife. Jin Menze has a strong personality. He used to be a policeman. It is standard in urban YY novels. The second wife is Yu. Chin Yuki is also good-looking and has a lively personality. One devil, 3 wives. Finally, there is Suyorong, who will be the youngest next year, but taller than her sisters. This contrast, I am dead. The tablemate who came to his house to play at his place looked at him like this, and couldn't help but complain. You are thinking about eating. Do you want me to wake you up? It just happened that I got angry recently. Hey, thinking about it, why can't it work? Ma Yuxuan said, I don't take action. You still don't allow me to think beautifully. That won't work, the tablemate said righteously, because they are all my wives. Damn, Yang Quan, labor, and management want to break your relationship with you? No relationship. What kind of posture is it to break a relationship? Hey, you're so disgusting, go away from the damned guy. You're a guy, bah, Yang Quan said after the two were at the same table for a while. The live broadcast of the final stage will start soon. You turn on the computer. Yes, I almost forgot. When Ma Yuxuan opened the live web page, it happened to be the beginning of the show. The two boys immediately found a place to sit, tearing open the bag of potato chips and staring at the screen intently. At the beginning, all the remaining players danced together for the theme song of the show. Recently, the PD-119 became popular, and the most popular theme song in the whole show was naturally the theme song. Because the melody is catchy and the dance moves are simple, even many grandpas and aunts will say it once or two, and the spread can be said to be very high. At the beginning, Ma Yuxuan was attracted by the theme song of 100 people dancing together. This time, although there are not as many people as before, it is still very moving to see them dance this theme song again. Especially, when the sisters are familiar with the stage performance, they can often see more things than before. Oh, Kui Minjayu, I love you. Chin Yuki, wait for me to marry you. The two boys yelled directly in the room. After the theme song, the host Zhang Jizhui came out to announce the final stage voting rules www.novelmtl.com. After listening to the two people, they immediately opened the mobile app to vote for the favorite sister paper. Then, Zhang Jizhui said, this time the finals, we also have a special guest on stage. Although she has not appeared in front of the camera, she has steadily accompanied the whole show through each round. The stage performances all have songs composed by her. Speaking of which, I believe everyone already knows who I am talking about. Fuck. Yang Quan suddenly exclaimed. Wow. What are you doing so loudly? Ma Yuxuan asked because he didn't know much because he was only in contact with him. Who is he talking about? You fake fan, can't you see this? Yang Quan exclaimed. Yeast? Yeast. I still have probiotics. What kind of yeast? Sing ye yeast. Blue and White Porcelain, Fairy Tale Town, Difficult Scriptures, are all her songs. Yang Quan looked incredulous. Is this show so funny? Actually give yeast to me. Please come. Although Ma Yuxuan doesn't know who Yeast is, he still knows those songs. A large part of the reason why he likes this show is because of these nice songs. However, he didn't like to watch the songwriters before, so he never knew that these songs belonged to the same person. Now when I heard the introduction at the same table, I suddenly felt fuck, is this guy such a good beer? After a quick search, I found that Sing Yi Yeast was actually a 3D virtual singer. Why does this virtual singer come on stage? Ma Yuxuan was puzzled. It's very simple, just project it directly, Yang Quan said with expectation. Yeast used to participate in the concert of the band After the Rain before, and it appeared on the stage with projection. Really? Ma Yuxuan was immediately full of curiosity when he heard the words, projection? What will it be like? It is not only Ma Yuxuan and Yang Quan, almost all the audience who note Sing Yi Yeast are looking forward to her appearance. 1 omega omega omega.chi 1z.c. Especially the audience at the scene, they want to see what kind of effect the 3D projection will look like at such a close distance. Under such a crowd's attention, the lights of the audience suddenly dimmed, and then the music sounded. Many people heard this familiar prelude right away. This is Blue and White Porcelain. So far, Sing Yi Yeast is the most well-known song. Then, more than a dozen lights were turned on at the same time, and they hit the center of the stage. A figure slowly rose up, and quickly appeared in front of everyone. He reacted quickly and noticed something was wrong on the way. Huh? Didn't it mean that it was projected? Why do you look like a real person? It's not like, this is a real person? No matter how realistic the technology is, Sing Yi Yeast is not like this. Fuck. Is this the person behind Yeast? Wait a minute, I remembered one thing. Didn't you just spread yeast a while ago and you are actually a teacher of love? Kaya? It's really her? My mother. It's teacher Chinger. This is too beautiful. I'm dead. The audience at the scene and in front of the screen were all shocked. They are now dumbfounded, very dumbfounded. Ma Yuxuan looked at his desk mate. Didn't you mean 3D projection? Why doesn't it look like it? Don't ask me, how do I know? And I'm already dead. Yang Quan was even more daunted than him, but this did not prevent him from passing away on the spot. Seeing Ximen Qing after putting on makeup, all straight men felt their hearts beat faster, their chests became hot, and even their breathing became much heavier. This feeling, like first love. Hello everyone, Ximen Qing said hello, and suddenly a lot of away died. I am Sing Yi Yeast. As soon as came out, a wave of turbulence broke out in the barrage. My god, this voice is too crisp, my bones are soft. It's yeast? This sound is definitely yeast, you can't go wrong. Teacher Chinger, are you publicly admitting that you are a yeast? I knew that the two women I loved so much were the same. How could I be a scumbag with two boats? Ha ha ha. Ximen Qing was very satisfied with the audience's reaction off-site, and I believe the audience watching the live broadcast should be similar. She originally planned to appear as a manga artist, but then it was too troublesome to think about it. Anyway, many people think she is Sing Yi Yeast, so she just took advantage of this opportunity to admit it today. This kind of vest, if you want to be able to open it again, there is no need to keep entangled in one. However, the audience's reaction was obviously more intense than she expected. Before the show officially started, they were already crying their hoarsely. Should I not be too aggressive today, am I? Ximen Qing is a little worried. Vaguely, she seemed to see a reader who was crying hypoxia and turned white and fainted. Ouch, take a moment. She quickly gave Zhang Jizhui a look and motioned for him to answer. The latter knew immediately and proceeded to the show. Is basically Ximen Qing expressing his thoughts about participating in the show, and then sending blessings to the players. Then it's a feature film. Although the finals were broadcast live, some of their practiced recordings and broadcasts will be interspersed in the middle, and then recalled that after killing the girls, they will take the stage to perform on the final stage. Ximen Qing did not expect that the show was still playing the memory part, and PD-119 had already been on the hot search list. The publicity of fans is too strong, and her stage has attracted a lot of attention. PD 119 Sing Yi Yeast. This hot search came to the 13th position all at once, and it is still advancing. After a few minutes of refreshing, it will jump to the 11th. Although Tsing Yi Yeast is the love of cartoonists, although there have been discussions on the internet, it was only a guess at the time. Even if the party listed more evidence, the parties would give nothing if they did not speak out. And this time, Ximen Qing personally admitted that she was at Tsing Yi Yeast, and the effect was completely different. Those who didn't believe it had to face this fact again. Chen Guangming, something big happened. Du Zitang came to Chen Guangming for the first time, wanting to tell him the news. As soon as I entered the door, I saw Chen Guangming collapsed on the ground, his eyes rolled white, and he was shocked. Fuck, what's the matter with you? Chen Guangming was lifted up by him and woke up and glanced at him. Ah, my dear friend, I feel that my life is worth it. What are you worth? How old are you in this life? Chen Guangming raised his trembling hands and pointed at the computer screen. Yeast, so beautiful. Because of this, Du Zitang was speechless, his face was so lethal. It is estimated that there are many people like Chen Guangming. A sister master. On a plane flying to Flower Country, the world held his face in both hands, showing the same expression as my wife staring at the Ximen Qing on the screen. The young man holding an orange cat not far away wondered, what's wrong with her? Don't worry, don't ask, don't listen, Orange Cat said, there are some things that can't be touched, you will be finished if you touch them. Oh, the youth quickly agreed. So he changed the subject, we hijacked the plane, where are we going? Go to Beijing www.novelmtl.com Beijing? What are you going to do there? Catch the crazy ferry, then you will understand. Okay, the young man nodded, then glanced at the world again. Wow, is her expression getting more and more exaggerated? What is she looking at? You ask me, who do I ask? The orange cat rolled his eyes and lay on his lap, too lazy to answer. Get my chocolate cake. Oh, the young man guessed in his heart, is it possible that he was watching that kind of film? Seeing her trembling all over, she really looked a bit like a lass. Thinking of this, he suddenly didn't dare to continue watching. Just like the orange cat said, if you continue, he might be finished. Ximen Qing sat in the exclusive seat and watched the show on the big screen. Like previous shows, after the memories are over, it's the official stage. The lights went out again, and then the prelude sounded. Is the song Sakura Grass that Ximen Qing took out. Then the lights came down, and a sister appeared on the stage one after another. Because it is the final stage, both makeup and costumes are very attentive. They all look like flower fairies, full of fairy air. The stage is also beautifully set up, and the audience is instantly immersed in it, like a paradise. Finally, the sisters spoke up. Began with Jin Menzu. She and Shin Yuki held hands and walked slowly towards the front of the stage. The evening wind is blowing the bamboo forest. Sakura grass in the hands of lovers. The smile of spring color stroll. I planted it, blossoming. Youthful youth. 12 sisters held hands in pairs, formed 6 pairs and walked side by side to the forefront of the stage, singing this simple and beautiful love song. The audience at the scene naturally raised the sign in their hands and shook it to the beat of the song. They were all listening to this song for the first time, but they were infected by the atmosphere of the scene, as if they had returned to the youthful years. In fact, it is not only live, but many viewers who watched the live broadcast were also attracted by this song. This stage is really well done. A song that is as beautiful as a fairy tale, and a group of beautiful girls like princesses in a fairy tale. Its rendering power is very exaggerated. Luo Yuxing is 25 years old this year, 2 years after graduating from university. After leaving the ivory tower, he unpreparedly endured various setbacks from reality. Job hunting, emotional failure, economic crisis, parents urging. Fortunately, he was not overwhelmed by these difficulties, but gradually learned how to survive in this society. A year ago, he successfully found a job. After paying twice or even 2 or 3 times the hard work of others, he was finally promoted and raised successfully last month. However, this is just a new beginning. After the promotion, there will be higher positions and new leaders. He must continue to work hard to go further. Over the past year, he has given up too much to work. I never went home to meet my parents during the spring festival. Those old friends in school may not have been in touch for a long time, let alone girlfriends. I'm poor and white now, what girlfriends are I talking about? Why would there be women who would like me? He often said to himself, a woman wants a house or a car, even if she doesn't want it, her parents will want it, and wait for me to make money. If you have enough money, you are eligible to start a family. Does this mean he doesn't want a girlfriend? Of course not, only his helplessness was in these words. On this day, I still work overtime alone in the company. Feeling a little tired, he clicked on the live broadcast website at will, intending to listen to the anchor sing to soothe his mood. I happened to click on the PD119 live broadcast recommended on the homepage. I heard this song Sakura Grass when I entered a little. The lover has cherry blossoms in his arms, and he hears his chest and heart beating. The soothing melody relaxed him, and when he heard the lyrics clearly, the long-held memory suddenly came to his mind. He was also young, and there was a sister lying on his chest listening to his heartbeat. What a wonderful time. At that time, where would they think about working and living? When 2 people are together, they just simply like it. They can eat a pack of spicy strips and eat them happily. The food from the cafeteria is picked out and transferred to her side, while the ones she doesn't like, It's all clipped to my side. This was the most romantic thing at the time. Thinking about it, Luo Yuxing's mouth began to rise unconsciously, but a tear came out of the corner of his eyes. Luo, what are you listening to? So intoxicated. Suddenly hearing someone calling him, Luo Yuxing was awakened. He looked up and found that the leader of his project team was looking at him. Team, leader. Why are you here? I was planning to go back, but seeing you are working overtime alone, I guess you must have not eaten, so I brought you some dinner. The group leader smiled and passed a box of yellow chicken rice. Oh, thank you, thank you. Luo Yuxing was flattered and quickly took the takeaway. At this time, the leader also came over and saw the screen on his computer. PD 119. My girlfriend is also watching this. Haha, she said that she was going to sign up at the time, but it conflicted with the time for the high school entrance examination, so she didn't go. I was upset at the time. Huh. Luo Yuxing, who had just opened the takeaway, suddenly widened his eyes and turned to look at his leader. High school entrance examination? Girlfriend? This seems to have accidentally discovered an incredible thing. It turned out that the team leader had a good mouthful. He smashed his head to open the takeaway, and the team leader's cell phone suddenly rang at this moment. My girlfriend called me to go home. You eat slowly. The team leader said that he was about to leave. Walk slowly. As soon as Luo Yuxing spoke, he saw the team leader suddenly turning back. By the way, it doesn't matter if you relax and watch variety shows occasionally. I do it often, the team leader said, but when you plug in the headset, you must remember to plug it in correctly. It's scary. Luo Yuxing nodded, seemingly understandable. Okay, I get it. He has a doubt. Why did the leader speak such a concrete image? It's as if you have experienced it yourself. A song Sakura Grass pushed the popularity of the show to its peak, and the number of live broadcasts continued to break records, and even almost caused the server to crash. Fortunately, there are science fiction evolutionists in Xingyi, otherwise there will be problems. Then another group of Sister Paper performed another song, which is also original, but the style is different from Sakura Grass, which is a girl style. The scene is also extremely lively. Finally, the 12 candidates were announced. 24 sisters are standing on the stage, and there is a stage opposite them, on which 12 chairs, 126, are placed in a pyramid shape. Connecting the two stages is a meter-wide LED floor tile screen channel www.novelmtl.com with blossoming flowers on it, which means walk the flower road. After walking this flower road, their future will be full of hope. Starting from the 11th, move forward one by one. One by one Sister Paper set foot on the flower road, embarked on the throne prepared for them. Of course, before that, they had to hug Ximon King, took the trophy from Ximon King and gave a speech. Ximon loves very happy, because when the Sister Paper comes, she will hug her, and then she will cry when she says her testimony. At this time, she can go up and hug them in the name of comfort. From 11th to 4th, there are dark horses, but they are probably the Sister Papers that everyone expected. There is only one left. Chin Yuki, Jin Menzo, and Kui Minjayo have not been shouted yet. All their fans are very worried. Will the Great Demon King be defeated? If so, then who pulled her off the throne? The third place. She used to be in Class F, and was disliked by everyone. As soon as the words of Ximon Qing came out, Kui Minjayo's fans all breathed a sigh of relief, and the top two stabilized. Ximon Qing is like deliberately grinding people, deliberately telling some ambiguous clues bit by bit, so that everyone can guess who it is. She is. The voice here prolonged, and then I didn't say anything, and then another sentence is. Until everyone wanted to hit someone, Ximon Qing called out her name, Chin Yuki. Chin Yuki's ranking has always been stable, basically in the number 1 position, neither up nor down. The only big fluctuation was in the penultimate period, when she dropped to 8th. At that time, the black her squirrels seemed to have arrived in their lives, and they all celebrated with each other, and they were happy like baboons who had obtained the right to mate. They all thought it was their own behavior that had an effect. Chin Yuki could fall from number 8 to number 8, and he might continue to fall, even out of the top 12. However, reality has given the group of squirrels a big ear scrape. Chin Yuki is still 3rd. Even if she sings out of tune, she still makes her debut in a high position. Actually, Chin Yuki might not have so many votes. It was these sneakers who mocked her all over the internet, and some people thought that this girl was too pitiful, and instead wanted to support her. This is like canvassing her in disguise. There are a total of 12 episodes from the beginning of the show to the present. Chin Yuki never cried, but when she really won the first place, she stood there in silence for a while holding the trophy, and then began to cry loudly. Ximon King quickly stepped forward and hugged her, patted her head and let her rest on her chest to comfort her. I want to rely on. Ma Yuxuan looked at this scene on the computer screen and made an enviable voice. Hi, at this moment, she is the happiest person in the world. Yang Quan was also jealous. Those spouts are nothing at all, it's all worth it. Chin Yuki leaned on Ximon King and cried for a while, then stood up straight and began to speak. Thank you everyone. The content of her speech is probably to thank the fans for their support, and then express her attitude, saying that she should be worthy of the ranking everyone gave her. After Chin Yuki, the top 2 are left to compete. The candidates are undoubtedly Jin Menzo and Kui Minjayo. The two stood hand in front of Huolo, waiting for the announcement of Ximon's love. When the second place came out, the first place was naturally clear, and both of them were very nervous at this time. At this moment, everyone is watching, and many viewers held their breath, just waiting for the announcement of Ximenqing. Ximenqing once again lengthened his voice. The second place is, that is, saw her mouth change a few times, from the shape of gold to the shape of choi, and then to gold again. Everyone was waiting for her to call out a name, and Ximenqing suddenly said, "First, we will insert an advertisement, and we will announce it when the advertisement comes back." Damn. Luo Yuxing in front of the computer spewed out a mouthful of yellow stewed chicken soup. Don't bring such a cheating. It's not just him, the others almost didn't spray out a mouthful of old blood. Chen Guangming was almost crazy. Ah, Teacher Chinger, you are such a horrible little fairy. You are going to be beaten like this, but forget it, you are so cute, just forgive you. Du Zitang watched him talking to himself from beginning to end, with a made mentally retarded expression on his face. Ouch. Ma Yuxuan and Ying Quan fell from their chairs to the floor at the same time. Unscrupulous program group, a pair of good friends complained. However, there is no use for eggs. The advertisement still has to be broadcast, all they can do is wait. After finally getting through the advertising time, Ximenqing finally announced the second candidate under everyone's full of resentment. The second place is Jin Menzu. Let us congratulate her and Kui Minjayu next to her. A hint of disappointment flashed across Jin Menzu's face, but he wanted to drive away. It is already a very good place to get second. She ran across Wulu quickly and took the trophy from Ximenqing. She is the first sister who has not cried so far. She thanked her, and then expressed her heart to Kui Minjayo, saying that she would treat her as a sister, but at the same time she would regard her as a goal to surpass. Deserves to be a former policewoman, full of fighting spirit. Although she didn't cry, she still embraced Ximenqing because she knew that Ximenqing was the leader. Xing Yi teaches, there is no zombie who does not love the leader. Followed by Kui Minjayo, very happy to take the first place, and his performance was calmer and calmer than her sister Paper, like a real unbeatable devil. Of course, only a few people know the truth. The reason why Kui Minjayo is so different is because the previous 10 are all real sister Papers, and he is a man posing as a man. Although he participated in the competition on behalf of his sister, after all, he participated in the whole process. It must be fake to say that Kui Ming is not excited by the Japanese. But the man bleeds without tears. Even in such a scene, he doesn't want others to see him cry. So after saying something decent, he was on the first throne. He was also the only one who didn't embrace Ximenqing. He thought, but Ximenqing flinched with a look in her eyes. He hasn't been a zombie for long, and he hasn't read the master plan very much, so he is not so enthusiastic about the leader. Outer space, in a Fang palace. Since Zhou Yu woke up, a Fang Gong has returned to the universe again. Kui Minjayo who stays here usually uses Azi to quietly watch PD-119. Because it was played directly on the retina, outsiders looked at her as if she was just standing there in a daze, which was very consistent with her bionic setting. So Zhou Yu never doubted it. She was naturally very excited when she saw her brother use her own identity to get the first place www.novelmtl.com. She thought beautifully, when she went back in the future, she could directly become the position of the group. She stood in the most conspicuous position when shooting the cover, which was simply too happy. Achi, bring me a bottle of Fat House Happy Water. Okay. Kui Minjayo was in a good mood and went to get happy water from the Fat House. Zhou Yu who saw this scene couldn't help but was stunned. What? What kind of mouth addiction is this? How can a bionic person talk like this? The walking is so strange, is it a malfunction? So he asked, hey, Achi, are you okay? Nothing. Kui Minjayo walked over with a large bottle of happy water. Are you sure? But why do I look at you more weird today? Could it be a Trojan horse that downloaded something strange? Zhou Yu thought of this for the first time. No, Kui Minjayo said with a smile, it's just that I feel very happy today. Bionic people will be happy too. The bionic person will evolve based on the collected information, and in the end it is almost the same as the real person, and you can also choose various personality models. Any tsundere. Take it. Kui Minjayo immediately filled the Fat House happy water. This is not for you? Only when you want it so much, I can't give it to you. Although Xiaoguai is usually childish, it doesn't mean she is stupid. In some ways, she is actually smarter than anyone else. Ximenqing said to her many times, don't just listen to strangers. This voice said he was Zhang Jianhong. Should he believe him? He said that Xiaoguai can help Zhang Jianhong with a single shot. Is that true? How do I know that you are not lying to me? Xiaogu said, what if you directly attack the lake and help Kuangxian instead? The voice said, being vigilant is a good thing, but if you don't have the same blood, how can I communicate with you like this? I didn't lie to you. Then I won't help you either. The little boy said, I was originally the lost child of the Zhang family, and I never thought about having anything to do with the Zhang family. Even if you are an ancestor, are you still alive anyway? Xiaogua said and left below the lake. Instead of saving you at the risk of being deceived, it's better to keep it like this. The voice was silent again. Xiaoguai didn't care about him, and continued to fumble around. She felt that there would be treasures in such a small independent world, and she was very interested in treasure hunting. As a result, as she walked, she suddenly found that her clothes became a little tight. What's the matter? She tugged at the collar, without much thought, and continued to explore. Ximenqing looked for Xiaoguai according to Qin Yuyeo's map. Qin Yuyeo called to say something, but was interrupted in the middle of the speech. After hanging up the phone, Xiamen Qing looked around. This place, is it possible? She naturally knew the small independent world below the Forbidden City, and she knew exactly how this space was formed. Did Xiaoguai go in? Thinking of this, Xiamen Qing immediately came to the edge of the Forbidden City, peeking into the air with both hands, pulling to the sides like a curtain. Suddenly a space crack was torn open by her. Xiamen Qing stepped in directly and came to this upside-down imperial city. It turned out to be like this. Xiamen Qing looked around curiously, and then began to look for Xiaoguai. A pair of fire wings spread out behind her, moving swiftly in the air, and soon met someone. It was a woman who looked like she was in her 20s. She was very beautiful, with long hair and a short skirt. Xiamen Qing was about to say hello, when the other party suddenly ran towards her excitedly. What the hell? Seeing that the beauty was about to pounce on herself, Xiamen Qing quickly took a few steps back. Sister paper, self-respect. I am not a casual person. Of course, I want to hug, and the rippling of running up and down is enough to make Xiamen Qing salivate. However, the current environment is too special, and Xiamen Qing is not sure of her background, so she resisted the temptation and planned to interrogate this sister paper. As a result, the other party looked dumbfounded. What are you talking about? Xiamen Qing coughed and adjusted his tone. I mean, we are not that familiar yet, so why don't we go shopping, drink coffee, and watch movies first, promote feelings and then do more in-depth work. The best way to communicate is after the movie ends at midnight. There is no car, so I have to find a hotel nearby, and then it happens that there is only one room left in the hotel. Hey, isn't it beautiful? The more Xiamen Qing thought about it, the more crooked. She almost began to think about what the child's name would be in the future. As a result, as soon as I turned around, I saw the beauty on the opposite side with this expression, LLLW. What's your expression? Xiamen was deeply mocked emotionally. You are ill, said the beautiful woman, just choose to ignore it at this time. You will be fine after a while anyway. Why are these words so familiar? Xiamen Qing clutched the cushion and looked at the beautiful woman in surprise. The words of this sister paper just now should be said by the talents of Ziliang Demon Village. Who are you? Who am I? The pretty girl was dumbfounded. You don't recognize me? It's me. Who is it? We know. I'm a boy. Are you blind? Little boy. Xiamen Qing raised her voice. What the is this? When did the youngest loli in the family become a big beauty? Although I'm familiar with everyone, don't lie to me, Xiamen Qing said vigilantly. If you want to pretend to be a boy, at least flatten your chest, right? Our boy hasn't started building a house on the foundation. The self-proclaimed little girl looked down and was suddenly startled. Wow, where are my feet? Why can't I see my feet anymore? What is this? She panicked for a while, and then immediately made a mirror with water to check. How did I become like this? Seeing her such proficient water control skills www.novelmtl.com Xiamen Qing suddenly believed a little bit. Then I took a closer look at the squeezed clothes on her body. It seemed that it was really the outfit Xiaoguai wore in the morning. Is it really Xiaoguai? Hey, you said you are a good boy, do you know how you became like this? I don't know, Xiaoguai shook his head. I just walked around and met nothing. Xiamen thought for a moment, shook his head and said, no, you must have encountered it, but you haven't found it yet. She recalled that in the battle that caused this space to be formed, the childlike demon Emperor Luna Jones was also involved. He is a youth demon who has mastered the years. With his power remaining, it is not unexplainable for children to become adults inexplicably. Speaking of which, our little boy has such a great future. Xiamen Qing couldn't help but glance at her chest a few more times. Because she is a primary school student, Xiaoguai hasn't worn that kind of adult clothes, and her clothes are relatively small. Suddenly growing up now, the fabric collapsed very tightly, and many places were exposed. This is why Xiamen Qing thinks she is at first sight. Little boy, come here, Xiamen Qing waved to her, come and hug my sister. However, Xiaoguai shook his head, you don't even hold it just now, then forget it. Don't, sister here is to check your body and see if I can help you recover. Xiamen Qing would definitely be a goldfish with a high degree of reduction if it weren't for this dazzling skin. Hearing that it was a physical examination, Xiaoguai did not refuse. Xiamen Qing grabbed her hand, touched her forehead, and then stretched her hand behind her back. After careful inspection back and forth, she suddenly realized, that's it. What's going on? No idea. After all, Xiamen's love is a half-hearted culprit, and there is a serious shortage of knowledge in this area. She guessed the reason why Xiaoguai grew up, but she didn't know how to change it back. Wait, otherwise, maybe the effectiveness will fade after a while, Xiamen Qing said. You better not be too far away from me now. It's okay now. It's just that you have grown up early, in case you become gray-haired. Kang old lady is no fun. Xiaoguai nervously said, I don't want to become an old woman. Even the killer of unreasonable feelings is afraid of getting old. Then how about we go out now? Xiamen Qing asked. Speaking of which, how did you get here? There is a voice. Xiaoguai told Xiamen Qing about what he had encountered. Xiamen Qing nodded as he listened. Is it true? In fact, when she learned that the matter was related to Kuang Xian, she almost guessed the situation. When Qin Yueyao came back that day and told her that there were several crazy immortals who were involved in Zhang Jianhong, she felt that it was too coincidental, and that group of guys would definitely not be accidental. The golden-winged big pengbird in the milk tea shop was just accidental. The crazy immortals should have other purposes. Regardless of the purpose, since you want to do things in the capital, you must get Zhang Jianhong. Qin Yueyao has dealt with the two crazy immortals so well for a while, but Zhang Jianhong hasn't responded, which is enough to show that his current situation can't be taken care of. Xiaoguai said that Zhang Jianhong and a group of crazy immortals are confined to each other in a lake, and the credibility of this matter is very high. As for that voice, just like Xiaoguai guessed it, it was very likely that Zhang Jianhong was really, or Kuang Xian lied to her. But that's not important. The important thing is that there is a crazy fairy here, Ximen Qing said. I also promised Ru Yao to use the crazy fairy to build her exclusive treasures, and the ancestral swords of the charter wife. These guys really came just right. What are we going to do next? Xiaoguai watched Ximen Qing as she was preparing to do something, and was also eager to try. Ximen Qing said with a smirk, on Zhang Tita's side, let him continue to face the crazy immortals. It's just convenient for us to investigate. Those crazy immortals who entered this space so vigorously must not come to build the team. Here. There are treasures. Treasure. Xiaoguai became excited when she heard the word treasure. She likes this. The two continued to explore the depths of the small world. After a while, a figure stopped in front of them. It was a humanoid object. It looked like a human below the neck and a sheep above the neck. It was more than 3 meters tall, and its body was red like a stone. Damn, what the hell? Ximen Qing was so ugly that she was taken aback. The sheep-headed monster held a trident and shouted at them, stop. Ximen Qing took a look and asked, hey, what are you? Where did you come from? It is understandable that the aftermath of the fight between the 8 killers produces an independent space, but it is too nonsense to give birth to a monster directly. The key point is that this guy is not crazy immortal either. He doesn't have the unique divinity of crazy immortal at all. Ximen Qing is very curious about what it is. However, the sheep's head was obviously not ready to answer her, and stood motionless like a stone sculpture. Ximen Qing and Xiaoguai looked at each other, but didn't respond. If there is no response, then ignore it. They continued to walk forward, only to take 3 steps, and the goat-head monster moved again. Looking for death. It roared, and the trident stabbed at Ximen Qing. That might, if there is a mountain in front of it, it might be split. However, when the trident stabbed in front of Ximen Qing, it directly grabbed one of the prongs with bare hands. The huge trident seemed to be fixed, and the sheep's head remained motionless no matter how hard it was. The strength is quite strong. Ximen felt emotionally and found that this sheep-head monster is actually very strong. Eliminating the 8 evils, the evolutionary who can fight it may be counted with 2 hands. But it is a pity that it encountered Ximen Love. In addition to fire, Simon's power of being mixed with the zombie godhead is actually very powerful. She pulled the trident directly, and then took advantage of the sheep's head monster's response, and then grabbed the trident and drew it towards the sheep's head. Click! The sheep's head monster was completely detonated, shattered into countless small stones and scattered all over the ground. The trident shattered as well, leaving only a part of Simon's lover's hand. Oh, I have used more strength. Ximen Qing shook off the trident and said to the little boy, let's keep going. Since this guy has stopped us, we must not be able to listen. After walking a little further, 3 more existences like sheep's heads appeared to stop them this time. One is a weird man with a bull and a horse, the other is a huge stone monkey with a snake in its tail, and the last is a pig-headed man with donkey ears on its head. Why, is this to collect the Chinese zodiac? Ximen groaned. Speaking of the zodiac, www.novelmtl.com, is it possible that the pig's head is not donkey ears or bunny ears? This shape is too easy to confuse. Ximen Qing didn't bother to care about it, and when the fire went down, the 3 monsters were directly turned into ashes. Just like Song Yunwuo said to Qin Yueyao, instead of worrying about Ximen's love, it is better to worry about her opponent. Meeting her was simply the most unlucky thing. I feel that we are getting closer and closer to the treasure. Ximen Qing said to the little boy. Generally speaking, traps are set up to protect treasures. The more traps they encounter, the more they are on the right path. Later, I encountered a synthetic monster with chicken wings, tiger markings, and dog head, which was still burned by Ximen Qing. These monsters are actually very powerful, especially the 3-in-1, whose strength is infinitely close to the 8 evil spirits, but it is a pity that they have met with Ximen. No matter how strong she is, she can't help her fire. There are dragons and mice left, let me see what flowers they can make. Just when Ximen Qing was curious about what she would encounter next, a very embarrassing thing happened. They have reached the end of the small world. This space was originally formed by accident, the size is limited, and it ends when you walk. Neither the rat monster nor the dragon monster as expected, let alone the treasure. Xiaoguai looked at her blankly. Ximen Qing knew what she meant, and was just asking, what about a good treasure? She also wanted to know that she was slapped alive when she vowed to say that there was a treasure before. It's too much. I'm going to ask Zhang Titu. Ximen Qing felt very shameless, thinking about it carefully, it was all Zhang Titu's fault. There is no treasure, why are you fighting like that gang of crazy immortals? It's really hateful to make people happy. Apex Novel Mobile Station. Ximen Qing brought Xiaoguai angrily to the bottom of the lake that Xiaoguai said, and shouted towards the surface of the lake, Zhang Titu, come out for me? I know you are inside. However, there was no response, not even the ripples on the lake. If you don't come out, are you? Then I'll help you. As she said, a big flame emerged from her hand, and the fire rose straightly, and the tip had been coming to a place very close to the lake. The lake water soon boiled. Although the lake was large, it couldn't stand the burning of Ximon Qing, and the water was quickly evaporated. A magical thing happened, and several figures appeared out of thin air at the bottom of the lake that was originally empty. As soon as those guys appeared, they looked like Dragon Balls who had made a wish, trying to escape in all directions. Ximon Qing was one step faster than them, and when the flame in his hand was released, it instantly turned into a birdcage shape and trapped all those guys in it. She has become more and more able to control her own power recently, and she can operate it like an arm. At least 30% of the strength of the true leader of Xingyi can be used by her. Xiao Guai raised his head and looked at the group of guys who were trapped by Ximon Qing. What's all this? She saw a white snake, a ghost in white, a cow with only 1 foot, a big golden bird, a green lion, and a white elephant. He, Bai Sahan, Bai Vuchang, Kui Niu, Shichuling 3 brothers are expensive. Tusk, is this a wholesale of crazy immortals? Ximon Qing teased. Lion Tuling? Those 3 monsters are not. Well, I know. Ximon Qing nodded. Qin Yuyao and Song Yunmyo should have solved the golden-winged Big Peng bird and the blue lion monster, but now they can see it again here, which is really a bit surprising. But it wasn't impossible. After all, something like Crazy Immortal was originally the same as an evolutionary, not the only one. Although there can only be one mad celestial being of the same kind, once killed, other evolvers with the mad celestial personality will have a certain chance to become a mad celestial when they awaken. This is a bit similar to the devil fruit in One Piece. This time Ximon Qing didn't kill it directly. A crazy fairy who can catch alive is still relatively rare, and it happens to be a treasure for Ru Yao and the charter wife. Xiao Guai was watching around at this time. What are you looking for? Ximon Qing asked. Where is the ancestor? Xiao Guai asked. That voice told her that Zhang Jianhong had suppressed these crazy immortals in the lake, which also caused him to be restrained and unable to move. Now that the lake has been steamed dry, and the crazy fairy has come out, why didn't you see Zhang Jianhong? Could it be that he was evaporated by Ximon Qing like the lake? Impossible? At any rate, it is the 8 evil spirits, and it shouldn't be such a lack of cards. Just when Xiao Guai was puzzled, Ximon Qing said to her, isn't he right behind you? Huh. Xiao Guai turned around and saw a 7 or 8-year-old Xiao Zhengtai standing there, looking at them with indifferent expression. This is the ancestor. Zhang Jianhong hasn't seen her before, it's not like that? Could it be said that those clones are all fake? This is his true face. Xiao Guai guessed wildly in her heart. Zhang Jianhong probably saw through her thoughts and explained, it's just that the strength is consumed too much and the body has shrunk, and it will recover after a while. Oh, Titu, I didn't expect you to be cute when you were a kid, Ximon Qing teased. I think you just don't grow up. It's good to maintain this way. Zhang Jianhong gave her a white look and ignored him. Instead, he said, give me the white one. Why? Ximon said with love, I caught these. If you want to give it to you, then give it to you. Zhang Jianhong said, it's not that I suppressed them and caused them to fall into weakness. Can you catch it so easily? I only need one now, and it's already considered to be your favor. The so-called favors meant that Ximon favors helped break the balance between him and the crazy immortals. Originally, if there were no outsiders to intervene, he might have maintained the form of the lake to suppress the crazy immortals, and he could not move for 100 or 1,000 years. Ximon Qing added a fire to him, which not only allowed Zhang Jianhong to withdraw smoothly, but also helped to catch those crazy immortals. This favor is not small, so he is willing to give up 5 of the 6 crazy immortals as a reward. It's just that Bai Sahan has the plot of water overflowing with golden mountains in myths and legends. This godhead is very useful for the water god, so he will ask for it. Otherwise, he wouldn't feel much distressed if all 6 of them were given to Ximon. Ximon Qing actually knew the doorway inside, so she deliberately flirted with Zhang Jianhong. She said to him, where is it so simple to return favor? Take the white snake, but you have to help in the future. Zhang Jianhong hesitated for a moment. The 8 swordsmen's promises need to be very cautious and can't be made casually. Especially the other party is Ximon Love. This woman's ability to do things is actually the most powerful of all the 8 evildoers. This is what Zhang Jianhong, who experienced the battle 100 years ago, fully understands. But in the end he agreed, okay, go get it yourself. Ximon Qing adjusted the fire cage and released the white snake. As soon as it got out of trouble, it turned into a white rainbow and went away at an extremely fast speed. But not long after flying out, his body was frozen. The white snake that turned into a popsicle landed. Zhang Jianhong's move, a gust of wind swept it and brought it to Zhang Jianhong. Xiao Guai saw that Zhang Jianhong's body seemed to shrink again. Obviously, his operation just now was not as easy as it seemed on the surface. 6 crazy immortals can tie Zhang Jianhong, and the strength of this single one should naturally not be underestimated. Zhang Jianhong grabbed the white snake popsicle and glanced at Xiao Guai again. That voice is indeed me, you think too much. After all, he swiped at will, cut a space crack and left this small world. Xiao Guai was very depressed. He had said that he had wittily saw through the tricks of the bad guys, but in the end he just thought too much. This is really boring. Ximon Qing touched her head and said, let's go out too. While suppressing 5 crazy immortals, she opened a space crack like Zhang Jianhong, and left this small world with Xiao Guai. At the same time, in a certain room, a few days ago, Monkey King, who was flanked by Ximon Ching and Piercing Man, was scratching his head and fidgeting. On the other side of the room, there was a woman sitting on the dressing table to remove her makeup. Suddenly, a grey shadow flew in from the window and fell on the dressing table. Monkey King took a look and asked quickly, "How's it going?" Hui Ying turned out to be a mouse. It stood up and said, "The leader of Xingyi suddenly broke in and killed 10 zodiac signs. Only me and the dragon survived. Why did she appear there?" Monkey King was shocked and angry. "We have obviously tried our best to shield her perception. Can she discover this?" The grey mouse said, "It's Zhang Jianhong. He deliberately used his blood to influence a little girl next to the leader of Xingyi, and used that little girl to lead the leader of Xingyi there. This guy," Sun Wukong grinned, "it's much more difficult to deal with than expected. I thought that 6 brothers could kill him with a shot, but he was dragged by him alone, and he borrowed the hand of the leader of Xingyi. To kill them, I know why mortals call these people the 8 evils. He and Gong Gong are basically 2 existences." The grey mouse said with emotion, "If only you could come to help. Your Dingay god still has a certain degree of restraint against him." Sun Wukong said helplessly, "I think too, but I have to keep an eye on Empress Thunder. If she is involved, things will only get worse, her speed is too fast." The grey mouse said, in order to get her away, he also sacrificed 2 compatriots, but unfortunately he failed to mislead the leader of Xingyi. "Forget it, don't mention this." Monkey King interrupted the topic with a wave of his hand. "How is the business going?" The grey mouse said, "It's okay. The other 10 zodiac signs have been delayed for a while. We finally succeeded. Now the dragon is holding it." "Hurry up," Sun Wukong said excitedly, "Mother's Godhead can be completed without this corner. By then, you don't have to worry about him as the leader of Xingyi or the Empress of Thunder." However, this one stood up, and the woman who had been removing makeup and indifferent to the dialogue between the two suddenly stood up. "What's the matter?" Monkey King asked hurriedly. The woman looked into the distance and said solemnly, "The dragon is dead." "What?" Monkey King instantly exploded his hair. "Who is it? I'm going to kill him." "It's useless." The woman shook her head. "Don't go, that guy hides quite quickly." "But mother." "Don't worry," the woman comforted. "Take your time, it should be my thing. It will come to me sooner or later." In a separate space, the world and a young man holding an orange cat quietly landed, and the world was still holding a long dragon in its hands. The dragon at this time has been decapitated, and he can't die anymore. You can eat it with a little more processing of the internal organs, and the protein should be much higher than that of beef. The young man holding the cat thought so. "We robbed a plane and flew for so long just to catch the dragon? We ran after catching it. Is there something chasing after it?" He was a little regretful. He thought he could go to the Great Wall to see it. The world said, "Don't run, hurry up, you may be the one who is being put on the fire now." With that, she threw the headless dragon to the youth. "Go, take care of it, we will eat the dragon tonight." "You really want to eat it?" the young man murmured. "I thought you were used to refining artifacts." "It's enough for the refining tool to have a dragon head," the world said. "The remaining parts are nothing but eating. You can eat more later, this thing will nourish the kidney." "I don't have a kidney loss." And Shinyo protested loudly. However, no one paid any attention to him. Even the orange cat in his arms yawned. "Idiot, that was told to me. What are you nervous about? Is it a guilty conscience?" I didn't. This is a question of the dignity of a man." And Shinyo said with a blushing face, "Huh? Wait a minute, why do you want to invigorate the kidney? It's not because of you. Me." And Shinyo's face changed. "Did you not only bite my neck, but also treat me? Fuck off. I was caught by a female cat back and forth 100 times to save you, 100 times. Almost exhausted, the cat died." Thinking of that night, the orange cat still has all 4 legs dysfunction, and it lasts for a long time. The female cat is really terrifying. Then where is the cat? It is exactly a tigress? Don't get excited, don't get excited, I'll make a dragon soup for you." And Shinyo quickly comforted. During this period of time, his system has developed several downlines, and one of them has exchanged cooking skills, which led to Enkenyo also becoming proficient in cooking. Now the orange cat and the world are all in charge of the daily meals. On the other side, the world came to a room with a dragon head. A bull with a thunder and lightning and a frost turned into a pair of silver bells wrapped around her feet, causing her to walk with a crisp sound. There was a big red coffin in the center of the room. After pushing the lid of the coffin open, the world took out a bronze glove from it. She put on the gloves and snapped her fingers lightly. Like flint and steel, flames came out of the fingertips. She threw the removed dragon head into the fire, and quickly burned it. The dragon's head was refined and divided into 2 parts. One is the unique godhead of the Mad Immortal, which was injected into the bell on his ankle by the world www.novelmtl.com. The Jingfrost soul immediately rang, and it seemed to be in cheers for joy. And the other thing was like a piece of jade seal, and the world directly grasped it with the hand wearing the bronze glove. Yuxi started to struggle, but couldn't get rid of it at all. "Ha, the world puts on the force, is it not broken? It seems that those crazy immortals are planning for such a long time to be you. Although I don't know what is your use, you can just stay honestly for me." The world threw Yuxi into the coffin, then took off the gloves and put it in again, finally closing the coffin lid. In this way, she stood blankly in front of the coffin for a while. "Sister, the world has done an incredible thing, do you have to praise me?" "Ha ha ha. Xiaoguai's affairs were resolved without any risk, and Xiamen Qing also captured 5 crazy immortals, which is really a big profit. It is a pity that as soon as Xiaoguai leaves the small world, his body immediately returns to the state of a primary school student, which makes Xiamen Qing, who wants to hug him, very disappointed. But it doesn't matter, my sister will wait for you to grow up. She patted Xiaoguai's head hopefully. The future of this child is very impressive. It's better not to grow up, Xiaoguai thought otherwise. When I grow up I can't even see my feet. It's horrible. Don't let those flat chests hear you, they will kill you, Xiamen Qing said cheerfully. A child is a child and doesn't know the troubles of adults at all. Okay, Kuang Xian has also caught so many. It's time to create a treasure for Ru Yao first. What should I do? Xiamen Qing began to diverge thinking. Qin Yueo's offensive power is so strong, as expected, she should still be a piece of armor. For armor, what shape is it good for? Why don't you go retro and just make Red Boy and Neza apron with the same style? Apex Novel Mobile Station. Ruyeo, look, Xiamen enthusiastically brought a few pieces of drawing paper to Qin Yueo. This is the suit I designed for you. Pick any one you like. Qin Yueo knew that she was going to refine her 8th evil level treasure, and she was looking forward to it. But when I saw the painting of Xiamen Qing, my face sank. It's not that the painting is not good, Xiamen Qing's painting skills are very strong, she just paints without a sense of life. It's okay to draw a few clothes, let's just say. She draws very well and it is more than enough to participate in a fashion design competition. However, what makes Qin Yueo unable to complain is that these clothes are too anti-human. Other people's clothes cover 3 points, and the cloth in other places can be as little as less than that, which is called sexy. But what about Xiamen Qing design? There are so many fabrics and a huge coverage area, but the most critical places are actually empty. This thing is absolutely ashamed to wear, Qin Yueo feels dizzy just thinking about it. Why? Can't you choose? Xiamen said with emotion, would my sister pick it for you? What do you think of this blue-eyed wolf pattern? Qin Yueo pointed to her face, I don't have a happy expression on my face, sister, tell me, I'll change it right away. Huh? Not satisfied. Xiamen was stunned, and then suddenly realized, oh, sure enough, we still have to add some lace, right? Our family Ruyeo is still a little girl. It's not. Qin Yueo pointed to the missing areas of the fabric. Here, why should these places be vacant? Materials are limited, Xiamen said with a calm expression. Then why not vacate another place? Are you driving? I feel that these are all evidence. You don't understand this, Xiamen Qing explained, posing as a tactician master, the function of the battle suit is defense. All designs are based on this. The few that I vacated the place is the most convenient location for you to defend. Said, she concealed her hands folded on her chest, look, if you put the empty spot on your back, you won't be able to prevent others' bullets from turning around. Qin Yueo. Xiamen Qing blinked, what do you mean by this expression? Do you finally understand my sister's painstaking efforts? No, Qin Yueo said, I just feel so powerless that I can't refute you. That's it. Choose one quickly. Xiamen Qing quickly handed over the design drawings. Qin Yueo, I don't want to choose this kind of shame. You can change it to normal? I want it to be normal. Bikini is normal than this? Hey, then the bikini is ready, I'll change it now. Xiamen ran away quietly. Qin Yueo was left alone, and there was an arc jumping on his forehead. Wait a minute, am I being tricked? Depend on. After reacting, she hurried to catch up. Wait a minute, Sister Simon? I didn't mean to want a bikini just now. The final result of this incident was that Qin Yueo caught up with Xiamen at his own speed, and used Tell the Charterer as a threat to stop the latter's idea of refining bikinis in time. After, Xiamen Qing proposed to refine the white wings. Qin Yueo thought it was not bad at first, but when Xiamen Qing said, you want it for daily use or night use, she reacted. 100,000 volts. At this moment, Qin Yueo incarnates as a character in his own comic book, giving Xiamen Qing a strong electrotherapy. In the end, after Qin Yueo repeatedly asked not to refine clothes, Xiamen Qing had to compromise. But armor should be carried with you. If you don't refine your clothes, do you want to train your shoes? If you really want to train, you won't be able to browse sure-related shops in the future when you chop your hands. Xiamen Qing said. A terrible thing happened. Can't buy shoes on Choixiao Festival? Who can stand this? Seeing Qin Yueo's fear, Xiamen Qing patted the tail around her neck. Now I know why my sister didn't design a coat for you. What about glasses? Qin Yueo thought for a while and said. Why do you want glasses? You are not nearsighted. Xiamen Qing muttered, but he quickly drew a red-framed glasses with paper and pen, the same style with Ultraman 7. Qin Yueo was silent. What's wrong? Xiamen Qing asked. She shook her head, I don't know why. I really want to vomit when I see this pair of glasses, but I don't know how to vomit. Forget it, Sister Simon, I still don't need glasses. No glasses, no clothes, no shoes, I can only refine a pair of socks for you. Xiamen Qing said helplessly. The socks are socks, Qin Yueo let go of her tail like giving up, it's better than wings. Then it's settled. Xiamen Qing showed a smile named Jiantongtong at an angle that Qin Yueo didn't see, and then ran away quickly. One day later, when Qin Yueo saw the pair of white garter stockings, she felt a little tight in her chest and wanted to vomit blood. Simon King said frankly, although it is a socks, its job is still armor, so I will choose a fabric with the most fabrics for you. www.novelmtl.com. This time we want to thank you for sponsoring special artificial fibers. Dr. Rachel Pashaw's fiber that she developed is dust-proof, breathable, and water-absorbing. It integrates various functions. Not only is it extremely defensive, it is also very sexy. This really fits the image of your beautiful girl perfectly, so, let's celebrate this creation of Genesis. Wait a minute. Qin Yueo interrupted Simon Ching's self-confidence. Isn't Dr. Rachel in the island country? When did you get the materials from her? The island country is so close, I'll fly there soon, Simon Ching said, just last night. Even if you could fly back and forth yesterday, but how long did you take to make socks? Qin Yueo discovered the blind spot. You are already planning. Simon Ching looked to the side. How is it possible? Are you Yao? You have to believe me. I pledged my personality. I definitely didn't send the design drawings to the doctor a few days ago. You still said you didn't have a routine for me. Qin Yueo said, I know that those strange clothes and wing glasses are all used to fool me, just to let me choose socks. No, you are wrong, Simon said with a serious face when he heard the words, fudge you only glasses. I have the doctor make a copy of the others. Whenever you choose, I will practice the godhead. Which one to go in? Qin Yueo. What's wrong with you? Are you Yao? Don't talk to me, I want to be quiet. The socks were finally refined, because when Simon Ching showed it to Qin Yueo, it was rolled into 2 circles, and she didn't notice anything wrong. It was not until she wore it on that she realized that there was an embroidery of West on each of the 2 socks. Although the word art is very beautiful, it still makes Qin Yueo full of black lines. Sister Simon. Doesn't it look good? Simon Ching pretended to be stupid and blew the whistle, but unfortunately she still couldn't. She just blew out a lot of saliva. Every pair of Zhang Dequan scissors is engraved with the words Zhang Dequan. Is there anything wrong with writing a word of West in the work? It's not a miserable word. This. Qin Yueo couldn't complain for a while. Bad? Is this the legendary Tuko seal? Simon Ching said so, and she had no choice but to dress. These socks are really comfortable to wear, breathable, and beautiful. The most important thing is that once she activates her ability, the 2 West characters will light up, and then she finds that her output power, operation accuracy, etc. have been significantly improved. It is no wonder that the 8 evil spirits will grasp the crazy immortal to refine their own unique artifacts. With this, her strength can be said to have increased by more than 30. Moreover, this pair of socks can also store the electricity that she usually leaks, so she no longer has to worry about electric arcs in her head. After waiting for a few years, she loaned this pair of socks to others to wear, and others could also release a powerful electric current, reaching a level of destruction close to the 8th fierce level. This is just a basic passive effect, Simon King, as the maker, explained to her intently. You usually store more electricity in it. After a long time, it will automatically absorb the electricity that is free between the sky and the earth, and it will thunder. Lightning will also be absorbed at times, and permanent motion will be formed from then on. Even if you don't charge, you can still maintain high power output. But, Qin Yueo raised her hand and asked, didn't you say that you are going to refine a suit of armor for me? Why does it still look aggressive? Simon King smiled and said, good question. You shout and try to transform. Huh. Qin Yueo was taken aback, then she shook her head vigorously. No, 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 that's too shameful. I don't want it. This is the password to activate the artifact. You can't use it if you don't shout it. Simon Kington said. So why design such a password? And even shout it out? Can I just think about it in my heart? Qin Yueo vomited. You are not familiar now. When you transform more in the future, you will naturally evolve to the point where you are connected and you can transform with a single thought. Unfamiliar? This artifact is still wise. Qin Yueo couldn't imagine. What is a pair of socks with wiseness? Can they be worn by themselves while sleeping? If you go wrong, won't you turn into a robber in the hood? Simon said in love, it's weird that the artifact has intelligence. Look at the silly ghost feather night crow. Don't you help her wash her face and brush her teeth every morning? Really? Qin Yueo suddenly. There was no way. She had to resist the shame and shouted transformation. Transformation. 1 second, 2 seconds. 5 seconds passed and nothing happened. You lied to me? Sister Ximan, you lied to me. Qin Yueo blushed and wanted to choke Simon Qing's neck, and actually lied to her to do such a shameful thing. I didn't lie to you, it's just that you didn't do it right. Simon Qing gave another demonstration. Be confident and emotional. It's best to match the action again, like this. Qin Yueo looked at her right hand as if grabbing a non-existent card and swiping it in front of her waist, then dropped the card casually, and shouted transform. Then just stand there very ordinary. After maintaining that position for 3 seconds, Simon Qing said to Qin Yueo, this way you can transform. Qin Yueo looked inexplicable. What was the action you just did? Did you hold something in your hand? Why do you want to brush it in front of your waist? What do you mean by dropping it? Simon said in love, oh, don't care about these details. The most important thing is your mind. Understand what I mean. When your mind comes, you can transform even if you don't have a belt. So why do you need a belt for transformation? Qin Yueo knew that she must be ill again. At this time, no one could keep up with her thinking, so she just ignored it. Mind, she endured the shame again and seriously shouted transformation. She would definitely not be able to swipe the card, it was too inexplicable. In fact, that action was indeed unnecessary. After she shouted this time, a light appeared on her socks and covered her whole body. When the light dissipated, the dress she was wearing turned into a sailor suit, with a pair of white gloves on her hands, and her hair tied with a bow with a blue ribbon. What is this? Qin Yueo is almost crazy, why is it a sailor suit? Speaking of transformation, of course it is a sailor suit, Simon said naturally. This suit on your body won't crease even if it is exploded by a nuclear bomb. How about www.novelmtl.com? Very powerful, isn't it? Unbelievable, right? Genius, right? Because Simon Ching had gone too far, Simon Ching did not notice Qin Yueo's increasingly gloomy face. Ah, it's a genius, Qin Yueo said without emotion, so Sister Simon, you can try your genius yourself? Million volts. Ah. Song Yunwoo knocked on the door and entered the room. Hey, what are you doing in the room? I haven't come down for so long? Can't watch the movie yet. They were going to see the premiere of A Chinese Journey to the West today, but she and Xiaoguai waited for a long time downstairs without seeing anyone coming down, so they came to have a look. As a result, as soon as the door was opened, Simon King was scorched and vomiting white smoke, and Qin Yueo was pulling her clothes there. Xiao Yueo, what are you doing? Song Yunwoo looked horrified. What kind of plot is this? Seeing her, Qin Yueo didn't realize that she wanted to be crooked, so she cried and said, Sister Yunwoo, I can't change my clothes. Simon Ching only taught her to transform, but did not teach her to lift it. If this has been dressed like a Sailor Moon, how can she go out? Song Yunwoo calmed down immediately. This idiot zombie did it again, right? She figured it out right away. This kind of idiots and zombies would do this kind of horror. How could Xiao Yueo be so behaved? How could she do bad things? She reminded, you relax a little, and you want to change back and try. Qin Yueo did it, and it really changed back. Suddenly overjoyed, haha, it worked. Actually, you looked pretty good just now, Song Yunwoo said. I have the urge to paint you a picture. Don't, Qin Yueo stopped quickly, let's go to the movies. She knew what Song Yunwoo was painting before. Because of technology, the animated film Journey to the West, which was supposed to be produced for a year or two or more, was released with money. As the original authors of this work, Simon Ching and the others were invited to participate in the premiere. In addition, they also took many friends with them. Xiaoguai, Damon Zi, Qin Yueo, Jin Huiwen, Tang Xiaotang, and even the newly met Zhang Shiyun and Lu Xiaomo. Because they got a big private room directly, they still have a lot of vacancies after they sit down. I knew I brought Xiao Cai, Simon said with emotion, I think it looks like it really wants to come. Who makes it fall asleep and can't get up? Song Yunwoo said, let it sleep if it sleeps so soundly. Anyway, you can take it to watch the movie later. Zhang Shiyun was asking Qin Yueo, Sister Wangshu, what is this movie like? Qin Yueo said, Dewa Journey to the West, it is related to Journey to the West, but it has been adapted, and it will be a little different from the original. You can understand it as a joke about the Monkey King. She has read comics, so she knows the plot naturally, but she doesn't know how to spoil it. Spoiler. Journey to the West, Lu Xiaomo was a little confused. Who doesn't know the story of Journey to the West? What can be adapted for this? Where can it be adapted? Simon King sat behind her, stretched out her hand and stroked her donkey. No, it was rabbit ears. It's fluffy and feels good. She feels like she is addicted to cats now. Hey, Lu Xiaomo suddenly became tight, like a frightened rabbit. Simon said with affection, just watch it carefully, this is still very different from Journey to the West. Xiaoguai and Tang Xiaotang sat on the other side, each holding a big bucket of popcorn and then grabbing each other from each other's bucket and eating. Meow meow, this is the first time I watch a movie in a private room. It's such a luxury. Really? I haven't seen a movie in a movie theater, so I don't understand. Then you should have a good experience this time. It feels completely different from watching here and using a computer. The two little ones whispered to each other, whispering before the screening. Behind them, Jin Huiwen suddenly appeared on the seat, holding a bottle of cold beer in her hand. Here. She handed the wine to Damon Zi. Oh, thank you La Hu. Damon Zi flicked open the bottle cap with his thumb with one hand, and he stood up. It's so cool. As expected, the beer is just taken out of the refrigerator. Jin Huiwen took another box of peanuts to her. Let's eat something. Oh, you can have this. Damon Zi said in surprise, you really are a sensible child. Jin Huiwen smiled and turned her attention to the big screen. She also participated in the creation of this movie. The premiere has begun. First, the host came to the stage to introduce the background of this creation and the related content of the film. Although it is an animated movie, there are still stars as guests. They are the two actors who performed motion capture for Ji Zhenbao and Niu Devil, and the three actresses who provided motion capture for Zi Xia, Bai Jingjing, and Chun 30 Niang. Among them, the actors of Ji Zhenbao are actually quite older, more than 40 years old. They used to be popular niches more than 10 years ago, but now they are a bit outdated. The director fancied him mainly because of his good looks and acting skills. Nowadays, the popular little fresh meat is so scumbag that he can't finish high-intensity shooting in a short time. In contrast, the old bacon with a low pay and more than 10 years of acting skills is obviously more suitable. Anyway, after making a 3D animation, he can reproduce his youth, and his appearance is no worse than the current little fresh meat. Maybe it's getting older and more knowledgeable. Supreme Pose actor Li Rang is very humble and responds appropriately to reporters' questions. It seems that he answers every question, but in actual analysis, it can be found that he didn't seem to say anything. No one got any spoilers at all. Even when the actress on the side almost said something wrong, he would help round the scene, which made the director greatly relieved. 2 of the 3 actresses have just graduated from university, and 1 is over 30. They are all beautiful, but not as popular as Li Rang 1 omega 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 chi 1z.c. 2 of the young ones seldom went out to film in college because they were devoted to their studies, and they did not sign a contract with a brokerage company. In this way, no one is hyping up, and in the era of internet information explosion, it is impossible for them to attract attention. Simon Ching searched their Weibo, and there were only more than 1,000 fans. Then the older actress also became popular 8 years ago, but was later hid because of some problems, and was not free until the contract ended recently. But her popularity has faded and she is getting older again. It is difficult for her to have the glory of the year. New 81 Chinese network update the fastest mobile terminal, https:/. Because it takes a short time to complete the film, the workload is bound to be very large, so the film company chooses this kind of characters who are willing to endure hardship. It's useless to have a large amount of traffic that comes with the kind of people who have to leave for half an hour every day or simply don't come. The entire crew is not short of money, but the salary of the actors hired is quite cheap. As a result, the reporters invited to come are also lacking in interest. If it weren't for the gimmick of the original dance of dance, or for the red envelopes, they wouldn't be too lazy to come here. There were still a few people who were looking forward to seeing dancing www.novelmtl.com and they were disappointed. All of them want to go back and write a few words casually, find an empty space and fill it in. Then, let us enjoy the movie next. The entire movie theater went dark, and the movie officially began. Simon Ching said hello to Qin Yuyao and asked her to quietly interfere with the signal, so that everyone's mobile phones were temporarily quiet. I saw a desert on the screen. Many people were stunned by this first glance. This is animation. Many people think that they are watching the real shots. This exquisite picture quality, the texture of the entire desert, this natural to extreme swaying of withered grass. Can 3D animation achieve this level? Then the Spring 30 mother appeared. When she took off her veil, all the male audience held their breath. Beautiful? 3D characters are easy to be beautiful, but the actors who have just seen other people on stage now see the animated version in the movie. The senses are completely different. The actor of Chun 30 Niang is the expired older actress. She was also a big beauty 8 years ago. It's just the passing of time, and many people have forgotten it. Now, the Spring 30 lady in the movie can be said to reproduce the beauty of her youth. Not only was the audience amazed, she herself shed tears quietly under the cover of the dark curtain. Then Ji Zunbao appeared on the stage. When he saw the guy with the beard and cross-eyed face, the cinema was suddenly full of laughter. Looking at the beginning, this movie seems to be a martial arts drama with Kishankan and Axe Gang. But it wasn't until the Spring 30 mother turned into a spider that everyone came back to their senses. Yeah, this movie seems to be called Journey to the West. There are too many funny places in the front, and I almost forgot the name of the movie with a smile. After, I looked down and found plots such as grape ancestors and invisibility charms. Putting the foot on the fire naturally caused another burst of laughter. Even if it is not an ordinary audience, Ziokuo is still good. In the private room, Song Yun-ryo glanced at Simon Ching thoughtfully. In fact, she was thinking about it when she painted it. Simon Ching said all day that she had lost the dragon. Is it because of this resentment that such a plot came out? It's a bit crispy, it's still usable, it's better than nothing. Doesn't this no mean Simon love? Further down, when I saw Spring 30 Niang forcibly asking her second master to call herself a nanny, this thought became even stronger. How big is this woman's resentment towards men? Huh? What are you looking at me? Simon Ching, who didn't know Song Yun-ryu's head over his head, suddenly turned around. When watching a movie, you still secretly watch me? How much do you love me? Just like a young girl who has a love affair. Go to death. Song Yun-ryu rolled his eyes. This idiot zombie's brain was originally abnormal, and it is understandable to come up with this kind of plot. I couldn't stop laughing in the cinema. Everyone thought it would be a myth, but the myth was a myth, but I didn't expect it to be such a funny movie. I really don't know how these stories came up. Are the creators a genius? The reporters who had originally disapproved were all staring at the movie screen with wide eyes, for fear of missing any section. Others are watching funny, they are looking for where to write news out of professional habit. Finally, when Supreme Treasure went through a mistake and returned to the encounter with Pansy Daxian 500 years ago and obtained 3 moles, only those with aspirations reacted, and the foreshadowing of finding 3 moles in the film's title was actually collected here. And when Supreme Treasure took out the demon mirror and saw the monkey in the mirror, at the same time the background music, Small Knife Club Overture, sounded, and a vigorous suana, like a war song, awakened everyone. By the way, this is Journey to the West? Forgot again? The movie viewing experience is different. The film creators saw the plot of A Westward Journey, saw the text density of its lines and various plot reversals, and the slightly layman saw it's funny, and some music practitioners, but she recalled the episode when Bai Jingjing asked Sun Wukong why he didn't come to marry him in front of Shulayan Dong and the last moment of Suana that stopped abruptly. Just as everyone forgot the time and was waiting for the follow-up plot, a paragraph of text jumped out. Moonlight treasure box of a Chinese journey to the west, top part, and a westward journey, Cinderella, bottom part, will be released on August 2. Damn, this movie actually has upper and lower parts. I didn't know who it was, and yelled out. New 81 Chinese network update the fastest computer terminal, https://. In fact, many people in the room had the same idea. They were watching it well, but they told them that the following was gone. If you want to see it, wait for next month. Who can survive this? A lot of the plots that I care about haven't been explained yet. Will Supreme Treasure eventually become Monkey King? Can he go back and find Bai Jingjing? What is the relationship between him and Pansy Daxian? After all, shouldn't Pansy Daxian be the spider spirit of Spring 30 Niang? Who is this woman holding the mule? Is there this monster in Journey to the West? Teacher Wuking has broken the chapter again. I thought they would break chapters only when they were drawing comics, and occasionally they would be eunuchs. I didn't expect to come to this one after the movie was completed. I really can't bear it. Grass in every sense. I want the road to turn dark. How can I break in this place? I really care. I was wrong. I shouldn't have come to see this premiere. I probably won't be able to sleep when I go back today. A group of people were talking about it, but they didn't find that some reporters rushed back into their car like doglegs after quietly leaving the crowd. They all want to quickly write out the report on the viewing experience and grab the headlines. This movie is 90% of its hits. How can this kind of hot spot not be rubbed? Xiamen Qing reminded the producer before that, except for a small number of relevant people, most of the moviegoers invited this time were born in the 1980s, and there were very few viewers in the 1960s and 1970s. Because she knows that young people are more receptive to this kind of spoof adaptation, compared to older people who will only be disgusted when they see it. When Western Journey was released, it was rated as a bad film by those people, so naturally, I don't need to ask for it. Although the two worlds may be different, this is a precaution for the sake of insurance. After watching the movie, Xiamen Qing and her party also went home. In the car, Lu Xiaomo said to Zhang Shiyun, "Why did you keep staring at my ears when the big fairy Pansy came out with a mule? Is there any illusion? Haha, ha ha ha." Zhang Shiyun laughed dryly. She was not a person who loves to laugh at first, and these few laughs are very fake. LV Xiaomo puffed up his mouth. "They are bullying me? I am really bunny ears? Poison you. Haha www.novelmtl.com don't care about this kind of details." Xiamen Qing leaned over and touched her ear, and said, "Anyway, it's all fluffy and cute." Lu Xiaomo narrowed his eyes, "But I always feel that I have been persecuted." "Illusion, it's an illusion," Xiamen said with emotion, "but I always thought that Chang'e's moon rabbit was white, so why are your ears brown?" "I don't know, it's probably a hair." Lu Xiaomo didn't know why. Myths and legends were more exaggerated than rumors. The more they spread, the more outrageous. No one can think of what will happen. Moon rabbit? Hair? Moon hair. Xiamen Qing looked at Qin Yueyao immediately. The latter became extremely sensitive and vigilant. "Sister Simon, what do you want to do?" "No, nothing. Just thinking, if you two are a Chang'e and a month rabbit, will there be any special feelings?" Xiamen Qing suddenly asked a question that he wanted to ask a long time ago. Qin Yueyao and Lu Xiaomo looked at each other, then both shook their heads. Myths are myths, and the evolvers are evolvers. Although the godheads are projected on people, their personalities are their own personalities after all, and they will not have any effect. If there is any, it would be a red flag, and it means that the evolutionary might degenerate into a mad fairy. First release https://https://. Of course, feeling does not exist, but the superior and subordinate of ability do exist. For example, Xiamen Qing is very restrained from the Fengbo and Yushi families. On the other side, Tang Xiaotang and Xiaoguai were still holding unfinished popcorn and eating there. These two kids are very interesting to eat popcorn. At first, they grabbed popcorn from the bucket in each other's arms. But after Tang Xiaotang ate for a while, he put the popcorn he grabbed in his bucket 1 omega omega omega.chi 1z.c. Xiaoguai hasn't eaten until the end. It feels like this popcorn can't be eaten. So she simply didn't care about so much, just eating. Starting. Tang Xiaotang habitually grabs a hand from the boy to fill it up. What she didn't notice was that the bucket of popcorn in Xiaoguai's arms seemed to be endless. That's because there is another Jin Huiwen on the other side. When she saw Xiaoguai's popcorn was about to bottom out, she would teleport out to buy a new bucket, and then grabbed it into Xiaoguai's bucket. In this way, Xiaoguai feels as if she has discovered a truth. As long as she doesn't take the popcorn in her bucket, she can continue to eat it. The premiere of Journey to the West was very successful, and the news came out that evening. However, it was not very popular at the beginning, until Zhou Hong bought a hot search, which attracted attention. Actually, I refused to let me watch this movie at the beginning. I don't know how many times I have watched Journey to the West since I was a child. I believe that every Huiguo is familiar with the story of Monkey King. What can such a story be filmed? This kind of movie comes? Not to mention it is an animated movie, but I didn't realize that I was wrong until I saw the feature film. It was a big mistake. This is definitely one of the best domestic movies this year. Ah, this light? Ah, this water? Domestic animation can have such a level of picture effect. It is incredible. Just for the screen of this animated film, I can give full marks, and I am not afraid of the production side. Pride. At the beginning, I was dumbfounded, and then I smiled when I looked at it, and cried when I smiled. At the end, I still looked dumbfounded. The story of Teacher Chinger is still so wonderful. It is strongly recommended that everyone go to the cinema. It is definitely worth the fare. I regret it. I shouldn't have gone to watch this movie at the beginning. The old problem of the dance teacher has committed again, this out of chapter. This movie actually has upper and lower parts, and the lower part has to wait for the next one. It's only released this month, and I'm going to die if there is no big talk about Journey to the West. Almost everyone who has watched a movie on the internet has received positive reviews from one side. Of course, there is a navy in the rhythm, but more is the audience group choosing the right one. Westward Journey is a polarizing film. Those who can accept it think it is a work of God, while those who can't accept it think it's nonsense. Monkey King actually fell in love with the bone spirit, and it was so empty that it could embarrass them to death. If you are seen by such a person, you will definitely be scolded. Fortunately, this type of audience was eliminated in advance by the film, so the Wind reviews have always been good. Ian, as the boss of the Wild Monster Game Company, still pays much attention to the current film and television works. For things like mobile games, if you occasionally make a successful big IP, even if you are lucky, if you continue to be original, the probability of losing money is relatively high. In contrast, if you make a mobile game with the reputation of a big IP, the risk is much smaller. Especially after he tasted the sweetness of the mobile game Tianlong Ba Bulletin, he paid more attention to this aspect. Originally, the Savage Demon Company relied on the original mobile game Otaku Salvation to make its fortune. They invested a lot of manpower and material resources in this mobile game, and more of their love for this game. But in the 6 months since the mobile game Dragon Baba was launched, 40% of the company's revenue came from this mobile game, which is a bit exaggerated. Others don't know, they know it well. This is a temporary work, concealed work. The level of care is not comparable to Otaku Salvation. From this, we can fully see the power of a big IP. Now that others in the industry see that they are making a lot of money, they have followed their example. At this time, if they don't seize the time to consolidate their advantages, they are likely to be overtaken by others or even unable to turn over. This is not the time to be stubborn. Although the IP is hot, the game is still made by ourselves after all. The son of the adopted son is also a son. That's how Ian persuaded the opposition in the company. There are still some effects, but it lacks a decisive blow. Sure enough, we still have to get another successful case. He has been looking for a suitable IP recently. But when everyone is robbing IP, it is a bit difficult to find a satisfactory work. The cheap ones are all rubbish, and the slightly better prices are ridiculously high. If you can really make money like the Dragon Baba mobile game, you will buy it, but the market is fluctuating. Who dares to slap the chest to ensure that it is not lost? At this moment, he saw a report about Journey to the West. Teacher Wuking. His eyes lit up when he saw this pen name. Nowadays, the word dancing love is the same as yuan. As long as it is their works, they are basically profitable. Their company now has a game they are working on that is related to the love of Ximen. However, Ximen Qing only provides creativity. The specific script and production are all other people's responsibility. At most it is half of Ximen Qing's work. It does not even have a signature www.novelmtl.com Journey to the West. It may be a game. Head up. Because of the investment of the Song family group, the Wild Demon has plenty of money, so Ian wanted to make more games. Because he is an old friend with Ximen, he thinks he might get a discount if he buys the right to adapt her work. And after you buy it, you will never suffer. But let's go and watch this movie before that. He checked the time when the movie was officially launched, and on the next day, he quickly bought a set of couple seat tickets and was going to watch it with his wife. Suddenly, the office door was knocked, and someone opened the door and walked in. Brother. The person here is his brother Xiaoyu. Ximen Qing wants their company to make a version of Detroit, Become Human in Natsuko City. The script needs to be completely original. It just so happened that Xiaoyu was a novelist, so he called his brother to try it. In the end, Xiaoyu and 2 other authors were shortlisted to create the script together. That is, one person is in charge of a protagonist line, and finally the 3 protagonists unite to form the whole story. What are you doing? Didn't you tell you not to call my brother in the company? Ian said. Xiaoyu rolled his eyes. Okay, Mr. Xie, your mother calls you to go home for dinner. Mom. Ian was taken aback, and then woke up. Yes, it's summer vacation. You finally remembered, Mom said. It doesn't matter if you go back or not. It's the same if you put a mobile phone video on the table, but the 2 granddaughters must go back. Ian. This is really a mother. That's just right. Xie couldn't ask for it. I'll take the 2 children to you tomorrow. Huh. Xiaoyu was taken aback for a moment. Why is this so simple this time? He knows that his elder brother is a slave to his daughter, and taking his daughter away from him on weekdays is the same as performing a surgical resection on him. This reaction is absolutely abnormal. Why are you looking at me like that? Is money stuck on my face? No. Then see you tomorrow. Xiaoyu left the office alone. He returned to his office thoughtfully, and happened to meet a man holding coffee, and the 2 almost ran into each other. Oh, fortunately, the 2 stopped in time, and the other party quickly protected the coffee cup with their hands, so no accident was caused. Seeing the visitor clearly, Xiaoyu was a little surprised. Teacher Yun Yan, did you come to the company? The man holding the coffee is Li Xiaosong, the author of another storyline, under the pen name Yun Yan. He is a popular cartoonist in the weekly squat, and like Xiaoyu, he became a member of the project team through application screening. In addition, since Li Xiaosong is a cartoonist, he is also responsible for part of the character design, mainly women's clothing. Oh, Director Xiao came to me, Li Xiaosong said. You came just right, Xiaoyu said hurriedly. I have to discuss with you a setting. This involves the intersection of our two protagonists. Come to me later when you have time. Don't wait, Li Xiaosong said. I'm done. Although it sounds weird, Xiaoyu still said, that's okay, let's say. After exchanging the plot, Li Xiaosong suddenly asked Xiaoyu, are you free tomorrow? Yes, what's the matter? Xiaoyu puzzled. There is a movie called Journey to the West, which will be released tomorrow, Li Xiaosong said. This is an animated film in which the Wuking teacher acted as the original case. Since our story is about writing myths, maybe we can get some inspiration from them. The name Dancing Love is particularly resounding in the Wild Demon Company. At present, the company's most profitable twin giants Dragon Ba Bulletin is adapted from their work, and Xiaoyu and the others also proposed this project by Xiamen Qing. Both Xiaoyu, who is a fan, and Li Xiaosong, who was a former opponent, recognized their talents. When they heard that they were the original film, they would naturally want to take a look. But tomorrow, Xiaoyu was a little embarrassed. What's the matter? Li Xiaosong asked. Xiaoyu said, I'm going to pick up my two nieces, and I will take them back to my hometown on Saturday and Sunday the day after tomorrow. What time is it? What time? I didn't ask, it should be morning. Then take them to watch it together, Li Xiaosong suggested. Anyway, it is an animated movie, or Journey to the West. Children should like it. Xiaoyu thought for a while, nodded and said, it's okay, I'm worried about how to bring children. Taking them to the movies is a good choice. The two made an appointment. At 10 o'clock the next morning, Xia Fiyan drove the children to Xiaoyu's house. However, not 2, but 3. It's fine for my mother to forget her sex, why even you forgot Xiao Qingtian. Xia Fiyan complained to Xiaoyu, do you know how badly I was beaten after I went back and talked to your sister-in-law yesterday? Seeing his pitiful nephew, Xiaoyu also complained in his heart, oops, why did you patronize the two nieces, and finally forgot this big nephew? My mother is all to blame, she said that my two granddaughters misled me. You must have heard it wrong, the witty Xiaoyu said quickly, I must have said that my mother missed her grandson, you didn't hear it clearly. Oh, this way. Xia Fiyan seemed to accept this statement, but he gave his brother a violent shudder with his backhand. Are you fooling your mother? Your brother, I seem to be as foolish as your mother. Hiss wrong, wrong, wrong. Xiaoyu hugged Xiayan and Xiachan and ran upstairs. Xia Qingtian was left alone, standing downstairs, poking his fingers, tears in his eyes, and he was forgotten again. Strangely enough, Xia Qingtian and Xiachan are obviously twins, but they are treated differently after birth. Whether it is grandpa, grandma, dad, or even Uncle Xiaoyu, he will always forget him inadvertently. One less name is written on the birthday cake. He will always be out of the camera when taking photos. Even Xia Fiyan will forget about Xia Fiyan when he buys clothes for his children. In the end, because he was afraid of being scolded by his wife, he had to bite the bullet and let his son put on the women's clothes bought for Xiachan. Anyway, kids, it won't be great to wear a skirt. He just comforted himself. It can be said that if his wife Ai Tingyo kept remembering this child, I am afraid he would not know when he was lost. This also led to a period of time when Ai Tingyo refused to leave his son www.novelmtl.com for fear that he would be gone if he wasn't paying attention. However, it was later discovered that it was not because others would easily forget Xia Qingtian, so no one would abduct him at all. He is also good, he can't run around, this child can't be lost at all. This is why she is so relieved to hand over the child to Xiaoyu to take. By the way, Xia Qingtian is just easy to be ignored, not that he can't remember it all the time. After Xia Fiyan said that, Xiaoyu would not ignore him in a short time. After he took the two nieces upstairs, he immediately came down and picked up his nephew. Sorry, uncle apologize, uncle will buy you ice cream, okay, good. Xiao Qingtian was also easily satisfied, and immediately smiled. When Xia Fiyan saw this, he left. Xiaoyu was holding his nephew and preparing to go upstairs, only to see a woman coming with a bag. Why are you here? Xiaoyu asked. The person here is his female fan named Liang Xinyu. He has been pestering him since a barbecue stall incident, and he will come to his house from time to time. It is called reminding, but it is hard to say which urges which is better. But the two have known each other for so long, and Xiaoyu probably guessed what she was doing when she saw what she was holding. Sure enough, Liang Xinyu said, I'll bring you food, I think you are going to eat takeaway again? Oh, who is this cute kid? My son. Xiaoyu intends to defraud her. As a result, Liang Xinyu's expression stiffened after hearing this, you have a son. At that moment, it was like a bolt from the blue sky, and Liang Xinyu's whole body was not well. She just wanted to rush into someone's arms and cry, for example, Qin Yuyao. Gosh, my love affair hasn't started yet, is it going to end like this? I lied to you, Xiaoyu didn't notice the details, and said directly, you believe it too? Do I look like someone with such a big son? Cheat? So, scared me. Liang Xinyu wiped a cold sweat. Who is this kid then? My name is Xie Qingtian. The child suddenly said. Sure enough, it's your son? The last name is the same. It's a nephew? My brother's son. Oh, that's it. It scares me. Liang Xinyu went upstairs with Xiaoyu with food. By the way, she brought breakfast, and it was written that it was early to get up at 10 in the morning. Upstairs, she saw Xiaoyu's two nieces again and was shocked again. Your sister-in-law can really give birth. Liang Xinyu looked at the three children, yearning and scrupulous. I heard that it is painful to have children. Xiaoyu's face changed slightly, and he said to her, before you consider this question, let's get out of the order. Stupid. Liang Xinyu murmured while he was not paying attention. The three children are very well behaved, and they quickly became acquainted with Liang Xinyu. Xia Yan also told Liang Xinyu the story of the pleasant goat wearing a straw hat and the Justice Big Wolf. Of course, she didn't remember much, and she was intermittently paradoxical. However, Liang Xinyu felt that she had found a good inspiration. The story of the sheep and the wolf seemed to have something to do with it. Upon seeing this, Xiaoyu said to Liang Xinyu, why don't you help me take the baby later? Are you going out? Liang Xinyu asked, something. Well, watch a movie. Watching a movie. Liang Xinyu immediately became vigilant, a person. I made an appointment with a friend. Friends? Men and women. Man, why are you asking this? Liang Xinyu breathed a sigh of relief when she heard that it was a man, but she still said, no, how did you become an uncle? Leave the two children here and go to the movies with other men on your own? Is it reasonable? It's 3, Xiaoyu pointed to Xie Qingtian outside the quilt. Ah, Liang Xinyu exclaimed, only to find that one of the three children who had just been coaxed to sleep was not covered by the quilt. Why did you forget him? No, this is not the end. She covered Xie Qingqing with a quilt. She turned her head and stared at Xiaoyu. Which movies can't you take your kids with? Is it that? What are you thinking about? It's a journey to the west. I also went there for work, Xiaoyu explained. Really, why should I explain this to you? Because you asked me to help you bring the children, Liang Xinyu said. I know this movie. My girlfriend just gave me a few VIP tickets. Let's go together and bring the children. Do you have VIP tickets? Xiaoyu said in surprise. I planned to buy tickets yesterday, but there were only a few scattered corners. This movie is very popular now. They live in the city center. Unlike some places where movie theaters are very empty, the big fire movies are always full when they are first released. Hey, my girlfriend is very good. Liang Xinyu said proudly. Since there is a VIP seat, Xiaoyu naturally couldn't ask for it. After consulting Liang Xinyu, he contacted Li Xiaosong, who readily agreed. So, originally planned to watch a movie with two big men, it turned out to be 2 men, 1 woman, and 3 children. The group took Xiaoyu's car to pick up Li Xiaosong, and then went straight to the cinema. In the car, Li Xiaosong found that Liang Xinyu had been staring at herself. Do we know each other? No. Liang Xinyu shook her head and quickly shifted her gaze. She accidentally saw the clothes on Li Xiaosong, and said casually, I think your clothes are familiar. Oh, this, Shi Yuntian bought it. Li Xiaosong said casually. Shi Yuntian. This Liang Xinyu knows, a well-known domestic clothing brand. As a girl, she knows very well, because Shi Yuntian resells women's clothing. On closer inspection, the t-shirt is indeed a female model, and the neckline is unnaturally opened. This was originally used for girls to show off their shoulders and clavicles, but it's really weird for boys to wear them. Is it possible for this person to wear women's clothing so generously? Liang Xinyu suddenly became nervous. Take a closer look, this guy is pretty good looking, so I have to guard against it. In this age, it's not enough to steal a man from a woman. Will even a man become an opponent? Of course Li Xiaosong didn't know what she was thinking. If she knew, she would definitely roll her eyes and said, women's clothing is just a hobby, I am a straight man. The atmosphere inside the car became weird, but fortunately, the road to the cinema was not far away. They came to the theater waiting hall. Li Xiaosong went to buy snacks. Liang Xinyu and Xiaoyu looked for seats with their 3 children. When they passed a certain table, Xiaoyu's eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost. Just when Liang Xinyu was puzzled, Xiaoyu grabbed Xie Fiyan, who was covering her face with a flyer. You threw the child to me and refused to go home because you want to watch a movie. Xie Fiyan smiled awkwardly. Hi, what a coincidence. What a coincidence? I want to beat you now. Xiaoyu was so angry. Obviously it was his child, but he threw it all to himself to bring www.novelmtl.com, and he came to the cinema to cheer up. Is there such a father? Is there such a elder brother? You also know that I'm very busy, Xie Fiyan explained. Occasionally, I want to enjoy the two-person world with your sister-in-law. Xiaoyu's eyelids twitched and let go of his hand. You two came together. Well, Xie Fiyan nodded. Hey, isn't this coming anymore? Xiaoyu looked up and found that Ai Tingyu was walking here with a lot of snacks. There were so many things that she could not see her face. Don't ask why you can recognize the face you can't see. With the walking posture that the 6 relatives don't recognize, Ai Tingyu definitely didn't run away. Coincidentally, Li Xiaosong happened to be next to her, and because he saw Xiaoyu, he walked over with her. Ai Tingyu's coke almost fell to the ground midway, but Li Xiaosong helped to catch it. Oh, Xiaoyu, why are you here? Ai Tingyu put down his snacks and looked surprised when he noticed that there were a few more people, and hurriedly went to hug his son and daughter. I accompany my friends to the movies. Xiaoyu introduced each other to everyone. Ai Tingyu seemed to be very interested in Liang Xinyu, and she grabbed her and asked questions. Xiaoyu mocked his elder brother from the sidelines. It's a pity, the organization is exhausted, and someone's two-person world is probably modded. Boy, you will get retribution. Xia Feiyan gritted his teeth. I will let you realize the reality that you are a brother sooner or later. The only one who stays out of the business is probably Li Xiaosong. It doesn't matter to him anyway, he just drank coke without saying or asking. When the movie started, the group took their seats. There are still a lot of children in this summer file. Because it is a cartoon on the theme of Journey to the West, many parents bought this ticket without knowing it. As a result, at the beginning of the movie, they realized that they seemed to have made a mistake. After watching the movie, Xiaoyu, Liang Xinyu, and Xia Feiyan were all dumbfounded. This movie is indeed unexpected. Why is Tang Sang so long-winded? Guanyin Bodhisattva couldn't help but want to kill him. Is this still the holy monk? Not only did Monkey King want to eat Tang Sang meat, he even fell in love with the white bone spirit, and was later picked up to seduce the sister-in-law Princess Iron Fan. Is this still the dead monkey who stayed with the seven fairies but turned around to pick peaches? The characters in the story are completely subverted. This movie is like Journey to the West and not like Journey to the West. After seeing it, I felt stunned. I remember it was funny. It is difficult to find some details just by looking at it once. In particular, there is no lower counterpart. Li Xiaosong was meditating on his own. He seemed to be more concerned about other things. No, I have to read it again. He took out his phone and planned to use it for the second time. Xiaoyu looked at his brother. You have finished watching your movie. Do you still need me to help you with your baby? Huh. Xia Feiyan was stunned, looking at the eldest daughter Xiaoyan who imitated the jackfruit and the twins dancing with the hands, feeling a little unwilling. He originally wanted to enjoy the two-person world with his wife once in a while, but he ran into it by such a coincidence, and all the arrangements fell through. But looking at such lovely children, he was really reluctant. No, I will take them home tomorrow. By the way, you come to me for dinner tonight, and call sister Xiao Yang. Why do you call her? Xiaoyu said like a straight man. Xia Feiyan hated iron and smashed him. Stop talking nonsense, let you go and please go. Oh, okay. Xiaoyu had to do it. The Xia family is gone, leaving Li Xiaosong alone to wait for the second brush. Because of the popularity of the movie, he had to wait 2 hours to get a spot. As he was lying on the table drinking coke, he accidentally caught a glimpse of a skirt, and suddenly a thought came to his mind. What will happen to me wearing this thing? As a result, before I had time to think about it, I felt a shadow obscuring my vision. Looking up, by coincidence, he turned out to be another acquaintance. Director Xiao, why are you here? Lai Ran is one of the supervisors in charge of the game he is participating in, mainly in charge of art design. I'm watching the movie. Xiao Zhenheng looked at Li Xiaosong, wondering if he did it on purpose. He was busy today, but Yu Xiaoting suddenly found him and said that her father had given him 2 movie tickets for Western Journey and asked him to go to the movies. He lost all his work at the time and came to the cinema with her. As a result, after I went to buy snacks, I found someone was staring at Yu Xiaoting's legs. Although Yu Xiaoting is young, she is still in good shape because she often swims. It is normal to wear cool and eye-catching clothes this summer, but it is very uncomfortable to keep staring at her. So he walked over and blocked the man's sight, only to find that the other party turned out to be a subordinate of his own company. Although he has known Li Xiaosong for a long time, he still has a certain understanding. Because he is mainly responsible for the design of female characters, he often stares at girls. At first, people in the company thought he was particularly lustful, but after communicating, they found that he was only looking at the clothes, not his face at all. The most direct evidence is that a girl in the same group didn't know each other after changing clothes the next day. So after discovering that it was Li Xiaosong, Xiao Zhenheng felt that he was probably suffering from an occupational disease again. Looking at the big story Westward Journey, Li Xiaosong didn't think so much, but communicated naturally. Although Xiao Zhenheng is the boss, everyone is about the same age, and they will cooperate this time. His job is a cartoonist, and he doesn't need to worry about people in game companies. So are you? Xiao Zhenheng sat down with Yu Xiaoting, and said casually, are you watching the movie alone? Li Xiaosong asked, isn't it enough for one person to watch a movie? He wondered if he could watch a movie as long as he had eyes and ears? Xiao Zhenheng didn't know how to answer. Fortunately, Li Xiaosong did not deliberately want to stun people. I just watched it with Mr. Xia and his family, but it turned out that some details were unclear, so I plan to watch it again. Mr. Xia, Xiao Zhenheng said in surprise, they actually came here too? Is it because of the dancing love teacher? Their works are indeed very brilliant. How do you feel after watching it again? Li Xiaosong said, it feels very interesting, but the amount of information is a bit large. It is easy to not understand after reading it, and more importantly, oh, don't be spoiled. Xiao Zhenheng said hastily. Li Xiaosong shook his head, no, forget it. Anyway, you'll know when the time comes. Is this your girlfriend? He changed the subject casually, as if he had only discovered Yu Xiaoting. There is a rumor in the company that Director Xiao talked about a girlfriend who just finished the exam, but no one has ever seen it. He saw him today, and he felt really young and beautiful, which made people envious. Yu reading www.yuyuganengshu. cm. I want a girlfriend too, Li Xiaosong sighed in his heart. Please give me a girlfriend who looks better than my dress. Western Journey came out at the box office, with 230 million in the first 3 days of the show. As an animated film adapted from a famous book with a short warm-up time, this is already a rather exaggerated result. At first, perhaps the biggest selling point of the whole movie was the word dance, but after the release, the word of mouth has exploded, which led to a rise in the box office. It's not that no one scolds, but in fact, many people can't accept such a monkey king. But it is already the internet age, young people have more say, so this time, Journey to the West has not been knocked down by the generation gap, but has become very popular. Save you? Change your image and do your job as a thief, which is a promising career. Huh? Why do you want to say it again? Wife, come out with the bull demon king to see God. Various classic lines have become buzzwords on the internet, and many people find that their Weibo and moments have recently been screened by Western Journey. The herd mentality makes these people go to the movies too, for fear that they will be out of touch with their friends if they don't watch it. After seeing the results, I circled some fans again. With more and more tap water, the box office of movies has also risen. It was originally a domestic protection month, and there was no competition from foreign blockbusters. Some other movies released at the same time were originally planning to take advantage of the opportunity, but they crashed into Western Journey, and the box office fell almost cliff-like. Many directors were crying, so why did they meet this evil star? One of them, Wen Liang, a director who made a painful youth film, saw his film's reputation, box office, and lineup all fall, but he was so angry that he published a long article on Weibo targeting Western Journey. Wen Liang's Weibo summarizes a few points. 1. A Chinese journey to the West is randomly adapted, disrespectful to the masterpiece, and destroys the national culture. 2. Animated movies are for children, and those who still tout animated movies are all immature. 3. The film producer of Western Journey was hyped and used improper means to squeeze out other works of the same period and preempt the filming. 4. The movies he made by himself are really good looking, but unfortunately no one can understand it. Thousands of words are eloquently, which is comparable to a chapter of others. I can only say that I am worthy of being a director. It is a very emotional and touching one. People who don't know may really be persuaded by him after reading it. Unfortunately, when he opened the dozens of comments on his Weibo, several of them were too long to read. I'm so angry, your M. He was so angry that he almost dropped the phone. He is itchy with hate. Why is he only such a big fan of the director? This is unreasonable. People nowadays have no aesthetics at all. He cursed while pouring boiling water. With a click, the cup cracked and the boiling water splashed his pants. Ah, fuck. He jumped up with pain, and then accidentally stepped on the water glass with his foot, and the pain made him scream like a pig again. He wanted to call for help, but found out that his wife had run away with the old Wang next door, and the nanny had resigned because of his sexual harassment. He was the only one in the whole family, so he limped and changed his pants and socks, then put the glass in the bag and took it downstairs and threw it away. When I arrived at the garbage disposal area, I ran into an ant in a sanitation uniform and said, "What kind of garbage are you?" Wen Liang, huh? The ant pointed to the bag in his hand, "Ask what trash are you?" I'm not rubbish. Can this person speak, who is gentle and angry? He simply turned around with the bag, and I won't throw it away today. What's the matter? It's not rubbish, why are you here? Aaki. The auntie also cursed in a low voice, and then continued to the next person, "Hey, on the side where the wet trash bag is thrown out to dry the trash, the crayfish head is not picked." Slightly. Wen Liang returned to the door with the garbage, but his face changed as soon as he touched his pocket. Oops, I was too eager to go out just now and forgot to bring the key. There was no way, so I had to go to the gate of the community to make arrangements. Boss, how much does the key cost? 140, are you worthy? The boss said without looking up while eating. Wen Liang's expression has changed again. Is he careless? Why do you always feel weird when listening to others? But still endured, it's worth it. How many do you match? He really wanted to throw out the broken glass in the bag. How did this guy talk? I don't deserve it anymore. You are not worthy. The boss continued. Wen Liang almost vomited blood, but after looking at the boss's strong biceps, he still endured it. I am a big director, a celebrity, why should I be honest with a citizen? Lost points. Thinking about this, he left the keys store, planning to find another one with keys. On the way, he saw a blind fortune teller set up a stall at the gate of their community. He didn't believe this, but the wound on the sole of his foot was really painful, and he couldn't walk a bit, so he planned to take a fortune-telling stool to sit down. As a result, he sat down, and the fortune teller asked him, "What are you?" Wen Liang. "Where's the knife? Please someone give me a knife?" He got up directly, opened the app and called an express train to go to the hospital. As a result, he waited for a long time and didn't come, so he contacted the driver on the app. "What's the matter? Where's your car? How long have I been waiting?" The driver replied, "Where are you? I haven't seen you after several laps." "I'm here, look at the location." Wen Liang replied, cursing, "No one has found any broken driver." After a while, the driver replied, "I don't think you have figured out your own position." Wen Liang scolded more than a dozen grasses at the phone, and after a closer look, it seemed that there was a problem with his positioning. This broken navigation. Since the original navigation voice sister got married, he uninstalled it and replaced it with a new one. As a result, bugs frequently appeared. There was no way, so I had to contact the driver again and report the specific address. After tossing like this, he finally arrived at the hospital. It was already 1:30 in the afternoon after the wound had been bandaged and came out of the hospital. He was eating lunch. Because of the boiling water, he has been hungry until now. I looked around and found a cart selling box lunches and walked over to buy a copy. The other party obviously found him too, and took the initiative to push the car over. "Sir, do you want food?" Wen Liang was shocked all over and almost pulled it away. "I have money, no food." "No." When they saw that he didn't want it, they pushed the car and walked away. "You have money to take care of me, do you need to run up to me and shout? I don't bother to talk to you if I don't buy food." Wen Liang was suffocated to death, so he simply endured hunger and went home. He didn't want to be asked, "Are you begging for food?" www.novelmtl.com. Finally, when he returned home, he remembered that he didn't have the keys yet. Had to go back to get the key. As soon as he went downstairs, he saw a little courier coming over on a tricycle. He remembered that he had bought some computer accessories online the day before yesterday, and he should have arrived. So he walked over and asked, "Can I see if my things have arrived?" The courier brother stopped and asked, "What are you?" Wen Liang felt his head buzzing, and the sky was spinning in front of him, and he fell to the ground. He also carried a bag of broken glass in his hand. "What kind of are you? Are you worthy? What are you? You didn't figure out your position, do you want food? What are you?" The next day, an article titled "The director of the movie XXX currently being screened was bizarrely hospitalized, and has been unconscious so far." His ex-wife submitted an application for the division of property to the court on the hot search, which also led to the attention of the film. The degree has increased a lot, and the box office has also increased a bit. I don't know if it is a blessing in disguise. Time went back to noon that day. The location turns to the Pacific Ocean. A group of dolphins are jumping in the sea, tracing a beautiful arc. One of the white dolphins was sitting on the body of a beautiful blonde woman. She has an expression of 0v0, appearing on the surface of the sea one by one, and falling into the bottom of the sea again and again. "Isn't this Ajani? Who is this?" She has been drifting in the sea for more than half a month. Although she wanted to go to the capital to find Song Yunj, she couldn't go there for various reasons. A plane crash, a volcano eruption, a monster eaten by a monster, a dolphin's takeaway. I hope Ximen Qing is in a better mood recently, and she will help me take care of him when she is in a good mood. Ajani made a wish silently in her heart. Ximen Qing has been living in Beijing recently. One is because Song Yunj's matter has not yet passed, and the other is to avoid the garbage sorting that Xiaokeng City has recently engaged in. This thing is really disgusting. The bag of wet trash is dry trash. The crayfish's head is taken off the dry trash and can be thrown into the wet trash. A cup of milk tea must be divided into several portions and thrown in different places. "Got it? The capital is better," she muttered. However, Song Yunj, who accompanied Song Yunryu to dinner, brought her bad news. "I heard that garbage sorting is also implemented in Beijing recently, and it is different from Xiaokeng City." Ximen Qing was stunned, and the crayfish in his hand fell on the plate. Song Yunryu immediately felt something was wrong. "What do you want to do?" I thought of a good idea." Ximen Qing suddenly had an idea. "I can burn all the trash? Hey, why am I so smart?" As she said, a flame burst out of her palm. With the intensity of her Amaterasu divine fire, everything can be burned into nothingness. When will it be necessary to classify it? Ximen Qing was proud of her wit, and Song Yunj on the opposite side twitched his lips. 8 evils can do whatever they want. While chatting, Ximen Qing's expression suddenly changed, and she stood up and said to Qin Yuyeo, "You are optimistic about everyone. A guest has come to me." Qin Yuyeo blinked, always feeling that Ximen's love was a little different from usual. Ximen Qing went out of the house, and as soon as the fire wings unfolded behind him, he came into the sky. There, 2 people were already waiting for her. One is the Miao girl she met on the night Xiaoguai disappeared, and the other was a person in scarlet armor. "It's surprising, a crazy fairy and an 8 evil spirits came to find me together," she said in surprise. "But who are you? Why do you dress like a Cayman rider?" "I have never painted a Cayman rider." The man in the scarlet armor removed his helmet automatically, revealing a young face. "I am the first emperor of Qin, the leader of Xingyi. Long time no see. Qin Shuang." If it weren't for it, Ximen Qing would really doubt whether he was a mad immortal. Qin Shuang is actually the 8 evil, and has he still lived to this day? Qin Shuang said indifferently, "My godhead is the Swiren clan, the art of stealing the sky to instruct the human race, but wherever I am, science and technology will develop thousands of times, and science and technology will reach that level, whether it is shuttle planes or immortality, it's not impossible." Ximen Qing suddenly realized, "So that big spaceship in the sky belongs to you?" Back then, the Ruyi Buddha went to your palace to refine the heavenly deception Buddha beads to buff. Emperor Shi nodded. "Ruyi and I are old friends. I will kill you today. 10% is considered revenge for him. Yuchen? On the surface, brother, what is the other 90%? Ximen Qing was not afraid at all when she heard these words. Instead she asked like usual. Qin Shuang said, "I said that I have been to parallel planes? So I know the truth about you, Master Xingyi. You are not a person of this plane at all. You have traveled through 107 planes before, and all planes are it was ruined by you, and the whole world was overwhelmed by zombies. There was no living person. This armor was developed by the people of the 107th plane with my help. Unfortunately, they still couldn't beat your zombie army. As he said, a full moon rose behind him, so, I will never let my hometown become like that. Killing you is the only choice. Ximon King held her head. Although she hadn't heard of it, she still believed Qin Shi Huang a little bit. Because the original leader of Xingyi was indeed crazy. She was crazy after living for too long. She tried everything to find her death, and finally found herself and exchanged her body with the deceiving Buddha beads, and successfully committed suicide with her own body. What should I tell you? She had a headache. That lunatic has died. I am a pacifist now? Who believes this? She simply looked to the other side. What are you going to do? Sister Paper, who are you? The Meow sister smiled. I am Nuwa, the creator of the world. She was originally looking for another person, but she is too good at hiding. It is more convenient to come to you, so she should come out. Huh. Ximon Qing didn't understand it at first, but after a while I figured it out. You mean the world, right? Very good at hiding, and then she will come out if it involves herself. It should be that the girl hasn't run away. As soon as the voice fell, the world broke through the space and appeared not far away. My sister, you call me. Ximon Qing turned around and looked, and immediately found the bronze glove on the right hand of the world, and his face changed suddenly. You know, right? What sister did you call? The glove is the artifact of the leader of Xingyi. After Ximon Qing was changed his body, he fought against the 8 evil spirits of the island country and killed the other side. He also fell into fatigue and slept in the coffin for 100 years. The only thing that accompanied her was this bronze glove except for the discarded silver ticket in the coffin. Later, she was awakened by Song Yunryu, and the coffin and gloves were lost together. The world got this glove. It means that she knows that the glove has no owner, and the understanding of her by Simon's love, 80% guessed the matter of soul exchange. She is the person who has been with the leader of Xingyi for the longest time. She knows her very well, and Ximon Qing has never concealed it, and it is impossible not to recognize it. The world smiled at her. No, you are my elder sister. Ha ha ha. The laughter made Ximon King tremble all over. Maya, this woman was very sick. Nuwa over there did not wait for them to continue to communicate and exchange feelings, and directly attacked the world. The world immediately launched 2 artifacts of the 8 evils, the thunder and frost of the stunned frost soul, and the flames of the bronze gloves. This mad immortal is very strong. Ximon Qing can feel it. This is a mad immortal who has truly reached the 8th fierce level. This is created by the godhead of the creator of Nuwa. If what she said is true, and now it is only in a state of incomplete godhead, it is really hard to imagine what she will be like after the godhead is completed. Maybe it was a catastrophe. Qin Shi Huang also launched an attack on Ximon King, and a beam of light suddenly fell from the sky, hitting Ximon King's body. This is a map cannon launched from the universe, which is more powerful than the legendary gun spike. However, Simon's love suddenly dissipated into a ball of flames, and then reunited, unscathed. Since you know that I can travel through 107 planes and destroy them, where did your confidence come from that you can kill me? Ximon Qing looked at Qin Shi Huang and asked rhetorically. Qin Shi Huang looked serious. Of course it won't be a Fang Palace. With that said, he directly launched a big move. Time goes back. Ximon King frowned and seemed to feel something wrong. Boom! Suddenly an explosion sounded behind her, and the light beam that had just disappeared appeared again, and did not know when it fell on her. I can't hide this time, Qin Shi Huang said. He reversed the time of the beam to make it reappear. It happened to hit the unsuspecting Ximon Qing. I know that you are not old and not dead. Even my strongest time passing will not make you old, but I can cooperate with my other technology. This time, I will definitely kill you. As soon as the voice fell, Ximon Qing suddenly appeared in front of him, and knocked him to the ground with a punch. Sorry, if this body can be killed, there won't be so many planes destroyed. Ximon Qing was somewhat distracted. Give up, I won't destroy this world. On the ground, Qin Shi Huang, whose armor was broken, tried to get up, but was helpless. How can the gap be so big? I don't believe it. Sorry, it's so big. Ximon Qing sighed. She has no joy of victory at all, and only sadness. If it's not so strong, maybe that woman won't be so painful. Looking back on what happened that day, her heart still aches. Suddenly, a loud noise in the distance interrupted her thoughts. I saw an explosion in the Song family compound. Not good. Ximon Qing finally remembered what Ajani had said. Song Yunj would be in disaster. This is what I said originally. Ximon Qing immediately spread her wings and flew away. Her whole body seemed to be shining, and she had already arrived at Song's house with a flap of her wings. At this time, the world was half kneeling on the ground, and his right hand and bronze gloves disappeared. On the other side, Nu Wa was holding a jade seal and stuffing it into her mouth. Then there was a burst of laughter. Ha 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 ha, finally. It's finally complete. From now on, I will be the only true God, creator of the world, creator. Congratulations. Obey. Kneel down at my feet. This woman is 80% crazy. Ximon ignored her and shouted into the yard. Chartered woman? Are you Yao? Are you alright? Huh, a thunder and lightning flashed, and Qin Yao appeared in front of her. Sister Ximon, don't worry. Huiwen has taken everyone to escape in advance. That's good. Ximon King nodded. It seemed that Ajani's hunch was offset by the two of them. Do you want to help? Qin Yueo looked at Nu Wa and asked. Simon Ching shook his head. No, it just happens to let you see what the eternal demon cult of Hua country is like today. Seeing Simon King grabbed it casually, a broken arm appeared in the void with bronze gloves on it. She took off the gloves and put them on. Little world, gloves are not what you use. As she said, she snapped her fingers directly. In an instant, countless space doors were opened like a treasure of the king, and one after another zombies jumped out of it. There are Urguzi, Master Niu, and Danielle Quinn from overseas, Li Jin from Xiaokang City. What shocked Qin Yueo the most was that even her sister Qin Yuki was among them. Actually, I wanted to tell you a long time ago, Simon Ching said to Qin Yueo. When I saw your sister, I knew she was a zombie. Otherwise, she wouldn't participate in my Tsingyi sex draft. Your ancestors probably have zombie blood. This should be the reason why the two of us stayed together forever without triggering disaster. Oh, is that so? Qin Yueo looked dumbfounded. Then I can become a zombie. It can't be changed. The godhead of Chang'e has suppressed the part of you that belongs to the zombie, Simon said. There is no time to explain, just stand and watch. Zombies keep appearing, including Kui Minjayo's sister and brother. Kui Minjayo, who was still wearing a maid costume, looked dumbfounded, but Kui Mingri was much calmer than her. His half-blood and half-silver eye pupils suddenly turned pure blood, and at the same time, a figure emerged from his shadow. The instant noodles were recognized immediately. Father, Sun Yucheo exclaimed, why are you there? The person who can be called an old man by him is naturally Sun Ye, the master of the hall, that is, Tsingyi teaches the right guardian. Hiccup Sun Ye yawned, I'm an energy conservationist, just find a place to sleep. Kui Mingri was taken aback, fuck, why is there someone in my shadow? Boy, just borrow a place www.novelmtl.com don't be so stingy. Sun Ye patted him on the shoulder, and then came to the right of Simon Ching. Sen Qi and Shan stood on the left side of Simon Ching simultaneously, and the left and right guardians gathered together. Simon Ching suddenly looked at Sun Ye, you are so special that Sun Wuxia? You instant noodles that broke our charter wife? Go straighten it for me? Continue to become a black long straight. But that will be very tiring, Sun Ye said lazily. Master, why don't you just shave it off? A fire came out of Simon King's palm. You can choose to let me burn you with a fire. Nuwa saw that they had time to chat, no matter where they could stand it. A movement of their hands caused a colorful meteorite to fall. Simon Ching took a look. Can't you wait so much? So she pointed at Nuwa with her right hand. Fuck her for me. Yes, Master. Tsing Yi taught all the zombies in unison. The meteorite in the sky was directly chopped up by Sun Ye's shadow, and the other zombies rushed towards Nuwa, as if a wave swallowed her. The battle lasted for several hours. When everything subsided, Nuwa turned into fly ash, and the Song family mansion was also turned into ruins. Fortunately, people are fine. Simon Ching and Qin Yueo came to Song Yunmu hand in hand and said, sorry, the house is torn down. It's okay for you. Song Yunmu smiled. Seeing the charter wife like this, Simon King grinned, and said to Qin Shiwang who was leaning aside in the ruins, look, there is such a good person around, why am I willing to be crazy? With the end of the final stage, a mighty talent show that lasted for 3 months is finally over. That night, like a slaughterhouse, all major search engines and social platforms, including B Station, were occupied by PD-119. The cartoonist Sentiment finally publicly admitted that he is Tsingyi Yeast. Yeast's new work Sakura and Grass Divine Comedy. PD-119 final ranking. Kui Minjayu, champion. Qin Yuki debuts in a high position. A lot of content makes people blind to it. There is no intention to stop the discussion of this program on the internet. Both of Simon Ching's microblogs have flooded with a large number of fans. Fans who only like music may like manga because of this, and fans who only like manga are also obsessed with Yeast songs. For the first time I have a favorite cartoonist, and for the first time I have a favorite upmaster. When these two joys are added together, the joy that is far more than doubled. Yeast, you said you can't draw comics. You didn't admit that so many people guessed the truth before. I almost thought you two weren't really alone. Teacher Chinger, you fooled me so badly. I won't do it. I will forgive you only if you post a few selfies. Blowing roots? Double blowing roots? Ha ha ha, this is the carnival of the blowing roots party. Yes, from now on, if you play alone and get double updates, I can't help but urge new songs and new comics. Simon King habitually flipped through Weibo, and found that this gang of root blower parties was really going to heaven. The party that usually had a little bit of momentum was completely squeezed into the corner, and only occasionally saw one or two. It's too arrogant, it's like a cult, why are my fans so scary? After thinking about it, she still felt that the opportunity was indispensable. It was a rare buzz. It would be a waste not to publicize. So, she asked Qin Yueo to post a teaser of a new comic with the male protagonist carrying a big knife on the cover. Then Simon King reposted this Weibo with a postscript, new comics, take it. Then she changed her account. Before, she was a cartoonist, but now she is Tsingyi Yeast. A Weibo was also posted here. The new song, the Song of the Blowing Root Party, is being recorded. At this moment, the fans became agitated in an instant. Originally, she was at the center of the traffic, and every move at this time would cause widespread concern. What's more, there is still a new song to be released, and the fans exploded in an instant. My old swan, has the Root Party really succeeded? Hey, come and take a look, Teacher Chinger is going to publish a new comic again. Damn, she hasn't finished Ghoul yet? Why is there a new comic? It's not the same. This time I'm working with Teacher Wangshu, and Ghoul is still updated as usual. Oh, do you think that Teacher Chinger is not two boats? It feels like she can write stories like one to many. What you say, really, shit, scum, big-breasted scum. After passing it, Zyman Ching added a nickname of scumbag somehow. Fans recognized this name very tacitly and used it very skillfully. Love Liar Yeast, a scum man with two boats. You are actually a manga artist for picking up girls, right? Teacher Chinger, I never care if the other person looks big or not when I pick a girl. Anyway, I'm not as good looking or as big as I am. Teacher came to pick me up, I am also a female, and I can also draw comics. I'm not a scumbag, you black fans. Zyman King scolded and clicked on the Weibo that claimed to be sister paper, and she saw that it was really a pretty sister paper, and then she drew a few pictures that were not bad. Just as she was about to write a private message, she suddenly caught a comment, "Big brother, you are so beautiful." Huh. Zyman Ching was just a question mark at the time, and then he looked at the photos carefully. Mom. Then she realized that she was actually a lady's lady. She was so frightened that she quit Weibo quickly. It was a real risk, and she almost fell through the bill. Nowadays, scammers on the internet are really hard to guard against. Forget it, I'll go and record songs. If you want to assemble a song for the Blowing Roots, then you have to do what you say. Zyman Ching first called Jin Huiwen and told her to teleport from the capital back to Xiaokang City, and then the two of them played around in the room for most of the night. Finally, the recording of a new song is complete. Of course, the popularity of Sakura Grass has just started, and she will definitely not release new songs so soon. After storing the song in the computer, she flew back to the capital. Xiaoguai and Tang Xiaotang will perform on stage tonight. While eating at Song Yunwu's house at noon, Zyman Ching found that the giant panda Xiaokai had sneaked up to her feet, looking like she was hesitant to talk. So she picked up a chicken leg, bit the meat clean, and handed the bone over. Eat it. I don't want to eat. Xiao Cai shook her head vigorously, then paused for a while and started shaking her head again. No, I just want to eat. Then you are welcome. Zyman Ching put the bone into her mouth. You can even bite the bamboo. This should be fine. Xiao Cai banged the chicken bones in a few bangs, and then continued to look at Zyman Ching with a bit of resentment. What do you want to do? Zyman Ching said, I don't want to eat chicken anymore. I have no bones for you. Xiaokai grieved and said, you said you wanted me to eat Zizu. Oh. Zyman's love suddenly realized, it seems that there is something like this. Alas, I forgot. Xiao Cai sat down on the ground, revealing a look of lovelessness. Don't worry, Zyman Ching said, I'm not here now, I'll take you to eat when I have time, so I won't be squandered. Really? Xiao Cai suddenly changed from shadow to sunlight, a bear's mouth grew and her tongue came out. Song Yunwoo couldn't stand it anymore, and slapped it on the forehead. Don't haha, it's like a dog. Xiao Cai shut up immediately and lay down on the ground honestly. Song Yunwoo expressed affection to Zyman. Where do you come from, Zizu? I haven't heard of anyone who has projected the goddess of Guanyin. Of course there is no Guanyin, but her Zizolin has a projection, Zyman Ching said while eating. It's just that the owner of the Zizolin is a hermit, and few people know his existence. Really? How do you recognize it? Zyman Ching Jiake's chopsticks. Yes, I met by chance. Really? Song Yunwoo always felt that she had nothing to say, but since Zyman King was unwilling to speak, she didn't ask. In the evening, the performance of the cultural evening, Zyman Ching and the others won several exclusive seats, and they can watch the performance under the stage. The content of the performance this time is a cultural display of various ethnic groups, and the two of them are one of the representatives of the Han nationality. Director Ruben also specially came to say hello to Zyman Ching and the others. During the period, he glanced at Zyman Ching from time to time and seemed to see something. But Simon ignored him, her attention was mainly on the stage. Xiaoguai and Tang Xiaotang are just the opening. The real highlight is that the show team has been preparing for a whole year. These performers from various nationalities are exquisite in their skills, and some of them have outstanding appearance. Especially there is a young lady from the Miao nationality who is really cute and has a very big breast. When dancing, the skirts turned in circles as if they were blooming. With their ethnic embroidery craftsmanship, it was really pleasing to the eye. Song Yunwoo slapped Zyman Kingsa coldly. What are you doing? Eyeballs are about to fall out. Huh. Zyman's feelings reacted and quickly sat upright. No, I haven't said yet. Song Yunwoo didn't bother to say her. Why haven't they come back? Xiaoguai? Go backstage and have a look. Logically, after Xiaoguai and Tang Xiaotang finished their performance, they could come to the stage to watch the show with Zyman Ching and the others. But they haven't come back after so long, which is a bit strange. Although Zyman Ching was a little bit disgusted with the Miao lady on the stage, she still got up and walked backstage. As a result, when they came to the backstage and asked, they told them that the children had left long ago. Huh. Zyman Ching felt something was wrong when she heard it. Where did they go? I don't know this. There are so many people in the backstage, so I didn't pay attention. The staff member said. Then you take me to see the surveillance. Zyman said with emotion. The staff was a little embarrassed. Without the approval of the leader, I can't just. Stop talking nonsense, Simon said impatiently. If you let you go, you can go. Now I'm not discussing with you. At this moment, the 8 evil spirits that she had been constrained were slightly released, and the staff member standing in front of her fell to the ground in fright. Zhang Jianhong's coercion could not even stand up to a powerful evolutionary like Fang, and the momentum of Simon Qing would naturally not be weak. It's just that she is fine and doesn't use coercion to scare people, so she has always been restrained. This time it was about Xiaogua. She was rare to be serious, and it could only be said that this staff member was unlucky. Frightened by her, the strong desire to survive forced the staff to take her to the backstage monitoring room. The surveillance cameras did not capture all the places, but Simon Qing still found Xiaoguai and Tang Xiaotang. After the two people attended the opening ceremony, they changed their clothes from the stage. When they appeared in the camera again, Simon Qing saw that they were going to the auditorium. But when she was halfway there, Xiaoguai suddenly turned her head. Simon Qing couldn't understand why she turned her head for the time being, but she said a few words to Tang Xiaotang, and then ran in the opposite direction by herself. Tang Xiaotang stood there hesitated for a moment. He wanted to go to the direction where Simon Qing and the others were, but later chose to follow Xiaoguai. In this way, both children disappeared in the shooting range of the camera. Did Xiaoguai find something? Simon Qing watched it carefully again, but unfortunately the camera pixels were relatively low, and there was no way to see the subtle changes in her expression. In this case, you can only find her before talking. Simon Qing immediately called Qin Yuyao. After clarifying the matter with Qin Yuyao immediately said to help find it. Her ability to control global surveillance has been used more proficiently, and when her heart moved, all the images captured by all the surveillance cameras in the entire capital were reflected in her mind. However, it is really troublesome to deal with such a large amount of information at the same time, so Qin Yuyao kept streamlining, eliminating, and finally found a scene where Xiaoguai and Tang Xiaotang had been photographed. Xiaotang was kidnapped. I'll save her. Sister Simon, go find Xiaoguai. She finally disappeared in this position. The other cameras have never seen her again, so I must not leave this range. Qin Yuyao sent a screenshot of the map to Simon Qing. Simon Qing immediately set off to find Xiaoguai. Qin Yuyao informed Song Yunryu of the matter, and the latter could not sit still at that time. Do you need my help? Not yet. I'll find someone first, and then you can decide what to do with Yunryu's sister. Qin Yuyao said that she got up and walked to a hidden place. In the next moment, she turned into a thunder and drilled into the wall. There were wires buried in the wall. She moved along the wires at high speed, and soon came to the location where Tang Xiaotang was abducted. At this moment, Tang Xiaotang was lying on a sofa with his eyes closed, and two people stood beside her. The two were chatting, one tall and one short, one fat and the other thin. The short and thin asked, "Why do you get this mortal child? What's the use?" The tall and fat person said, "She and the little girl of the Zhang family are together." Yu reading www.yuukangshu.com must also know the leader of Xingyi and the Empress of Thunder. If they are aware of it, things will not be good. That little girl is really cunning, so I can't catch her. The short and thin said with emotion. She is like that. She must have discovered something. The 8 evil spirits are the 8 evil spirits. In this situation, there are still so many things that can happen. In another day, as long as one day, Zhang Jianhong will be finished, and then there is no need to be afraid of this or that. The fat man suddenly said, "By the way, have you dealt with monitoring?" The short and thin person was surprised. "Aren't you responsible for that? What's up to me? Damn, I told you to do it." The fat man's expression changed. "Well, if those two noticed this, hurry up, before it's too late, go and deal with it." However, when the two of them moved away, 2 lightning bolts suddenly fell from the sky and smashed on their heads. The two suddenly vomited blood and flew upside down. Qin Yuyao also condensed into shape and appeared beside Tang Xiaotang. She looked at both of them in surprise. The 2 lightnings were originally intended to completely incapacitate them, but in fact, after vomiting a mouthful of blood, the 2 people who were fat and thin quickly adjusted their positions and landed. Just ran away desperately. These two have a bit of strength. Realizing this, Qin Yuyao no longer kept his hand. As soon as he raised his hand, the microbes in the air exploded and grew, turning into huge monsters to entangle the two. The two of them kept attacking the monsters, but they killed one and another. There were so many microbes, wherever they could kill them, they could only be suppressed fiercely in the end. Qin Yuyao didn't care about them, first checked Tang Xiaotang. Fortunately, she just fainted and was not hurt, which made her breathe a sigh of relief. Then she took out her mobile phone and contacted Simon Qing. "Sister Simon, Xiaotang found it, but I seem to have heard something strange." Qin Yuyao was about to explain the matter to Simon Qing in detail, when suddenly the 2 guys who were suppressed by the monster moved. 2 rays of light soared into the sky, tearing apart the monsters, and then 2 golden light giants tens of meters high rose from the ground. Qin Yuyao's expression became serious. "Sister Ximen, I'll talk to you later." After that, she hung up the phone and took the initiative to walk towards the 2 golden giants. "Humph. What?" The giants who broke through the shackles suddenly shouted at Qin Yuyao, and saw Qin Yuyao's body collapse into countless spots of light. But soon these light spots condensed into a complete Qin Yuyao again. Haha, second general. Even if Qin Yuyao didn't know the evolutionaries anymore, one of the most familiar gods in this flower country still knew about Ha second general. Such a powerful force is definitely beyond the reach of ordinary evolvers. Crazy fairy? These two words rushed into her mind instantly. Also, apart from Kuang Xian, who can say that Zhang Jianhong is going to die so boldly? I'm still too stupid. There was an arc in her forehead. If Sister Simon was here, I might have thought of it a long time ago. Seeing that she was unscathed under the attack of the magic sound of humming, the two mad immortals immediately changed their strategies. They turned their goal to Tang Xiaotang, who was sure that Qin Yueyao would definitely protect her, and wanted to force her out of flaws. However, how can the same trick work twice on the 8 evil spirits? Qin Yueyao has already suffered a loss, so naturally it is impossible to let them continue to take action. In terms of speed, how can the sound be faster than thunder and lightning? A massive thunder and lightning suddenly fell in the sky, directly submerging the two golden giants. When the thunder and lightning dissipated, there was only a bottomless pit left in the same place. As for the two crazy immortals, there are no more scum left. Victory is a strange thing. Sometimes the masters clash, there are hundreds of games in a round, and then the winner is determined in an instant. Others fought fiercely for days, nights, or even years, until one party collapsed. Regarding the existence of the 8 evil spirits, any result is possible. Qin Yueyao waited for a while, and found that there really wasn't any crazy fairy jumping out, and then turned around and hugged Tang Xiaotang. She wanted to call Ximon King again, but was prompted that the other party was not in the service area. This is a bit weird, she just answered the phone clearly. No way, Qin Yueyao had to go back to Song Yunwu, her knowledge was too lacking. After listening to what she said, Song Yunwu said, it should have entered some special space. These crazy immortals dare to speak out against the ancestors of the Zhang family. They must have come prepared. We'd better go to the Zhang family to ask about the situation, little boy. It is very likely that the Zhang family ancestor was involved in it. Sister Simon. Rather than worry about her, you might as well worry about her opponent, Song Yunwu said. Is that idiot zombie someone who will suffer? Qin Yueyao thought for a while, then shook her head seriously. Don't worry, she is the oldest 8 evil spirits. It is not unreasonable to live so long. Song Yunwu patted Qin Yueyao on the shoulder, and then called Jin Huiwen. She asked Jin Huiwen to teleport with her, and then Qin Yueyao moved in her own way, and the three rushed to Jiang's house. As the top family in the flower country, the Zhang family naturally cannot enter casually. But this time the 8 evil spirits came, so it was different. Song Yunwu asked Qin Yueyao to release the coercion, no one dared to stop them, and walked straight in. The Zhang family quickly assembled and came to them. Sister Wu, Zhang Shiyun has the best relationship with Song Yunwu. She and Song Yunwu donkey. No, it is the rabbit-ear cousin Lu Xiaomo who opened a milk tea shop together, and often went to Song's house to play. At the same time, she was also a fan of JoJo, so she recognized Qin Yueyao immediately when she saw Qin Yueyao. Compared to the fear of the others in the Zhang family, she was more excited. If it weren't for the atmosphere, she would have stepped forward to ask Qin Yueyao for an autograph. Song Yunwu nodded towards Zhang Shiyun, and then signaled Qin Yueyao to put away the coercion. When the Zhang family felt better, she said, we are here on business. I don't know if the Zhang family ancestor is there. As soon as these words came out, the Zhang family was silent. Originally, if Song Yunwu came alone, maybe they would reply, why should we answer you? But now there was an 8 evil spirit who had just scared people with coercion standing next to her, and the situation was completely different. Several principles of the Zhang family, look at me and I will look at you, but no one knows how to answer. Song Yunwu also knew their concerns. After all, it was about Zhang Jianhong, and it was tantamount to an issue that affected the foundation of the entire Zhang family. How could they just talk to her as an outsider? So she quietly gave Qin Yueyao a look. The latter understood and took the initiative. I just met 2 crazy immortals. They said that the ancestors of the Zhang family are about to be finished. I hope you can tell me what's going on. What? 8 evil spirits said. The Zhang family panicked immediately. A middle-aged man from the Zhang family suddenly spoke up. In fact, we don't know the specific situation. It's just that the ancestor suddenly told us a few days ago that there was a strong enemy who came to solve it. I went out and never came back. There was no news. He didn't say any strong enemy. Qin Yueyao asked, do any of you know? Zhang family, you look at me, I look at you, no one has an answer. Song Yunwu sighed and seemed to ran for nothing. What to do? Sister Yunwu, are you going to see the area where Sister Ximon disappeared? Qin Yueyao asked in a low voice. Song Yunwu was about to agree, and suddenly a person walked in from outside the house. Maybe I know where the ancestor is now. Everyone looked back and saw that it was an old woman. Xiao-chun, you are back. Someone from the Zhang family greeted him. This old woman is Zhang Xiao-chun, Xiaoguai's grandmother. Song Yunwu looked at her and asked, do you have a way? Zhang Xiao-chun nodded. A few days ago, Shuyun encountered a crazy fairy. When the ancestor was dragged by several crazy celestials at the same time, the ancestor was suspicious. He asked me to investigate some things, and then he also missing. I think this should have something to do with what my ancestor asked me to investigate. What did he ask you to investigate? Zhang family asked hurriedly. An underground palace, Zhang Xiao-chun said. You may not know that a great war broke out in the capital more than 100 years ago. At that time, several 8 evil spirits gathered here. The aftermath of their fighting caused a huge change in the environment here. What's the change? Everyone is puzzled. In addition to the serious smog, what is special about this capital? Of course you can't see it, Zhang Xiaochun said, because this change is in another dimension. Independent small world. Except for Qin Yueyao, everyone who was present had a certain understanding of the evolutionary world, so when Zhang Xiaochun said, many people immediately reacted. Yes, it's an independent small world, Zhang Xiaochun said. It's a long story, let's talk about it while walking. Where to go? Song Yunryu asked. Forbidden City. Zhang Xiaochun replied. Good, Song Yunryu nodded. Hughes Huan. No problem, Jin Huiwen nodded, pulling Song Yunryu teleported to Zhang Xiaochun's side. Old woman, don't resist. After that, she grabbed Zhang Xiaochun's hand, and the three of them disappeared into Jiang's ancestral home in an instant. Upon seeing this, Qin Yueyao said to the remaining Zhang family, I'm going too, you still listen to Zhang Jianhong's words, don't leave here, I think there should be something here to protect you. After all, she turned into a thunder light and disappeared before everyone's eyes in an instant. Jin Huiwen took Song Yunryu and Zhang Xiaochun to the top of the Forbidden City, and Qin Yueyao followed. Upon seeing this, Zhang Xiaochun continued, that independent little world is just below the entire Forbidden City. It is a mirror-like existence. If you want to enter, there is no other way but to find the right entrance. No matter how powerful you are, it's no use not finding a direction. Then how to find the entrance? Song Yunryu asked. Zhang Xiaochun said, this is the problem that has been bothering me. If I could find the entrance, I would have gone to see the ancestor. Qin Yueyao couldn't help saying, the Forbidden City is so big, how can I find it? How big is the entrance? I don't know. Zhang Xiaochun shook his head. In this case, the situation has returned to a dead end again. At this moment, Jin Huiwen suddenly asked, Sister Yueyao, is the area where the boss disappeared also in this area? Qin Yueyao was shocked. Yes. It seems to be this area. She quickly took out her mobile phone and opened the map she had previously drawn for Zai Menqing. Originally, it was a circle and a large area, but when Zhang Xiaochun mentioned the Forbidden City, Qin Yueyao found that the intersection between this circle and the Forbidden City was very small. Little boy must have entered there, otherwise it is impossible to find her, Qin Yueyao said. If there is an entrance, it must be there. The four immediately rushed to that location and began to look for the entrance. But this is not easy. Even though the scope is reduced a lot, there is still a scope of about 500 square meters, and the overlap of floors has not been calculated. They searched for a while, but didn't get much gain. Jin Huiwen suddenly said, my sister can't get through the phone now. Has she found the entrance? Will she leave any clues? That's right. Song Yunryu said, it makes sense. That idiot zombie will do things well, think about how she will remind us. Just as they were looking for hints, a small and exquisite figure was strolling in an upside-down Forbidden City. She is naturally a good boy. At this time Xiaoguai stepped on the clouds and walked forward little by little, staring at the surroundings. A voice rang in her ear, be careful, don't go straight ahead, turn your head, then turn your head, back and forth 3 times, then turn right. She did as she said, and after wandering for a while, the clouds under her feet suddenly separated a piece, supporting her to fly in another direction. This voice appeared after her stage performance was over. When she was about to go to Simon Qing and the others, a voice suddenly rang in her ears, telling her that it was dangerous. Xiaoguai didn't believe it at first, thinking that the voice was someone playing a prank on her, but when she followed the voice's instructions to enter this upside-down Forbidden City, the original suspicion suddenly dissipated a lot. This special small world is full of various dangers, and she can successfully avoid it according to the voice prompts in her ears. Maybe it was because of the second illness. Xiaoguai was full of curiosity about this place. Is there any treasure here? There are treasures, but before that I hope you can help me. Help you? How can I help? You go as I said first, and I will tell you the next step when I get to the place. In this way, Xiaoguai kept walking forward and came to the bottom of a lake. Looking up at the lake where his face was reflected, Xiaoguai found it very novel. I'm in the lake. Now, use your ability to tear the surface of the lake apart. I believe it can be done with your ability. Xiaoguai looked at it, and indeed, although it was tens of meters apart, it was not difficult for her to tear the lake apart. But why should I listen to you? Xiaoguai said suddenly. She is a killer, how can she trust others easily? The reason why I have been listening to this voice is only because I can see some interesting things. www.novelmtl.com. Now, the voice reveals its purpose, so Xiaoguai will not easily agree. Who knows if she is being used? Although I am a primary school student, I am also like a killer of pigeons' emotions. You can't lie to me. Xiaoguai stared at the lake above her head, trying to find out what the secret was inside. The voice was silent. Maybe it was Xiaoguai's previous performance that people didn't expect her to be so difficult. I didn't mean to lie to you, I am your ancestor. You scold someone, you want me to help and you scold me, are you a fool? Xiaoguai is a child after all, and soon lost interest in the lake. She looked around, planning to move to another place. The voice hurriedly stopped her, don't go around, there is the power of crazy immortals everywhere, you are easily injured like this. Kuangxian? What is that? Xiaoguai asked. Kuangxian is. The voice gave her a detailed introduction. According to the voice, it is Xiaoguai's ancestor of the 8 evil Zhang Jianhong. A few days ago, he was ambushed by several powerful crazy immortals, and the other party wanted to kill him. But the other party obviously underestimated the possibility of the 8 evils. Instead of successfully killing Zhang Jianhong, he was dragged by Zhang Jianhong and sealed in this small world. The lake above Xiaoguai's head was transformed by Zhang Jianhong, and those crazy immortals were suppressed at the bottom of the lake. The reason for looking for Xiaogu is because she has a very strong blood of co-workers. If it were her, she would be able to help Zhang Jianhong to completely wipe out those crazy immortals. All you have to do now is to launch an attack towards the lake. Those crazy immortals and I are currently in a state of equilibrium. As long as I have one more straw here, they can be completely crushed. Hey, Xiaoguai said with disdain, are you treating me like a 3-year-old? You want to lie to me too?
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.